here. Welcome to the waffle party, everyone. And no, it's not that kind of waffle party. So
maybe it is that kind of waffle party. You'll have to stay on for about 4 hours to find out.
Yeah. TJ here. Hey, TJ. TJ was at the premiere of my Severance season 2, episode 1 breakdown. He was in the live chat, and I was saying the waffle party is tonight. He said, wait, really? What is that? Like,
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not that kind of waffle party. Welcome, TJ. Thank you for being here. This was a much earlier comment, so hopefully you came back. Appreciate it, and everyone who did show up and is watching the breakdown. I know it's late. I didn't realize just how much I was going to have to say, because I never made a scripted video about Severance before, and so I found myself writing way more than I thought I would. So it took me the whole week, and I finally got it out for episode 1. Now I need to get the breakdown for episode 2 done, and my goal is to get it done Wednesday, and then start releasing them earlier and earlier, because it's tough. I want to get it out before the next episode airs, but
my goal is to get a goat noisemaker.
Yeah, you have the bell for the From Lives, but you don't have one.
Yeah, I don't have it. I mean, actually, if he makes one, but I would rather have the one you tip over. But that has one where it like bleeds and it also screams. Have you ever heard a goat scream? It makes that noise.
No,
it's pretty crazy.
That sounds crazy.
I want to get one though.
Yeah, that would be fitting, for sure. So anyway, so yeah, if anyone wants to check it out, I didn't put the link in the description of the video like I should have, but it's on my channel, the episode 1 breakdown, and I don't just get into the episode itself. Like I also, I did like a short little bits here and there, like just giving my impressions on the show in general, and the way that it fits so nicely with Plato's allegory of the cave. It's such a great illustration of that. And when I started getting into that in the script for the video, I was like, yeah, this is going to take me a while, isn't it? I'm bringing up Plato, so this is going to be a project. So it's a video essay. It's not a recap. We don't need a recap. We all watch the show. Yeah, I don't really understand the need for videos that are just purely recaps. It's like, you're smart enough, especially if you're watching Severance, you're smart enough to know what happened. So I go scene by scene, but I give my impressions on like the meaning of it and the theories and ideas that I have. It's the same thing we do in the lives. So it's that kind of thing, but obviously shorter, more concise, because I'm not going to make a scripted video that's 6 hours long. So anyway,
yes.
Not yet. Not yet, anyway. Hey, Nesha Rochelle, nice to see you. Hey, John Answers. Hey, good morning, Dieter. Oh, and by the way, thank you, John. John Answers was also in the live chat for the premiere of my video, so I appreciate it. Thank you. And good morning, Dieter. Thank you of course, Dieter was there for the premiere also. Thank you so much. And Big Heck was getting bored waiting. Hey, Big Heck. This was before we went live.
I guess.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. You know me and the lateness. Hey, Amy. Nice to see you. Hey, David Agiel. Always starting when I'm at work. Well, sorry about that. I don't know if I've ever asked David where you're from. If you're... Yeah, because I guess... Wait, maybe we did. I just don't remember.
Australia?
Australia, right? That's right. I think it's Australia. So it's morning over there. That sucks. But it's nice when you can join us anyway, though. Hey, Trace, nice to see you. Welcome. Hey, Just Me, welcome. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you. And Golden Child, always nice to see you guys. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Cage match, who wins? Milchick, aka Milkshake, versus Boyd, aka Fish and Loaves.
They already have like wrestling names.
Yeah, they do. They do. I don't know. Milkshake looks pretty formidable. That'd be a tough one. I'd say probably Milkshake. I think he might.
He probably fights dirty.
He probably fights dirty.
Yeah.
You know. Although Boyd just leveled up his tough guy factor. Smashing
shooting his wife.
well, shooting his wife, and also he just smashing a kid's hand with a hammer. So I say kid, but he's not really a kid, but he's a kid to him.
We're on the episode where Abby is unfortunately unalived.
Yeah, so yeah, we just rewatched the episode where Boyd shot his wife. So yeah, I mean, he's got
That's
some
hardcore.
That's hardcore. That's hardcore
Yeah.
for sure. So I don't know. That's a tough call. Hey, Umbra, nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Hey, Ty Briggs, nice to see you. Hello, Sevi. Sevi's is good. I like Sevi's. We don't have everyone calls ourselves something different. So we don't really have like a unified thing like Fromally. I mean, we like to say fromaholics over here, but in general, Fromally is like the umbrella term for everybody. We don't have that with Severance, so it's confusing.
There's nothing easy.
There's
no
nothing
easy play. Sevi's is probably the easiest.
Yes,
but will people adopt it?
Yeah. It is nice and concise. You know, it's not a mouthful like Sevaholic or Severaholic or whatever.
It sounds like Pirates of the Caribbean, Civi.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Hey, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. Yes, Australia. That's right. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's hard because I talk to so many people and I forget who's from where. But
see, I like to have all his thoughts on Persephone and Hela and all the other mythologies.
Yeah, that reference to Persephone in episode 2 was interesting. So,
or Orpheus and Eurydice.
I bet David might have some thoughts on that when we start breaking it down for sure. So I'll be curious to hear it. And who else is from Australia? So Matt Gilbert is from Australia, and Mr. Grant Gregory AI also, and Carla Way. So that's 4 people. That's 4 people that follow our lives from Australia, at least, in case I might be forgetting more. That's so cool. Hey, Mr. Frogman. Why do I have to be at work now? Where are you, Mr. Frogman? Is it a third shift job, or are you working overseas? Are you living overseas? I'm curious. Because some people say they work third shift and they listen to us. So, oh, thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Umbra's channel. Everybody, make sure you subscribe. Check out Umbra's channel. Subscribe to that. He's a great friend of this channel and a frequent guest. Is it just me, or does it feel like they might be in From World? There are a lot of parallels, Ty. There really are. There are a lot of parallels. You know, it's they're trapped, and the innies are trapped, and they're trying to escape. But it's not just that. It's even Kier is weird. The town of Kier is so strange. I mean, we've never seen anything outside of Kier. It would be cool if we found out, like, you know, like they can't even leave Kier. There's a whole other layer that we don't even know about. Kier is like Fromville, Kierville. But yeah, lots of parallels to From. Okay, yes, TJ is here. Great. Glad you're here. Thank you again for coming to my episode 1 breakdown premiere this morning. And watch out for episode 2 breakdown. I am going to try and get it out by Wednesday so that I'm caught up before the new episode drops. Let's see. Fletch says luminaholics. Yeah, it's a mouthful though.
Frolicaholics.
That's another. Yeah, it's another mouthful, which is on the show. Yeah.
The Bee Marys.
The Bee Marys. With Alice says, I think Jeremy claimed Sevi's already. Well, I mean, everyone could use it. It doesn't have to just be one channel. It's like Fromally. Fromally is something everybody uses. The actors even call themselves Fromally. So that we could all be Sevi's. Yeah, I like it. I like it. The Queen of the Underworld. That's Persephone. Is that right? Okay.
Or the Queen of Hell, which is interesting, given Helly.
Yes. Yeah. And then the first episode of the series in season 1 was good news about hell.
Mm-hmm.
That memorable line, like the good news about hell, it's not,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't exist or something like that. But what the bad news is that whatever humans can imagine, they can usually create.
But I never thought about the goddess Hell because she has a beautiful maiden on one side of her face and then a skull on the other side.
Mm,
Duality, I never even thought about that. I never
duality.
brought that to the table.
That fits even more perfectly. Then that's awesome. Oh yeah, and by the way, that was a quote from Helena Cobel. She was talking about her mother, saying that her mother was an atheist, blah blah blah, and then she said all that stuff, and then as Mrs. Selvig, she said it's a completely different story. Her mother was a Catholic or something, and I forget what she said. What did she say? Like her mother was a Catholic, and it was something about building a house in heaven.
No,
I
her
don't.
dead husband was building a house in heaven, complete a little apartment out back in case she found a lover before she died and went up there to meet him.
Oh, that was another of her weird stories. Yeah, her Catholic
Oh,
mother was something
but the
else. I don't.
Catholic mother even had another story.
That was another of her strange stories. I'm gonna miss Mrs. Selvig. The title of this episode is "Goodbye, Mrs.
Uh-oh.
Selvig." There's no need for her anymore, so we don't get any more weird, quirky Mrs. Selvig. That's it. The jig is up. She's been outed now, so Mrs. Selvig is gone. Too bad.
You
She
don't
was
think
fun.
she could cameo somewhere in the series?
I mean, you never know. Maybe she could use the persona again, but it's seemingly she adopted that specifically to spy on Mark. And now the company has caught her. Now they know about it. They didn't know. The higher ups didn't know, and so that's it. That's it. That's the end of that.
What if she has a new age store outside Kier?
No, that would be cool. I doubt she actually has one. I'm sure it was old
Yeah, I know.
nonsense. But
A good
yeah,
dream.
yeah. Roger, hey, what's up? Roger says episode 2 debunks the Helena spy theory, in my opinion. Definitely Helly R. I don't even think she's capable of doing the MTR work without being her innie. It's funny you say that, Roger, because I've heard the exact opposite with other people. Other people are even more
Yeah.
convinced that it's Helena.
Kind of been moving more towards Helena camp.
I'm a little closer to Helena camp, but I'm not there. I'm not
Yeah,
in one
I'm
camp or
not
the other.
there either, but I'm a little closer.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll have to get into that. And everybody make sure you play nice with your Helena versus Helly theories tonight, because
Yeah.
people are very opinionated about it. But they are just theories at the end of the day. So we'll get into the pros and cons for each one. Let's see. If we follow the Persephone pipeline, then we know who the final villain is in the show. Wait, who would that be? I'm not that non-mythology, so I wouldn't know.
Hades, but who would be Hades in the show?
Oh, Hades. Yeah, I don't
Her
know.
dad, but not her dad because for somebody to be her husband,
Right.
very confused. I feel like for somebody like could represent Devon, Gemma, or Helly, depending.
Okay.
So
Right.
we'll get
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah. So okay. TJ says or Kira becomes the man in yellow. Yeah. Hey Mark Yablonsky, nice to see you. When my cat misbehaves, I call her a fetid moppet. Now what a great line. It comes from that's those words like that. Those were popular. I looked it up in the 1600s. 1600s. So like these people, they're very strange. They use extremely dated language, and I love it. It's fascinating to me. Um, and I listened to the like at during the featurette at the end. They explained that they wanted this place to be kind of like frozen in time in a way, like one of those communities that's very old fashioned. You can hear that in the way that they talk, the language that they use to express themselves. I
Including
mean,
Shakespearean insults.
yeah, Shakespearean insults are hilarious. we had fun with that in high school English class. I'm an innie when it comes to Severance. Big heck. Yeah. Cobelvigs. Yeah. Cobelvig. That was another great line in the show. Let's just call her Cobelvig.
Or call ourselves the Cobel Vigs? Is that what you want?
Yeah. Yeah. How it's so hard to date anything as if this isn't a real place. Nothing goes together. Yeah, it's strange. The strange, like the old technology mixed with the new in this place. It's a weird retro. What is it called? Like when they do that style.
Retrofuturism?
That's it. Retro futurism
Yeah,
style.
steampunk kind of falls in that category, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of used to it. It doesn't bother
Right.
me as much as it bothers other people, I guess.
Yeah, it irritates me just not understanding why they're doing this, but Fletcher the Chromonocle's changed his font again. Hey, Fletch.
Barely read it.
Yeah, it's tiny. Good thing
Yeah.
I found a spare pair of glasses, so I'm not blind
good.
anymore. I can read it. Good morning, Luminaholics. Hope you all are safe and well. Let's dive deep into Lumen. Nice. Fletcher thinks Helena is working inside Lumen, and Helly R is gone for now. Yeah. So it's still a debatable issue. Mrs. Selvig car wreck incoming.
Yeah, I guess so. Like in the credits.
The credits are crazy. I had to watch it on YouTube and put it in slow motion just to take loads of screenshots of that and get clear ones of the things I wanted to get shots of, images of. It was so difficult.
I got to see it on my TV in like 4K or whatever, and I found out like, oh, those are a bunch of heads rolling. Those are a bunch of Helly heads, and there are a bunch of Gemma heads.
Oh wow!
You know,
yeah,
like that one thing with a book, and I'm like, okay, I can see it clearly now.
I wish oh man, I wish I had a TV that's working. My TV, I have to call and get it replaced. It has a warranty. It stopped working. So, like my mom has a TV in the living room, but you know, I'm never at the time when I want to watch, I can't. She's in there. She doesn't want to watch this show, so I watch everything with my Chromebook. So I couldn't see. All right, I'm trying to find something, and it's not. I might have to step away for a minute, but because I can't find what I'm looking for. Anyway, David says, I love the two Catholic stories she tells Mark, both completely opposite stories for the innie and the outie. Yeah, it was hilarious. You know, the characters were very much polar opposites. It was fun to see Patricia Arquette play two totally different characters, but in the same body. Like it was really, truly like two characters, two completely different personas. I'll miss Mrs. Selvig, but maybe there's some way that they can work her back in at some point. Umbra says this episode proved a few of my theories correct, I believe. I'll be interested to hear about it, Umbra. And Just Me said I jumped when Mrs. Selvig in their car. I was just like, oh my god, my eardrums! Oh my god, R.I.P. eardrums. I had little earbuds stuck in my ears listening to this. It was horrible. Like they should. Oh my god, they shouldn't have made it that loud. If you had headphones or earbuds on, oh god, that was painful. Jesus.
Yeah, I love Patricia Arquette and M. Scott have these long drawn out scenes. Like they had that one scene where they just kept laughing till it was really awkward, and then the other one where they just like stare at each other until she starts screaming.
Yeah. Yeah, they play off each other in a really interesting, funny way. I love that. That's a great point. So yeah, because that scene went on for so long. Like you're just waiting for something to happen, and then when she finally screams, hits the horn, and floors it, it was that much more impactful and startling because of that long pause where they stared each other down first. Genius. Absolutely genius. Yeah, that was like a legit jump scare for sure. And she's done other things that were jump scares too. In season 1, when she suddenly threw the mug at Mark, that made me jump.
Yeah.
because she does these things. This is a recurring thing with her, actually, come to think of it. Yeah, because she'll always do these startling things suddenly after this long pause where she's so calm and collected and cold as ice, and you feel the tension building, and then all of a sudden, bam, she throws the mug at his head, or she's, in this case, she floored it and screamed. In another case, she just like suddenly screamed at Mark at one point in season 1, and we serve care, you child. That was another one.
Yeah.
And it's startling as hell. I just love her. I was so glad we got a lot of her, because she wasn't in episode 1 at all.
Yeah.
Not even a second. Anyway. Amy thinks it's Helena. Okay. Let's see. The Dylanators, the Irvies, and Mark After Dark. Big Heck's got some ideas. Nice. Nice. TJ says it's Helena. She gave Milchick a sus look after the film. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. I have lots of screenshots, so. Hey Doc, nice to see you. We had a great time in our last live on Friday night with the amazing special guest Doug Hughes, and Doc was there with us. And if you missed it, you can watch the replay. Doug Hughes was with us for 3 freaking hours. Amazing. So generous of him to give his time to us like that. And I talked to him the next day, and I said, I really hope we weren't keeping you. I mean, I did ask you beforehand. I asked him, like, how long do you want to stay, so I know when to wrap it up, or do you want to just play it by ear? I said, you've stayed with other people for about an hour, and he said, no, let's just play it by ear. I'll let you know when I need to go to bed. So I said, all right. He's a night person like us. He said he usually stays up till around midnight. I didn't know if he'd actually stay till midnight. I was hoping, but we played it by ear, and I kept looking at the time. It was getting later and later. It was after midnight. I pointed out the time, and it was 12:30. He didn't say anything, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll just keep it going then, and keep asking him questions and commenting on things. And he just shared all of these fascinating stories, funny stories, insights. It was just the best time. And finally, I pointed out the time at like 1 a.m. and he said, yeah, I really do need to go to bed now. But I talked to him the next day, and I said, I hope we weren't keeping you. I did ask you about this. And he said, no, I wanted to be there that long. Only reason I left is because I had to go to bed. So he was having fun. He said, I stayed that long because I was having fun. So that's amazing. He is the best, and hopefully soon we'll have him on again. He's interested in coming on another time. So yeah, if you haven't checked that out, the replay is a lot of fun too. Anyway, let's see. And of course, I went on longer than the 3 hours. We stayed on, like, I forget how long, 5.5 hours. And I was on camera the entire time too, which is new to me, but I started to get used to it. David says maybe he has a crush on Mark as well. Wait, who? Mark, who? Milkshake?
Yeah, since everybody wants a little bit of Mark, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. What if the innie Helly is the father? Like his consciousness is. Wait, I don't get that though, because innie Helly hates being
How does
there.
this work?
Yeah, tell me what you mean there, David. Let's see. And TJ says, yes, Helena did point out the cameras. Let's see. Was it 2 different times? It was 2 different times she brought it up in episode 1. So yeah, that's sus for sure. And also wouldn't kiss Mark, weird chemistry. I don't know if they'd kiss again right away. Like they had one kiss. Doesn't mean they're gonna immediately start dating or
something. And they
something.
thought they're on the verge of thinking they might die.
Right. Yeah,
that ups the the one a little higher than a normal day.
Yeah, they've been through the ringer just now. Like they've that was a really traumatic experience. I don't think they're really in a romantic mood, but we'll see. You know, could go either way. The chemistry was off. Just Me says, I think it's Helena, and she's secretly looking forward to feeling truly cared about. Yeah, there's stuff in this episode that makes me think that she has an incentive not just for the company but herself. She's now fascinated with Helly and Mark, and they said something in the featurette which I found surprising that they actually said this. But it was the creator of the show. I believe it was the creator of the show. I have it in my notes, but he said that she's never felt Helena has never felt loved or appreciated in the way that Helly is loved, appreciated, and respected. And so this is fascinating for her, seeing Helly. I'm surprised he said that, and it does make it sound like she has an incentive to go in there and experience what it would feel like to feel that way. She's watching the security footage, awfully interested, so that makes me lean more toward Helena now.
I didn't know any of her backstory. I didn't know she didn't ever feel love.
Yeah, I'm surprised he would say that outside of the show.
I was a little shocked when I heard that. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, no love at all from anybody? Not even a pet?
Yeah, damn.
Yeah.
That's a brutal existence. So it gives you an insight into her character, and she seems less like a cartoonish villain now. You don't want a cartoonish two-dimensional villain who's just evil. We only got the one little side of her in season 1 in the video, you know, threatening Helly and saying, I am a person, you are not. I make the decisions, you do not. She seemed, you know, we only got a quick glimpse and she just seemed evil. Now we see like more of her character being developed. So it's going to be interesting too.
Or maybe there's a bunch of Eagans standing around her telling her what to do when she makes a video.
Yeah, she could have said that under duress, you know. Honestly, it didn't seem like they gave her a choice as far as going back in at all. They said, Mark, we're going to give Mark everything he wants, including Helly R. It's the only way he'll finish this file. That's basically what they said. And she just sat there listening. She didn't like, they didn't ask her. They told her he's getting Helly R. So it seems like she's been pressured into this from the looks of it. Maybe pressured into the whole thing. She probably didn't even, I bet she wouldn't have chosen to do this in the first place if it wasn't for the pressure of her family.
She just wants daddy's love.
Yeah.
But she's not getting it.
Yeah. John answers, says Ricken equals Hades.
Ricken?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my god, that was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I love Ricken.
I just can't see Rick. I can't see Ricken as Hades, but I can't see. There's kind of like a tell, but I'll talk when we talk about Furnace stuff. Now I'll bring it.
Yeah,
I think there's a tell from the pilot, but we'll bring it up later.
Okay. Fletch says Mrs. Selvig for me has a deeper connection with Mark than we think. I somehow think she's Mark's mother, and Mark might have got severed before, or even Mrs. Selvig herself. I don't know, but they have a deep connection. Yeah, there's something going on there. There's a reason. There has to be a motivation for her to be this fixated on Mark. It's got to be something to do with, you know, she has some personal stake in this, where she wants to know if it's possible to transcend Severance, if memories can bleed through. She did all that on her own. Snooping on him, testing to see if Mark could remember Miss Casey as his wife, lit the candle that she stole from his house, watching for that, and she looked disappointed when he didn't remember. Milchick said to her, you know, that's a good thing, right? They don't remember each other. And she didn't look happy at all. Then she sent Miss Casey back down to the testing floor. That's how the season ended. So it seems like she wants them to be able to remember for some reason. And I think there's a personal stake in this that we just don't know yet. Some family relation of her that's connected to this. So hopefully we get more clues. David said it's left ambiguous because we didn't hear the ding in the lift for Helly. Oh, there was no ding? I didn't catch that part, but I did notice that it didn't show any of them transitioning. When they got in the elevator, we did not see any of them. The doors just closed. So They definitely want it to remain ambiguous. That's deliberate. Cure means something like dark one, right? Oh, does it really, Big Heck? Dark one.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Let's see. Hades is the underworld, fall to spring like the Egyptian underworlds, right, David? Never seen Foundation. I've heard it was good though, Ty. Maybe he's been around since the 1600s, like alive somehow. he kind of looks like he's been embalmed and preserved. Like he looks like one of those creepy statues came to life and started talking and walking around. It's creepy as hell. 1800s probably. That's when Lumon was created. Yes. Who was watching Mark from the hallway? Imagine it's the man in yellow and he starts playing the sax. For people who don't understand that reference, Doug Hughes was kind enough to play the saxophone for Amy because it was her birthday on Friday Nights Live. He played the saxophone happy birthday to Amy. So he's the best. Doug Hughes is the best. Big Hex says Persephone isn't just about hell. She's personification for spring and vegetation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a duality, which is mainly one of the themes of this show.
Yeah.
That everything has light and dark.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, Mofi, welcome. Lumon was created right after the Civil War ended. Slavery, wink, wink. Yes, and the North and South were, like, the South wanted to sever itself from the North, too. That's another thing. And the file name for Ms. Casey on the computer that we saw in episode 1 said Cold Harbor, which is a Civil War battle in which the Confederates won. The South wanted to sever itself, so it kind of fits. The South wanted to sever itself from the North. I forget there was another connection. I think it was founded in 1865. So that was intentional. Hey, welcome, Matt Gilbert. Ricken giving the fans a name we should have thought of ourselves. Cobelvig, what a legend. Yes. Yep, Cold Harbor. Exactly. Okay. If they needed Helly to be a spy only, it doesn't make any sense to have her severed. There has to be a bigger purpose. Yeah, there has to be. There has to be. I mean, well, I think the point of it though, it was that publicity stunt to normalize Severance. Because if an Eagan was willing to do it, then it must be okay. Well, they wouldn't subject one of their own precious Eagans to this if it's something horrible and despicable. Like there's a guy in this episode who reacts, in a horrified, disgusted manner when he finds out Dylan was severed. So it must be extremely controversial, and there's actual discrimination against people who are severed, as we've seen in this episode. Dylan doesn't get a job as a result. So she was trying to, like, the Eagans are trying to normalize it by sending her in there. That's what I think. What would y'all do if at the end of episode 3, Cobel's car comes across a tree in the road? Yeah. We
like
need huh?
Seems like it's just gonna more like fall into frozen water.
Yeah. We need a Fromverds crossover because there's so much bleed through in the fandoms now. Umbra says it makes most sense to be Helena narratively versus a giant red herring with all the clues to that being the case and it actually being Helly, in my opinion. But we'll see. That's true, Umbra. It's true because if they're really pushing this even more now. We had the clues in episode 1. Now we have more clues in episode 2. If they're pushing a red herring this much, that's kind of annoying. So that's a great point. John said, I actually think Cold Harbor pushes me towards Gemma being dead and brought back. I'm on the fence. Is she alive or not? I think they faked your death. That little tidbit we got in this episode about her body being burned, that's a clue that her death was faked. And maybe he identified her, but you couldn't really tell.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe by like her wedding ring or piece of jewelry or something.
Yeah. Let's see. And he was probably so upset, he didn't look that closely and the body was burned. So yeah. Okay. Cold Harbor probably gets 100% by the season finale. Yes. Helena agreeing to spy and work with Innies for an extended period of time doesn't make sense. She hates Innies. Episode 2 further confirmed that Helly wasn't going to come back at all until Mark asked. Until Mark... Right, yeah, she wasn't... They weren't going to send her back, Roger. She does hate Innies, but she's... We got that tidbit. I don't know if you saw the featurette at the end of the episode where what's his name? Dan Erickson, the creator of the show, said she's never been loved or appreciated. So that makes me think, the way she was looking at that camera, that makes me think she might want to go in there just to experience what it's like to be loved and appreciated. John says, I wonder in top corner you see 25th iteration, 26 letters in the alphabet, so the 26th boot of Gemma will be the charm. Oh, yeah. There's been more than one attempt.
Unless it's like Westworld, and you have to have like hundreds of attempts.
Yeah.
I know you haven't seen Westworld, but they did something similar.
Yeah, I've never seen Westworld, but no, it's on my watch list. I'm gonna check it out. I actually know how to make polls now. So yeah, someone said make a poll. I'll make a poll. Then we'll start getting into the breakdown. Helena 100% make a poll. All right, I'm gonna make a poll. Let's see. I've never done this before, but I saw that you can do yes or no ones pretty easily. So is it
with Alice, the door that I have on my icon is a semi-gloss pocket door in Lumon blue. It's very hot, no?
Yeah.
You like that door?
Yeah. I like
the way it slides into the wall. You like that?
It's very fitting. Yes. So the poll is up. I said, is it Helena undercover? Yes or no? So,
Other.
Okay. Oh, wow. Yes is winning by a lot. This is fun. I've never done a poll before. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's creeping up higher and higher. It's at 86%. Wow, 87%. Okay, now it's going down.
Team Helly's arrived.
Team Helly's here now.
I gotta go on YouTube now and put my vote in.
Yeah. Well, which would you, if you had to say, which would you say if you absolutely had to now?
I'd still say Helly at this point.
I can't vote because I created the poll, but
I can go. I just would have to come back in.
If I had to say one or the other and I don't have a choice, I have no choice. You put a gun to my head, I would have to say Helena right now. But I could go either way. Well, Helena definitely is winning this. There's no competition. Yeah, it's at 76%. So Helena wins. Helena wins. You guys are overwhelmingly
even if I put my vote in. Hold on for a second.
Okay. I'll look at a few more comments and we'll get into the breakdown. Hey Zax, nice to see you. Let's see.
I'll try to find it. I wonder if this can work.
Thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Zax's channel. Everybody make sure you check out Zax's channel. He's also a collaborator on Nadia's Severance, it's not Severance, Stranger Things Friday Night Lives, and I'm a part of that too, doing a Stranger Things rewatch. Zax is on the panel for that, and there's the link to his own channel, so definitely check that out. And check out Horror with Nods, NADS, every Friday night. We do a live on the Stranger Things rewatch. Fletch says, if you pay attention, there's more buttons on that set. Where they pressed overtime, there's an open house, a clean something. Oh yeah, there were several different things. Open house, clean slate. Clean slate was another one. That's probably where they wipe their chip completely and start over. Goldfish. I know it's supposed to be a myth that goldfish have a short memory, but maybe goldfish causes them to have a short memory. Elephant is there. elephants, there's that myth that elephants have I don't know if it's true or not, but that saying, elephants never forget. So maybe that causes them to remember literally everything. That would be my guess on that. That'd be really fun if we get to see. I hope that we get to see more of those in action. TJ says Doug Hughes will be the third member for Julie B. I think. Hey, if he wanted to come on all the time, I'd have him on every week. So Doug, hey, you are welcome anytime. Anytime at all. I could listen to him for hours and all his stories. Yes, he did play the saxophone, Umbra. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up to you guys quick. Scarlet is back. Okay, so you cast your vote. You caused it to go down by 1%. So you brought it. You brought
to
it
the
down.
people.
So your vote made up 1%. Oh,
yes.
It just went down a little more, actually. Okay, Helena wins by 72%. So I'm going to leave it up. I'm not even going to take it down if anyone else joins the stream.
Maybe you'll get some Team Helly people.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the poll up there, so if anyone else joins, they can just keep voting, but I think Helena is going to be the overwhelming winner. Anyway, Helena Helly R might be on that open house set. Yeah, I really hope we get to see more of these. I hope that's not just a tease, a little Easter egg for us. I'd love to see more of these. Maybe they won't get to it this season, but eventually. Anyway, let's see. David says Helena lacks love. She envies her innie. Exactly. The shot of the close-up of her eye, the window into her soul, was an example of the shadow watching and wanting to be consciously aware. There was a beautiful shot. Let me just start breaking down the episode, because there's a beautiful shot of her eye, a close-up of her eye, and in her eye you can see the reflection of Mark and Helly kissing on the video. Amazing job with that. Helena is now crushing on Outie Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the praise for that too, that she might go for Outie Mark.
Yeah, she might. Helena thinks of the innies as subhuman. This is going to create a problem for her self-conception. She may react very badly. Yeah, Matt Gilbert. Yes, absolutely. The twist is the innies trying that overtime thing again by the end of the season, but not that it actually awakes Helly R. That would be wild, finding out it's been Helena all this time and not Helly R. Yeah. Oh, that would be crazy, Fletch. If they did that again, and oh my god, yeah, that would be wild. If that's the reveal, I would enjoy that, actually. Let's see. Yeah, how could it be I'm jealous of subhumans? Yeah, this is going to create all kinds of conflicts in her mind for sure, Matt. Yeah. Anyway, please like the stream. I would truly appreciate it, and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Having trouble getting the word out there as a new channel, and there are loads of people covering Severance. So if you like the stream, it's much more likely someone can find it. That would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I also liked the stream when I voted. So there you go.
Yes, thank you. John says, I remember Dan Erickson said Truman Show was one of his inspirations for the show. That makes me think we are dealing with a fake town. That's so interesting, John. Like what I was saying about the town of Kier, maybe it's true. No, there's very little we know about it. That's an interesting thought to consider. And I love the Truman Show, so that's great. I didn't know that was an influence. It's one of my favorite movies. Helena looked all too willing to go in to me. I wouldn't doubt that she suffered giving herself to Mark, Umbra says. Okay. Okay, so we should get into the breakdown. I think Scarlet, you pointed this out too. Ty Briggs says Geek Academy timed how long the elevator took to get to the MDR floor. It took all of them exactly 20 seconds, except for Helena. It took her 16 seconds. The timer started when the elevator door closed. So that's odd. Either that's an inconsistency, or maybe it means something. What do you think?
He thought it was an inconsistency, but then I was like, well, those extra seconds could mean that the ship isn't being activated.
Yeah, it's possible.
So I mean, the second's lost. I mean, plus the watch. No one mentions the watch, so I don't know about the watch anymore.
Yeah, I don't know about the watch. Like you can't see it that clearly if there are numbers on her watch or not, and the numbers on, nor it's just lines on the watches of people who work on the severed floor. So, and the clocks too. Matt says there's a shot in the credits of what appears to be Mark reaching out towards both Casey and Helly, like he is trying to save both. Yes, I noticed that too. I took a lot of screenshots so we can look at the credits as well. Ricken's first line to Mark in episode 1 is, "Our captive is here. Sus." Is it really? I gotta go back and watch that. That's interesting, John. That's really
Maybe he is Hades after all.
Maybe he is. And Amy pointed out Ricken seemed happy that Outie Mark loves his book. He was very happy about that. He was very happy about that. Okay. Matt Gilbert said, "I'm still stuck on the name Harmony. I used to think maybe two selves operating together in harmony. Charlotte and her daughter. Selves / Selvig. I don't know. Yeah, because her... So it's like, there's a theory out there that maybe her mother's consciousness is like in her head via the chip. Charlotte Cobel. That's an interesting theory I've heard. Yeah. Let's see. Ms. Wong might have been one of Mark S.'s students when he went back teaching after Gemma's death. Well, he was a college professor.
Yeah, he was a professor.
Yeah,
unless he was real smart.
Yeah. Joan Answers says, "I lean towards the crossing guard story, meaning she crossed over to death. So Ms. Wong is like Gemma theory." Yeah, the crossing guard thing, that little tidbit, I think that probably is a clue to something. I don't know what. She said she was a crossing guard before this.
She might have been at Myrtle Eagan School for Girls.
Oh, I'm 100% in that camp. I think
she might be the crossing guard for that. Sometimes, they have volunteers there as students. I
think she's an orphan and she's going to that school for girls and being brainwashed. That's what I think. David said maybe the Eagans are all frozen at Cold Harbor waiting for a cure for LFS, a syndrome they are suffering from. LFS, what's that? What's LFS?
I don't know. It's on the license plate of the motorcycle. Yeah. I don't know what it is, though.
Okay, I'm just skimming through the rest of these really quick so we can get into the breakdown, because I know you guys want to talk about the episode, and I tend to like to read every comment, which I as much as I would like to, I can't, and I mean, I can, but then we're here for 8 hours and people might click off the stream. So let's see. She was willingly
on the stream.
What? Or click
I said, or click on the stream in 8 hours.
That's true. Yeah, more people do show up later. Matt says she was willingly invited into the Innie's inner circle. Trojan horse. Yeah, Trojan horse is a great analogy, Matt. I like that a lot. Okay. Big Hex said, are they really pushing it that much, or are we just obsessing over a small mystery? I don't know. I thought that on episode 1, maybe we're just making too much out of nothing, but I don't know. They seem to be pushing it more with episode 2. But maybe we're all just too conspiracy minded. Maybe we've watched too much From or something. I don't know. David said, "I thought it was Ms. Casey that was 68% done, and Cold Harbor was possibly where they keep the bodies of those who they want to resurrect." I think Cold Harbor is specifically the name of her case. Like each one has a different one. Like Lexington was one in the Lexington Letter short story, the Lexington File. It's the name of the file, which is like, that's what that is, I believe. But we also thought maybe that name was a hint that they're kept in cold storage down there. Who knows?
Because there's cold storage in Westworld, to bring it back around to Westworld.
Yes. Umbra says Helena may hate Innies, but she doesn't seem to hate the possibility of love. Yes, exactly. She's incentivized to go in for that possibility of love with Mark. Absolutely. I agree. But Roger thinks Helena wouldn't date an innie, and we know from the trailers she meets real Mark later. Well, we will see, won't we?
I don't really watch the trailers. I don't really watch the trailers except for the season trailer.
Was there a trailer for the next episode? I don't know where they have these things.
Probably.
I'll have to check. I'll have to check it out. Does she really hate innies, or is it like a learned prejudice? It's probably a learned prejudice. Yeah, I mean that's where all hate of certain groups comes from. Prejudice. It's something that's learned. No one is born with it. So yeah. Erickson used that word subhuman. You could argue it's learned, but that doesn't make it any less real. Absolutely. All prejudice is learned. We're not born with prejudice. We're taught that through culture, that whatever culture we're in, or the people that we're around. Umbra said they wouldn't show her rewatching The Kiss for nothing. Helena is definitely, interested in exploring that with Mark, in my opinion. I agree. David says it's possible for innies to awaken in the Outies, but I don't know if it's possible for Outies to be in the office without being severed. I could see it. I could see that there's probably a way to do it, to like make sure that the chip isn't activated. I'm not sure how it would work. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Jame Salmon Sculpture. An apology is warranted. Yeah, one of Harmony's lines, Cobel. Yeah, I love her delivery of these lines too. She's so good. And welcome. I haven't seen you here before. Thank you for coming. Hey, another one that I haven't seen. Happy Little says she seemed very curious about her life as an innie. She was almost wistful. 100%. And welcome. Welcome. If you haven't liked the stream, please take a moment and like the stream. I would appreciate it. John Answer says, I think open house means the Outies can come in without changing. Oh, okay. I could see that. Yeah. Okay. And thank you for dropping the link to Nadia's channel, Horror with Nods. Appreciate it. Ty Briggs says, even if it's Helena, another mystery will be if the company knows she went in herself. Right. She might be able to hide it from them. That's what I was thinking. Mark said her eye is dilating, not contracting. Let me see. Okay. Scarlet, you still there?
Yeah, I was waiting. I just mic'd myself so we could get started, so I wouldn't say anything else.
Yeah, because
censoring myself. Dilated. You know what Aleister Crowley said about the dilated eye? Anyway.
Yes. Amy said, did you see the little baby Lumon leader on the floor near Mark's animation in the intro? It looked like a little baby Kier. Yeah, that was weird. That was really weird. Yeah, what was up with Devon, with them telling Devon that was Rebecca. Rebecca is one of those weirdos.
Rebecca's something else.
She's one of those weirdos who follows Ricken, and she said the baby shouldn't be punished for what? They're just weird.
And she also called the baby it.
Yes. Oh, I didn't catch this at first, but David says I like the link to Pod People and Body Snatchers as well. Santa Mira on Helly's computer. That was the file name. Yeah. Santa Mira. I didn't catch that actually, so I heard that later. Yeah, that was my second guess. She was for School of Girls. First, she is a project like Gemma. I know some people thought maybe she's like a clone of Gemma or like Gemma's child, but I don't think so. I think they debunked clones in an interview too.
Well, and I think it goes along with Milchick's having to get people really quick. So you got like 2 people that were fired, 1 person from Italy in the poor area, and then one of the girls from the girls' school, the W manager they don't have to pay.
Right.
That was his crew. He got real quick.
Yeah. David said, what if Miss Casey was pregnant when she had a car accident and they resurrected the child as well? Oh, that would be wild. Yeah, you never know. It's possible. Hey, AAMM, nice to see you. Julie with the poll. Okay, Julie with the polls. Look at you. First it was the editing, now we got polls. See, yeah, I'm evolving. I'm learning bit by bit, now I can do polls. I'm editing videos now, so I don't have to start over every time I make a mistake. So I'm getting there. let's see. I think John Answer said, I think Rebecca has a goat severance chip. Notice she acts like a goat. What? She does act weird, I will say that. David said LFS is a syndrome that increases the risk of many cancers. Oh, okay. Didn't know that. Anyway, okay, let's get to the breakdown. I think I've greeted everybody who's here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Oh, Kelly. Hey, Kelly. Nice to see you. I thought it had only been 2 years. How could they have had a kid that old, though? Yeah, that's right. It's only been 2 years, so that wouldn't work. Oh, have a good night, TJ. There's always the replay too. If you want to check out the breakdown, which I'm gonna get into now. Anyway, let me share my screen here. And so far, as it was before, Helena is the overwhelming winner of that poll. 70. Wow, it's still changing. Wow, what the heck? It's still hovering in the 70s. It's now at 76%. So I'll just leave it there and see what people say as they file in. Okay, I didn't have time to go in and take out all the duds, so I have some like weird black screen things. Because at the beginning of this episode, I like how they did this. Episode 1, they started the same way. It was the way season 1 ended with Irving banging on the door and what was it? What are the other ones? Mark yelling she's alive and Helena, Helly on the stage. I didn't get a screenshot of that one, but so it picks up right where all that left off, but this time from the Outie's perspective. And season 1 was from the Innies perspective. So I really enjoyed how they did that. And this effect was cool. They did the Zolly thing with Mark, but this time from the back. Usually they show their face with their eyes, and instead they did the Zolly effect as Mark went from Innie back to Outie from the back. And he's completely confused. This is right after he screamed, "She's alive." So they're all looking at him like he has 3 heads, and he's confused, of course. And Devon is hugging him, Let me get my notes out because I don't have them out yet. My phone.
Tell me when we get to the Persephone line.
Yeah. So hold on a sec. Now my cat is in my face and trying to eat my food as usual.
Right.
I always have to guard my food. She'll eat literally anything. I could have a plate of spaghetti and my cat will try to eat it. What cat wants to eat spaghetti?
That seems interesting. Garfield and lasagna. Spaghetti's kind of far away from that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Basically like Garfield. She likes Italian food. She's like oh my god. She's such a pig. She's only 6 pounds, but she could she'll eat literally anything. And she wants to eat 24 hours a day. Anyway, okay, my notes are loading, but it's taking forever. Sorry. But this is the scene where he says the Persephone line. I just don't have the quote. My notes are taking so long to load. What the hell? Okay, there it is. So he wakes up and Devon asks him if he's okay, hugs him, asks what her name is, like it was just kind of weird. She's like, "What's my name?" And he says Persephone. I'm not sure why she would say, "What's my name?" I mean, he came out and yelled, "She's alive," and it's like, and he didn't just get into a car accident or something where you need to like make sure he still remembers her name or something like that. I thought that was odd.
Or does Innie know her name now after being there for 39 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I guess that's why. To see if that was still. Yep. I don't know. The Innie should know. I would think they had a conversation. I don't know. But anyway, at any rate, this is where
he knows it's his sister, but I don't know if he knew his sister's name.
It's possible he didn't. Yeah, maybe she never got around to saying it. But anyway, he says Persephone and she laughs. So like it's interesting that they chose to say Persephone.
Yeah,
And
I have something interesting to say about that. Well, a
yeah,
whole lot of interesting things. I guess to summarize Persephone, Persephone was a god. She's a goddess of the spring and flowers, and her entourage were out picking flowers one day, and they're like, "Woo, this is great! I'm having so much fun." And then out of the underground comes Hades, and he kidnaps Persephone and drags her into the underworld, where he wants to make her his queen. Of course, he Persephone's his niece. I mean, this is what happens with Greco-Roman stuff. Everybody's related to each other. Wants to marry her anyway. Her mother Demeter mourns, so springtime goes to winter, and everything that Earth dies. And
Scarlet, is this her?
Oh, that's Hell.
Okay.
Go back to the one that's like the dual thing with like Field of Flowers on one side and Hellfire and Brimstone on the other. Okay. Yeah. So you have like Persephone over here, where's the maiden. She gets kidnapped by Hades and brought into hell. And then she this is what I'm gonna point out with the from the pilot. Hades wants to marry her. Her mother Demeter mourns, and in her mourning, everything on the earth dies. And she's like, you know, something's got to happen here, or else all the humans and everything are going to die out because everything on the earth is dead. So she taught. I think there's several different versions. She goes and talks to Zeus. There's another one where she walks the land in Eleusinian Mysteries, where she goes and sees Babo and these other people, and they help, and Hecate helps her, and then Helios also helps her, and then maybe in another version Zeus helps her, but they're all about the same. They all descend into the underworld, and they say they want to take Persephone back, but Persephone has eaten something in the underworld, and you're not supposed to eat anything in the underworld. But she had like 6 pomegranate seeds or something like that. So they said, well, half of the time now she has to spend in the underworld for that 6 months, and the other half after the time she can go on the earth, and the earth will become lush again, and it'll be springtime, and she can collect flowers again with her, she can become like Corey again, because her name was Corey originally before she went underground, became Persephone. So that's her basic story.
Okay.
And I'm babbling all the way around. I probably am not like saying it in a really coherent sort of way.
No, that was understandable. I got it.
But when Mark says, she's Persephone, and then the person in our chat that said Ricken could be Hades. It's interesting because in the pilot episode, they're all sitting around a table. They have all placemats that are kind of like pomegranate red, and they're having a dinner without food. Because you can't eat in Underworld.
Yeah. That's an interesting point.
And it's the first thing I thought of when people started talking about Persephone. I'm like, they couldn't eat. They couldn't eat anything. They just had water. And it's like their whole house is like the Underworld.
It seems like a reference to that mythology, for sure.
But then when you see other pictures of Persephone, she's sometimes depicted as like the Corey part, the maiden part, having red hair. And then the queen part having black hair, which could be both Gemma and Helly, because Helly has red hair. But then when she goes in the underworld, it's like Gemma. And all these people have duality. All these characters have, duality.
Right.
But I also thought maybe it was Persephone was like Devon was going to go underground into Lumon to try to discover where Miss Casey was, even if Mark didn't want her to.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be like all these things at once.
It could be.
Because like Gemma's got this duality where she was this lovely spring wife of Mark, and then she was kidnapped into the underworld, like Lumon's Hades, and now she's like the underworld queen.
Mm-hmm.
And then it made me think of the Norse queen Hel and Hela, who's also dualistic. The other picture I showed with the goddess that's half maiden on one side and half sometimes old lady, sometimes a skeleton on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
She also has duality.
Right. Yeah.
So
these are beautiful.
What I too. I never thought of Helly being Hela, because Persephone is sometimes called the Queen of Hell, but then Hel or Hela in Norse mythology would also be like Helly, and she'd be dualistic.
Right. It fits with the theme of duality in the show, and like the references to hell And these are beautiful images you found, by the way. Nice. Both of them. Was there another image
I was trying to
on
find
this
ones
one?
that people didn't overuse. There's a lot of video essays of a lot of overused pictures, and I wanted to find ones that were more like drawings.
No, they're beautiful images. Was there another on this topic, or was that something else?
No, that was about it on the Persephone thing. I like it when shows definitely give you a mythology bone. So
Yeah.
I get pretty excited.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I like it. Oh, and there was this last one too with the what is this?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about Orpheus and Eurydice.
Yeah, this one.
This could be another way. I mean, this one's kind of tricky because Devon would be Persephone in this situation. Ricken would probably be Hades, but Mark would be Orpheus, which basically was I think he's a demigod, like a demigod of music. Like Apollo taught him how to play the lyre, I think, or it's a centaur. Correct me in the chat, but he fell in love with Eurydice and married her. And one day Eurydice, much like Persephone, is out la 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 picking flowers with her, best mates, and a snake comes up and bites her on the ankle, and she dies. And then Eurydice descends into the underworld, and Orpheus, he's the kind of fellow that can play music and make everybody swoon, like the whole earth to swoon, and the muses swoon, and the Maenads really like him, but that's another tale. But and everybody loves his music. So he goes down into the underworld to try to play music to kind of sway Hades and Persephone of letting Eurydice go. But Hades doesn't want to. He's a hard no. But Persephone says, okay, well, I want to extend my grace. And that's why she's in this tale. Because a lot of times when people were saying this tale, I was like, how's Persephone in this? Well, she grants her grace, but she puts Eurydice, I can't remember if she's in a boat, because there's a river Styx there. So if they're either in a boat or they're walking out. But the thing is, the rules are that he cannot look back on his wife. I think that's in this painting. That's why he's kind of more forward. I don't know if this is Orpheus or not. But be it a boat or be it walking out of the underworld, he is ahead of Eurydice, but he can't turn around and look at her. Because they told him if he turned around and looked at her, she would descend back into the underworld.
Okay.
So, of course, in Greek, all the Greek and Roman myths, right? They're walking, they're boating, and he just can't help himself but turn around.
Right.
And when he turns around, she descends back into the underworld.
Well,
and it's sad.
Yeah.
Then later on, he gets torn apart by Maenads, and that's the end of him. But mythology.
Mythology is a gnarly thing. It's pretty savage. Anyway.
So I could see that being, Mark being Orpheus descending into the underworld to try to get Eurydice, which would be Jame out of Lumon.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing is, the only mention of like music is all the instruments that come out of that Irving mug in the credits, but Mark doesn't really play music. So I don't know if Orpheus fits.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Petey played a guitar. I mean, maybe we'll hear that he plays a trumpet or something.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, they definitely threw that in there for a reason, as some kind of insight into what's going on, or at least on an esoteric level. So I like that. So anyway, I mean, he says that, and she laughs, and then he's looking down and he sees that he's holding the picture of him and Jame, and obviously confused. And then we cut. So I mean, I thought that he would it was going to be obvious to him and to Devon that of course he's talking about her when he said she's alive. But we'll get into that when we get to that scene.
Okay, is there a scene later where Ricken's talking about the baby and he thought it was the baby?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's coming up.
All right.
So it cuts to this scene, and and Helena is now woken up, of course, and she puts her hand on her throat, and I to me that just signified, the trauma that she went through when Helly tried to hang her, hang herself. It's the same person basically, but she that had to be traumatic for her, and so she's standing there like feeling violated because Helly, basically invaded her, just ambushed her. Helly came into her consciousness and here in the outside world, and so I guess that she feels kind of triggered by that, because I mean she almost died, so she's holding her throat, and it shows a more human side of her, just in seeing that brief little moment. I liked that, that she's not a cartoonish villain, like she's probably doing all this under duress anyway. So
Yeah, I always
and
thought that early on, a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, she's going to be a big bad," and I thought, with a character like Helly inside of her, she's got to have that inner rebel, that little seed, you know?
oh yeah, absolutely. So this guy Drummond, Mr. Drummond, comes in with his with his awesome haircut there, and let's see,
That it's less awesome than it is in the diner because he's got that like little bit of bang that hangs over on the other side.
I know in the scene in the diner that we're gonna get, like it's it's so goofy looking, this guy. Anyway, so so he enters, accompanied by her father, Jame Eagan, and she looks like okay, here it comes. Like she knows what's coming. Apparently she's used to being mistreated, and he walks up, gets right into her face, like really in her face, and just says, "Fetid moppet."
Fitted muppet.
Yeah, like
And she's like, "What's that?"
yeah, with this sneer on his face. Look at that sneer.
Yeah.
Just absolute disgust on
I
his
didn't
face.
know he could emote with his face like that because he's so waxy.
I know normally he looks like he's right out of the House of Wax and came to life, like an old Vincent Price movie. But yeah, he can emote. He can emote, and he got so in her face with this, and it's not her fault. It's not her fault that this happened. So it's truly unfair to be treating her that way. She had no control over it, and she just takes it, and you know doesn't stand up for herself. She says father, and then he just walks away and leaves and doesn't give her a chance to say anything. And again, that's another old-fashioned thing. People don't usually refer to their dad as father anymore. So she tells Drummond they need to liaise with the Outies and find out who they talked to, and he leaves. So that was a beautiful shot right here. It's Dylan leaving work. So we see now Dylan has been awoken and he's leaving work. They've got Kier's head illuminated with these beautiful lights, the blue light. As Dylan is leaving, all of the cinematography in this show, the shots are just gorgeous, aesthetically beautiful to look at. I just love it. It's like a feast for the eyes. You've got Milchick perfectly centered there, looking down at Dylan as he leaves. There are a lot of aerial views of the set in this show, and everything is always perfectly symmetrical and just gorgeous to look at. And even that, like, look how he's framed perfectly with the light. This show deserves to win every award, I swear. So yeah, Helena tells Milchick to go talk to the Outies, find out everything they said and who they said it to. He says, "Shall I fire them?" Again, "shall I?" It's another old-fashioned phrase. She says, "Let Kier guide your hand." Okay, so the cult language is becoming more overt this season. It was already there with the praise Kier thing in season 1. Helly said that as a joke. And the shrine that Selvig has in her house to Kier made it clear to me that it's a cult. But in this season, we're seeing language now we're hearing language that truly makes it obvious. Let Kier guide your hand. It's extremely culty. And there's another phrase later that they say. What was it? We'll get to it. I have it in my notes. But in the first episode, they said, in that video, we thank Kier for the Macrodat rebellion or something. So substituting God for Kier, 100% cult. So this is so beautifully done. I love all these shots of the outside of the building. The entire building is like nothing but windows, and during the daytime you just see the reflection on the outside. The fact that they picked a building that's covered in mirrored windows is perfect for the theme of duality in the show. So Helena has a meeting with Harmony, and it's this gorgeous long conference room, and once again, everything in this show has reflective shiny surfaces to remind you duality. Remember that, like, you see the reflection in the table of Helena there. It's like that other side of herself is always with her, and it's the same with the innies. Everything is always reflective that they walk by, and it reminds you that there's still another version of themselves that it's always in there, and in some regard, and there's bleed through between the two sides. Certain things bleed through. Drummond must be like really treated like a second-class citizen, because he can't even go sit near them. He's way at the end of the boardroom table. He's kind of like their lackey, I guess, seemingly. And so Helena says, "Thank you for acting so quickly. You saved us from disaster." And she tells Cobel they've commandeered the footage taken by guests. Natalie's already doing outreach to the media, and the severed employees are being dealt with. So just like I figured, they quashed the story. I don't think they let the story get out. They commandeered the footage taken by guests. I don't know if any like non-Lumon, non-Kier related media would even be allowed to be there anyway. Maybe.
Yeah, they probably set that up.
They probably set that up. So I bet that they contained the story. I don't believe for a second that they let the world know what just happened. Like they're claiming that the innies are famous, and obviously that newspaper was pure propaganda anyway. So it seems like they're quashing this, and she does thank Cobel for saving them from disaster, because she's the one who called Milchick and said that they used the overtime contingency protocol. Now, this is interesting. So Cobel asks if Mr. Eagan will join, and Helena says no, just her, of course. She says, "I personally owe you a debt of gratitude," and Cobel says, "It cost me dearly." So it seems to me like she's saying that all the stuff that she was doing for the company, that it was truly in service of Kier and the company, but she wound up getting fired for it. It cost her job, like spying on Mark like that, and being so nosy that she realized what had happened. Like if she hadn't gone to that party, which they didn't want her to do, and kind of weaseled her way into Mark's personal life, she wouldn't have known. No, the company wouldn't have found out as quickly as they did that the OTC had been triggered. But she was fired for, part of the reason she was fired was for, spying on Mark. A big reason obviously was Helly hanging herself on her watch, but also they did not like that she was, pushing her way into Mark's personal life like that and spying. But again, it cost her job, but it also wound up helping them by, getting that inside information that they triggered that OTC protocol. Who knows how much longer it would have gone on? So
you just can't throuple with somebody's innie and outie at the same time.
no. So you can see her reflection over there. There are reflections everywhere in this building. It's so cool. So Helena said, yes, it did. And still you proved your loyalty tonight, which is why we'd like to ask you back. That's where Cobel says an apology is warranted. And so Helena says, I apologize. My father apologizes. The board apologizes. Yeah, and yet she's still never allowed to speak to the frickin' board or Helena's father. So, they treat Harmony truly like a second-class citizen. Like she's beneath all of them. Helena says, we've treated you poorly. I'm sorry. And again, more of this formal, old-fashioned language. I welcome your contrition, she says. Cobel says. She says there's... What?
She can really sell the language to me, Patricia Arquette. She really believes it.
Oh yeah, it's very believable and natural. But she says there's much damage to control. I recommend we start by scouring the feed, and I need to interview Dylan G to see how we gain access. Helena says we have something else in mind. We'd like to offer you a promotion, Severance Advisory Council, which it's really sounds like it's just busy work to keep to pacify her, but they don't want her. They want to still use her as a scapegoat for all of this.
They literally want to give her the SAC, the SAC.
Yeah, that's the SAC. Yeah,
just wrote out the acronym, the SAC.
It does.
There's not a K on the end of that.
Yeah. And Cobel is too smart. Cobel is brilliant. She's smart enough to know that this is just an attempt to pacify her, and she says, I never heard of such a thing. Helena says, oh, it's a brand new initiative. You'd be spearheading its formation. Your expertise is greatly valued. Which is not true. Cobel says, which is why I should be running the severed floor. And Helena says that Milchick has been promoted to floor manager. Cobel says, you don't value me, you fear me. And I think they kind of do, actually. She's a brilliant person. And so they don't want to just fire her. That's why they're giving her this job that they're making up. Like they're trying to pacify her, because I think they do kind of fear her. Helena says we fear no one. But yeah, I think they kind of do fear her. And she said, what?
I don't know, this whole episode, I was going to say in the beginning, has this whole kind of David Lynch film noir feel. This whole seeing somebody all the way at the end of this table. There's a scene in Mulholland Drive where there's some people sitting around and Adjo Malamente orders this espresso. It has the kind of same feel.
Right. Yeah, okay.
The same creepy Elvis feel, but I'll point it out later on because there's a lot of film noir. Like this episode alone is very, very film noir.
It really is, yeah. Very darkly lit. So she says that Mr. Drummond will escort her out, and Harmony's like, I don't need an escort, and leaves. Yeah, so very demeaning. And then so Milchick takes off. Interspersed with this scene, we have shots of Milchick leaving on his motorcycle. So they kind of cut back and forth. Now, here is his license plate. Remedium hominibus, I guess. Which means a cure for mankind in Latin. And this was also on Mark's car in season 1. He has a license plate that says that as well. And there's Kier right here. So this could be, this is a hint at what maybe Lumon is trying to achieve with this concept of taming the tempers and what they're doing with these chips. Maybe they're trying to get rid of like the like human emotions tend to be the root of all problems, and so maybe they're trying to, by this concept of tame thy tempers, maybe the ultimate goal with the chips is to remove these emotions completely, kind of make people more like mindless robots. I mean, Ms. Casey sure seems robotic, and this would actually be similar to something that happened in Fringe. If ever anyone has seen Fringe, so in Fringe, the observers, spoilers for Fringe, but it's very relevant to this. The observers in Fringe, they were actually future humans, centuries in the future. They figured out how to do genetic modification that would basically eliminate normal human emotion and allow them to, like, by eliminating that, it would allow them to, like, achieve so much more intellectually, what they were able to do with their society, make it much more efficient. And they just thought that human emotion was like the root of all problems, and so they basically genetically modified their way out of it, and it made them completely bizarre, robotic, like seemingly alien like creatures, but they were still humans. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, they also had some kind of chip in their heads. So I don't know. I don't know if this show would do something so similar to that, but it's a thought. It does seem like this could be a theme, like manipulating people using chips. Um, taming thy tempers. That's one of the biggest cure quotes in the show. So maybe there's something to do with that. That could be the ultimate goal. And yeah, so I found that interesting. And also, it doesn't say where they are on this license plate, by the way. It's a fictional town and state, Kier, not Pennsylvania, Kier, PE, whatever that is.
What's it like? The Providence of Eagan, PE.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Property of Eagan.
Yeah. This parking lot looks so much like a human brain, and especially at night, it's like, so it's the right shape as a human brain, and these look like all the different pathways lit up by electrical currents like the human brain. It's fitting. Yeah, that's Milchick leaving on his cool motorcycle. Helena sits down and
Did you ever think that Milchick would ride around on a motorcycle?
no, I can't say that I did, actually. Can't say that I did. By the way, here, David says, yeah, but a cure for mankind by having everyone severed and mind controlled, right? Yeah, that's definitely, that seems like the goal for sure, let's see. Umbra said, I never paid attention to that before, but the parking lot does look like the brain. Right, it does. And the parking lot is round at the real building, but they did make some CGI alterations to it too. So Helena, she makes this video and she says, earlier this evening at an event where I was excited to share my status as a severed individual with a group of friends and allies, I made the poor decision to consume alcohol while on a non-Lumon medication for an arm rash. This had an inebriating effect, which caused me to say some deeply regrettable things. In the moment, I thought I was being funny, but in the hours since this outburst, I was reminded just how seriously my family's company affects the lives of real people around the world. When Lumon falters, it's our cherished workers and their families who suffer first. For the fear and insecurity this has caused, I must sincerely atone. Now, she looks like a hostage making this
Yeah.
culpa. Doesn't she look like a hostage there? She's alone in the room when she's doing it, but still, we know she's under duress. after the way her father treated her, and using the word atone, more
Mhm.
religious language.
Is she sending this video off to the board? Like, who is she talking to in this video?
Right. I mean,
Who is this video? Because it's kind of low tech. Who is it? Where is this video being sent?
yeah, that's a good question because I'm sure they're going to try to contain this story from getting out into the wider world. Maybe it's just specifically for the bigwigs in the town of Kier, I guess. She says, now this part is interesting. She says, distrust of Lumon has been sadly endemic since its founding. My words provided more fuel for pernicious hate and derision. So we learn more in this episode. We see an example of how people look down on severed individuals. So she said, when I said my innie was being tortured, this was a joke and a lie. I'm committed to this company with every part of me, which is a little nod to the fact that she's both versions of herself are committed. Yeah, right. Okay. Helly is definitely not committed to this company.
Yeah, and I think Helena's becoming less and less committed as it goes.
She is. I think so. She says, but I'm also human, just like my innie and just like you. Just like who is a good question. Like who is this video being sent to? Maybe it's just the town of Kier. I don't know, or just the
It's like
elites in the
Kier
town.
TV.
Yeah, Kier TV.
It's the only TV people can get. They can only get Kier channel, and that's it.
Maybe that would be funny. Milchick shows up at Irving's place and asks how his night is going, and Irving lies. We know that we didn't actually see it. They didn't show us Irving waking up at Burt's house, pounding on the door, and then leaving. But that's where he was when he was woken up, and so he lies. He says that he was home all night, and even says what he was watching, like as if it's an old, like
The
back in the
Barber
old
of Seville.
Barber of Seville. Back in the old days, people used to provide alibis by saying what they were watching on TV or what movie they were. And it's funny because now that would never be an alibi, saying what you were watching on TV, because you could easily have like looked that up online and read whatever it was that was on TV and given a synopsis of it. But anyway,
Yeah, I wish they would have showed him knocking on the door instead of starting with Mark, because I was actually most curious about this, how Burt was going to react to it.
yeah,
So I
me
feel it's
too.
kind of like a tease.
Me too. I don't know why they didn't show us this, because Burt, we see Burt pop up later in the episode, but like what? Burt must have heard him banging on the door. What the hell happened? Are we ever going to get a flashback or what? I don't know why they did this, but
kind of want to look up the Barber of Seville now, see if there's anything in that.
yeah, I'm not familiar with the Barber of Seville either. So, but Irving lies because now we know that he's doing some investigating into the company and must be working against it because he has a list of severed employees and any information he could possibly gather about them. Just any like little tidbits, like if they have a wife or a kid or graduated from college or anything he can find, their address. He's doing some kind of intel digging into the company. So he lies. It says he was home all night watching TV. And when Milchick says, and you're feeling well, he says, well, God, what did I eat in there? And Milchick is just saying, we need to know if anything of note occurred. You know, your innie is a friend of mine, which is what makes this so difficult. And Irving says, you're firing me? You can't just do that. Did I break something? I can pay. I have cash upstairs. So he really doesn't want to be fired. I'm sure he wants to continue, like, whatever this experiment is that he's doing. It's not just work on the outside. He's trying to cause bleed through with his innie by sleep depriving himself, I think. Staying up all night, blasting rock music and painting, and then his innie he gets drowsy, falls asleep, and there's bleed through of memories as a result, I think. Sorry, what?
So did you ever see that Bugs Bunny cartoon with the Barber of Seville in it, where he was doing like a haircut and they had the music that was like da 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 da?
Yep.
That's Barbara Seville.
That's my all-time favorite Bugs Bunny cartoon, as a matter of
Really?
fact. Yes.
So yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I always feel like Irving, like when I go back to this Orpheus and Eurydice thing, I think that Mark's the least musical person of this group.
He is, yes, definitely.
But
um,
it's an opera.
but it's an opera. So yeah, I think Irving is just so not only is he doing work on the outside, but I think he's deliberately trying to cause bleed through of memories into his innie by sleep depriving himself, and that's
Kuma's house.
why
Mm-hmm.
that's why Irving is often nodding off at work, and he's out, he's staying up
Mm-hmm.
all night blasting rock music, and I think as a result, that's why he's been able to have these bleed through abilities where he can paint that testing floor hallway. So far, apparently, that's the only thing he's seen that he can paint, but
Mm-hmm.
it's something. And any Irving is just seeing black paint oozing, but maybe we'll end up seeing more significant bleed through of something you can actually remember at some point.
So do you think he's like a spy from the military or something? Like he's in the military? He agreed to get the chips so he could do some reconnaissance, perhaps, in a Lumon.
Maybe, yeah, it's possible. Umbra says Irving is definitely on a mission to expose something in Lumen, definitely. And hey, Samuel, nice to see you. So, let's see. So then, like this scene is all cut together with, this is actually in sequential order, but it's all kind of jumping around. And then we see him telling Dylan, you were involved in a physical altercation with another employee this evening. It was brief but violent, and I regret to say you were the aggressor, which is, I mean, it's sort of true, but I mean, he says, as such, I have no choice but to terminate your employment effective immediately. Um, and Dylan says, what am I supposed to tell my wife? Milchick just says, I'm sorry, and leaves. And
Yeah,
we get
that's pretty crazy. If you were just chilling at your house and then somebody came up and said, "Hey, your auntie did all this stuff and you're fired."
that's it sucks. That's unfair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and this housing, it looks like another Lumen housing development. All the
Mm-hmm.
houses look the same. Um, it's not Mark.
Duality, mirror
It
reflection.
more duality. Everything
Yeah.
is symmetrical. There are so many symmetrical shots in this show.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. But anyway, so he lives in another. It's not the same housing development as Mark. It looks different, but it's probably Lumen housing. So yeah, Irving is upset, Dylan is upset, and
Everyone's upset.
yeah, all these shots are in order, but that's just because they cut it all together this way, back and forth. And he just kind of blinds Dylan with his headlights and takes off. Um, I thought
Like
this
the
was
bit.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
This is an upside down Lumen teardrop logo.
Mm-hmm. Which
So
which people say looks like a balloon, but I'm like, I don't know.
yeah, maybe, yeah, it could be a
Maybe.
balloon, but it also is in the shape of a Lumen teardrop. It's just upside
Mm-hmm.
down,
Yeah.
which that makes me even more convinced this is Lumen housing. This is like Lumen condo development, but it looks
All
white.
this kind of cul-de-sac thing kind of reminds me of the circles there on that Cold Harbor file that Miss Casey's on, that picture from the
Yep,
first episode. It kind of has
yep,
that same feel.
it does. Yep. Helena looks really kind of deflated after she does her fake smile and puts on the performance for the video, and she looks like she's got the weight of the world on her.
Mm-hmm.
We learn a lot just from watching her demeanor and her facial expressions in this episode. We're getting more of a sense of her character. She does a good job with that. Um, so I did the opening title sequence separately from everything else,
Yeah.
because there were just so many stills I wanted to take.
Oh, so we're not even gonna, that's a tease. We're only gonna see that one.
No, I've got it in a separate folder. So I don't know if we should look at that now or if we should look at that after. Because there's a lot there. There's a lot there.
Your call.
Yeah, let's look at it after just so we can get through we can get through more of the episode.
Okay.
But there is a new opening title sequence that's interesting. And so Rebecca leaves, and that's where she has that weird line, "Please don't punish the baby."
Yeah. What did she say after that? She said something about it. It does. Or
I don't know. I didn't write that down if she said any more, but
she said something about it. She specifically called the baby an it, which I thought was interesting. Not a she.
She's an oddball.
Yeah.
Like I definitely think that his followers act like a cult too of their own. So
is this where he said the captive line?
What captive line?
Well, somebody in the chat pointed out that like Ricken's first line was about a captive, like holding Mark captive or something.
I think they said that it was from season 1 when they first saw Ricken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, sorry. I think that was a season 1 thing. So Devon is arguing with Mark, saying, "I'm not the only one who heard you say it. It's not like I made it up." And she's like, "So you said she's alive. I'm just trying to help you." And meanwhile, Ricken is just prattling on about rescheduling the reading, like completely self-absorbed. Self-absorbed. And then he says, like, "If I may, I really did feel it was clear you were referencing the baby. Patton had just saved her." Patton was that guy that said,
yeah.
I found your baby. It was me. I'm the one who found her. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Devon says, well, he found her. Yeah. Ricken says, "I think your worky was excited." I have to say he really is a jewel. He's just so happy that his Annie loved his book. Mark says, "Obviously I was referencing the baby." And then Devon just kind of gives in and says, "Yeah, I think Ricken's right. So let's Occam's razor this shit. You're looking for Eleanor. Then you find this picture, which obviously is of interest to you, so you pick it up. And then when Patton found Eleanor, you still had it with you. Yeah, I think it's the only thing that makes sense." And they kind of go over how Eleanor was in the study because Mrs. Selvig left her in there. Cobel, whatever the fuck. Ricken, and that's where Ricken says, perhaps Cobelvig would be a helpful nomenclature. This is great. Cobelvig. And Devon says, assuming she's alive really was about the baby. And then they go back and forth about it more, like, "Oh, you don't think it was?" She's like, "Well, I do think it was." "Okay, then why are you saying it like that?" They're just kind of bickering over that. Mark is just disturbed by it. He doesn't want to think that it was about Gemma. And Ricken said, "Okay, well, let's go with what we know. Mark's worky went to great lengths to awaken himself to alert us to abuses. He was inspired by my book. He found great meaning in it, profundity." He's still fixated on the stupid book.
I'm surprised he didn't think he started the uprising. It's like, my book caused this to happen.
Yeah, surprised he didn't actually say that.
It's been somewhat true.
Right. We learned in season 1 that he actually does have deep insecurity, but he hides it under all this egotistical attitude. Underneath that, he's quite insecure. So, and in fact, if a lot of people who seem like narcissists and people with giant egos, it's actually covering, it's a lot of bravado covering deep insecurities. Anyway, so Milchick shows up. And he's like, "I imagine you must have a few questions," and Devon is just not interested at all in engaging with him. He's like, "You must be Devon," and she just kind of stares at him. Then she covers this photo
Mm-hmm.
with a hand towel
Yep.
of Mark and Gemma. So she's smart enough to know, like, not to trust anybody
Mm-hmm.
related to this company.
Yep.
So she covers that up right away. She's smart. I think from that alone, we
Mm-hmm.
should really, kind of turn away from that theory that maybe Devon is some kind of a mole
Yeah, I
for
don't think
Lumen.
so.
I think that's a big, big indicator that she is not a mole.
Mm-hmm.
Why would she cover the picture like that?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't trust him. So I
There are theories that that motorcycle helmet has a camera in it or a recording
oh
device.
yeah, it very well
He
could.
puts it very precisely on the table.
He does. He does, and we get a nice, like, clear shot of it too, so it's like they want us to notice that.
Mm-hmm.
So, good point. I like that theory.
Perfect to put your recording devices in.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, actually. Yeah, I'm completely on board with that theory. So, Milchick explains the overtime contingency to them, and Mark says, "You never told me about this," and Milchick says that this disclosure can be found in your start paperwork. So maybe it's one of those things where, like, you sign like a massive amount of
Mm-hmm.
start paperwork, and no one ever actually reads all of it. It's probably in there,
Mm-hmm.
and people just sign these things without reading them. He says that the tech was commandeered by your office mates for a period of 39 minutes, um, which is the exact, I think that's the runtime of the season finale. So that the entire thing was in real
Mm-hmm.
time, which is cool. Um, so he says any Mark was here in this house, and Devon says, I know, I talked to him. Milchick wants to know what he said, and she's like, if I tell you, will you punish him for it? She clearly doesn't trust him. I
Mm-hmm.
don't I've never thought that she's a mole of any kind. I just
Mm-hmm.
don't see the evidence for it. Um, and he says he claims that they have no punishments at Lumen. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
The break room, psychological torture, that's not a punishment at all. Um, and of course he feigns concern. I can only imagine how violated you feel by his actions. We're just concerned about how you're doing. Devon's like, speaking of violations, I wonder how common it is for your managers to commit fucking lactation fraud against their employees' families. Lactation fraud. So, yeah. Yeah, she should feel violated. Oh my god, imagine if
Mm-hmm.
like, we didn't see all of it. I mean, did she literally, like, have I mean, a lactation consultant would actually have you, you know, um practice,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get the baby to latch and stuff. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, imagine how violated you would feel, like, knowing this woman was a what is the word I'm looking for?
Charlatan.
Yeah, a charlatan. Imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, that's so extremely creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so Milchick says that we learned tonight that she is quite severely unwell. So yes, they're using her as a scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark's like, she lives next door to me. I know her. And Milchick says her behavior at Lumen seems to be the source of your innie's distress. She will never descend to that floor again, nor bedevil you out here any further. You have my word. More old-fashioned language.
Bedeviled.
Bedeviled. um. So yeah, they're using her as the scapegoat, like, but clearly she's not the only reason for his innie's distress. It's the entire organization, and the way that it operates, and the break room and all that. But he says we need to know what we're dealing with. Is there anything you can tell me? And Mark, of course, is smart enough to not share any of it. Just says, no, we're very tired, and we've said all there is to say. So he shuts it right down. Milchick says, of course, I'll circle back. So in other words, I think he's going to try to come back at another time and get more information. Um, says, in the meantime, I hope to see you Monday. And Mark says, yeah, I don't know. Milchick says, what your innie did tonight was completely unorthodox. It was also extremely brave. I'd hate to reward his courage with non-existence. That's just sinister. So it's smart, Cobel is made to be the scapegoat. She's trying to get Mark to come back. He's not damning Mark's innie for doing what he did. He's saying it was brave because Cobel is this big bad person who was persecuting him, so Mark's innie was brave. But then he also underscores that firing his innie or having his innie quit would be like killing him. The whole non-existence thing. So
do you think Milchick's jacket here? I've heard some theories that this is a deep blue, like a very deep dark blue instead of black.
Look, it looks black to me, but it's dark. It's kind of hard to tell in all these scenes, but to me it looks black. Yeah.
I've heard that all the blacks are actually dark blues, but I don't believe the ooze. The ooze has to be black. It looks black.
Oh, that's black. There's no way that that's not black. And actually, we're about to fade into it. This episode has brilliant transitions. This really interesting fade effect between scenes. So, like this, for example. So they're sitting
like
at the table.
Like film noir.
Right. So, like, there's a shot of the three of them sitting at the table after Milchick leaves, and it bleeds. It fades into this shot of the testing floor, and then all of the other ones, and Irving here holding the map that his innie had when he woke up, and then again. So, look, he looks really upset that he was just fired. He really wants to continue doing whatever project it is he's doing, investigating them from the inside and out. And then we get another really cool fade into the next shot.
I thought it was like a drone or something flying around Irving. I was like, what is this?
I know, right?
People thought it was a shaver.
Yeah. That's so cool, right?
Yeah.
So that's Milchick on his motorcycle. Then it fades from that. Milchick's face there on the right fades from that into Dylan on his couch. And then it fades from that into Helena. Whoever, like, who would be in charge of that? Would that be the director that does this, that makes these decisions? It would be the director.
It would be everybody. It'd be like the cinematographer. It would be the editor. It would be the director. Probably all getting together on that.
Well, they all should win an Emmy for this. This is beautifully done.
It's probably a cinematographer would probably get an award for that, or the director. But editing is important too.
Right. So yeah. So all of their outies are upset, and that's what it's conveying. We went from Mark to Irving to Dylan, and now Helena, and so they're all just kind of shell shocked by what happened. And then it shows some surveillance footage of Mark that she's watching. She's looking at the surveillance footage of Mark walking down hallways. Fades
and
into
she's
Mark.
Like, oh yeah.
Yep.
That piece of man meat. Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Then it fades into Mark driving home, and he sees Cobel's car. He goes over and knocks on the door. No answer. That's the end of that. Then we've got she's watching the footage, and yeah, so she's what an old looking weird TV contraption that is, by the way. It looks like an old, kind of like an old TV set, but she's sitting on the other side of the table from it, and it's cool. You can see her reflection. So the duality of the selves, it's always there, it's always present.
And the TVs, as well as the TVs.
The TV's there, the reflection too.
Her vision.
Your vision. Yep. So she watches this, and she's definitely
Oh
fascinated by.
yeah.
Yep.
Titillated.
Titillated. Yeah. Yep. You can see her get more and more captivated as she's watching this. Her mouth starts to drop open. She, she's like, looking around, and then she switches cameras. She's like, so she presses the button to switch to a different camera, so she can get a better view
Oh yeah.
of that. Yeah, yeah, and then an even closer view. And this was beautiful. This was a beautiful series of shots here. Her eye, first it's a little bit
Yeah.
further away. Her eye watching it. That's gorgeous. That's really gorgeous.
That
And
reminds
then,
me of Twin Peaks. I know you haven't seen Twin Peaks, but there is a shot of Laura Palmer's eye in a video, and when they get close
oh,
up on her video to look at it, it has a reflection of a motorcycle in it, much like this.
nice. I love creative shots like that, artistic shots. That's so cool. So this is gorgeous. Then a closer up shot on her eye, close enough that you could actually see the reflection of Mark and Helly kissing in her pupil. In her pupil.
It's in
Amazing.
there. It's getting
It's
in
in
there.
there. It is in there. So, and I think it was David and Sheila in the chat who earlier was saying that Helly, like the eyes are the window into the soul, and she's seeing this. Like, so you literally see like this imprinted on her eye, and how captivated she is by this. So, yeah,
So maybe it is Helena. Maybe she has to go get some on the
yeah.
server floor.
I'm leaning in that direction,
I can't
and
wait.
yeah, I'm leaning in that direction, and I'm looking at the poll again, and it's now even higher for
Oh
Helena.
no.
Oh, no, wait, no, it's changed again. It's at 77%. It was at 80, but then it just went back to 77%. So, okay.
Those Team
So,
Helly people gotta get on it.
yeah. Yeah. I'm leaning more in Helena's direction myself.
Well, now
Another
that she's now she's seen the luscious man meat, she can't help herself. It's like,
Yep.
wow,
Yeah, looks that way.
get me down there now. Go right now. I won't
I
wait till 9.
yeah. This is another of the shots that they do where it's like even the shot is severed. You've got the building on
Yeah.
one half of the screen and then the parking lot on the other side. I love how they do this. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it definitely
Um,
has a like Queen of the Underworld kind of feel that she's in this
oh,
glass house, glass castle.
yeah, I can see that. It's beautifully done. This episode should win awards. I'm telling you, it's amazingly done. And first
She's
one
in,
too. They're knocking this out of the park this season already. Oh, wait, did you say
she's in
something?
her own prison. That was what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Um, so and we touched on this earlier. I mean, we already discussed this earlier that Helena, according to Dan Erickson, has never been loved or appreciated in her life like Helly is. So she envies what her innie has. She's under enormous pressure. She probably felt pressured into doing the Severance stunt, and she looks miserable as she's alone in this big empty
Mm-hmm.
building. It really highlights her isolation, how
Mm-hmm.
isolated she must feel in her life, as we see this image of her all alone, left by herself to deal with this and envying what her innie has as she's all alone in the dark here. So, um, so yeah, then we got a pretty shot of Mark there looking out the window and
That kind of reminds me of Blue Velvet. See, it has a lot of Lynchian things going on.
right. Um and he got a text from his sister. Last night was weird. Can I buy you some shitty diner food? So yeah. Then Dylan goes to a job interview. And this is hilarious. He goes for this
Great
interview
doors.
at Great Doors. It's a door factory. Now, I'm so glad I watched the podcast for this show because now I understand why they used this. Dan Erickson, who created the show, he got the idea for the concept of Severance when he was working at a job he absolutely loathed, a door factory, just like this one. And he had graduated college and couldn't find a job in the field that he was looking for. He wanted to be a screenwriter, and he just he had to work at this horrible mind-numbing office job at a door factory, and he literally became an expert on every different type of door. And so he imagined, like, what would he imagine if I could just shut off my brain for the time I had to be here? Wouldn't that be great? And that's where the seed for this show kind of was planted in his head. It was at the door factory. And so I love how
I like how nondescript the sign is. It says "Great Doors."
I know
That's it.
that's it. Yeah, it's so simplistic looking. Yeah.
Like the thing in Parks and Rec where like the one guy has like good work woodworking or something. I can't remember.
Oh yeah.
It says something like that.
So I like how Dan Erickson wrote this into the show as a nod to his old job, and Dylan, and it's hilarious too. Just the door factory concept is it's hilarious. How Dylan has to feign interest in how much he's always wanted to work for a door factory since he was a kid. Now, why the hell does he have ridiculous look-alike guy interviewing him? It's crazy, the similarities. They have the same body type, the same skin tone, similar glasses, same beard. They even have a bald spot in the same spot on their head and similar hair. It's so crazy.
It's what
Right?
Dylan's gonna be like if he works at this job for 10 years. He becomes that
Yeah.
guy.
Maybe. Yeah. See, there's a bald spot right here on this guy's head, and Dylan has one in the back of his head too. And I just find that so weird that they did this. It's so strange. And I know they debunked the clone theory in an interview, so it's not a clone, but it's just it's so odd. Um, so Dylan feigns interest in working there, and the interviewer says, "You remind me of me, Dylan." Gee, you think?
Yep.
Like Dylan, and then look at this shot here. They deliberately show us this shot that it's almost totally symmetrical.
The way they're both sitting and everything.
The way they're both sitting and their body types are so similar. Their faces, their beards, their complexion is exactly the same. I wonder how hard it was to find a guy who looks exactly like him. The casting call they would have to put out to find this guy. So it's so funny.
And then they had the moving doors in the background, which I enjoyed.
Yeah, there were doors kind of on a I don't know what you call this thing, like
a conveyor.
It's like a conveyor moving them around, but clearly they wanted us to notice how identical they are just by doing this symmetrical shot, more duality, symbolism with the imagery there. And you can see the doors moving. But then Dylan mentions that he was severed. And then the guy completely turns on him.
But there's a better part when he asks him what kind of door he wants to be.
Oh yeah, that was a funny line.
And he said it was a pocket door.
Because
pocket doors can be hidden. And then he asks him flat or eggshell, and he says semi-gloss. Dylan says semi-gloss, and he's like, "That's hot. That's why my door's there, because it's a hot door."
Yeah. That's hot.
It's like a lot of times when you're in, I don't know how many times you're interviewed, but you interview places and you're like, "What's a sexy door? Can you tell me what a sexy door is? What's your vision of a sexy door?" And you're like, What does it have to do with my job?
All right.
You're just really, really into doors.
Yeah. It's pretty weird.
What are you doing to those doors?
Right. It's bizarre. And it also reminds me of just almost everybody has been through that experience where you have to go sit in an interview and pretend that this is like the job you've been looking for your whole life. You're so interested in it.
When did you know you loved doors, Julie? Tell me. Was it 5 years old? Was it 7? And then
Oh,
he's talking about that other thing, like, do you like kickball? And he's like, we have prizes. And then Dylan's like, oh, door prizes? And then he gives him a really horrible look, like he just blew it.
yeah, like how dare you make a joke about our precious doors? Yeah,
Doors.
yeah. Um, but then when he mentions that he was severed, the guy completely turns on him and it's like, you know, no longer interested. And he says, "We need a certain kind of person here, not a certain kind of two people. I mean, what do you think this is? A carpet factory? like the like door factories are so much better than carpet factories."
You just
Um,
get up here and go to the carpet factory and put in an application, okay, sir?
yeah, we don't want your kind here at our door factory.
Yeah, see, but I was thinking though, like he's got a resume, but his resume just has his any working, so it isn't really his job experience.
No, that's true.
So
It's
if
not
Luna
really.
fires you, how do you have job experience?
Yeah. You don't really. It's kind of a strange situation we're seeing play out here. Um, and here the shot is cut again, where you see like them off to the left side. But he says, you want to circumcise your brain, that's your business, but it doesn't mean I have to hire you. And personally, I think it's abhorrent. So we're getting a glimpse now into what people outside of the
Mhm.
Lumen circle think about Severance. And so he has absolute disgust for this. And Dylan says that's discrimination. So apparently severed people face discrimination in society.
Mhm.
That's new information for us here. Um so yeah. Uh
It ain't
anyway, Dylan,
natural.
what?
I said it ain't natural.
Yeah. So yeah, discrimination and prejudice against severed people.
Mhm.
Uh, Dylan leaves, and his wife is calling him over and over again, and she sounds like a nice woman on the phone. You know, I was expecting maybe
Mhm.
she must be horrible. Like there has to be some reason why he decided to get severed. Um, his wife
I thought
calls.
it was because I thought it was because he couldn't hold a job. He has a family, but it seemed before Lumen he couldn't really hold a job. And what if Lumen came up to him and said, "Okay, I mean, we can even double that. Not only do you have a secure job with health benefits and everything for your family, but we'll pay you twice as much of any other job you could find." He's obviously going to take it.
That makes sense. He probably actually does have 3 kids, like Milchick said.
Hmm.
Yeah, he has 3 kids
Including
to
a
support.
baby because he heard that baby when they were in the break room.
Right, and also, his wife he asks his wife on the phone if they need more baby wipes.
Hmm.
So he has a baby, he has the son who we saw, and probably another kid, like Milchick said, he has 3. So, he's got 3 kids to support, and his wife sounds very nice on the phone. He even says, "Stop being so nice," after she's like,
Hmm.
"Sorry, you'll get the next one," and whatnot. So, yeah, he
I thought it
probably
was
just
kind of mean. I thought it was kind of mean, but I guess he was just dejected.
yeah, no, I didn't it didn't come off to me as, like, being nasty. It was just like, "Stop being so nice." He's really disappointed and, you know, discouraged right now. Mark and Devon meet at the diner, and so they still use Cobelvig again. She's like, "So he's your boss, and what about Cobelvig? Have you heard from her?" Um, and Mark says he went by and nobody was home. And she says, "I was just thinking maybe there was a way we could confirm what your innie meant," which upsets him. And she says, I don't understand this next line." She says, "I know
Mm.
I'm not supposed to contact him, but Denise is a lawyer and apparently you can petition." Who is she not supposed to contact? Who's him?
The innie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And look at she's wearing red. I noticed that like Mark's wearing blue in the shot and Devon's wearing red
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Um, and Mark
instead of
is very
red.
much against doing anything more on this, so
Hmm.
maybe
This shot's great. I like the shot.
this shot here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, he says that he's quitting, and she actually it's like, it sounds like she doesn't want him to now. He's like, I thought I'm finally doing what you want. You've been trying to get me to quit all along. And she says, but don't you think that was strange last night? Why was he so curious? And now this is where, okay, we get some good information here, some good clues.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Devon, what are you doing? You remember I identified her, right? I saw her body.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I know. My thing is, if we could get even a half step more confirmation that it's not going to be something that continues to haunt us. And then he gets angry. Like, obviously, this affected him more than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
She says that Gemma was her family too, and you're not the only one who her death affected. Mark goes on about how, did you have to tell your parents she was dead? How about her students? Did your sheets smell like her for weeks? Um,
Mm-hmm.
Now here's the really telling line here. He says, "You know what? Honestly, if Ricken died and his body burned, I'd be sad for you, but I wouldn't be affected. This is obscene." She says, "I just want to be sure." And he says, "I am sure, but I think he just doesn't want to open that wound
Mm-hmm.
again. He doesn't want to open that wound. He doesn't want to even go there anymore. Like, his wife died.
Mm-hmm.
He's already struggling to cope with it. He doesn't want to go there, but he says, if Ricken died and his body burned, I'd be sad for you. In other words, Gemma's body burned. That's what we can
Mm-hmm.
glean from what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Or someone burned the body that looked like Gemma's and put her jewelry on it.
right. That's what yeah. I don't think it was actually Gemma, but,
But
but
I kind of feel bad for Devon in this scene because I mean they were all close.
yeah.
Like when Rickon was like, remember the funny bees and the trip to this park or whatever, and they all were happy. So I don't know why he would like say he wouldn't be affected by that because she
I,
definitely loved Gemma and she was affected by her death.
yeah, of course. But I understand why he reacts this way, because nobody was more affected than him. I mean, nobody can compare to the spouse of the person who died and the way that it impacted him. I mean,
Mhm.
like, for
Not to
example,
be, but not to be affected at all, though. You know,
yeah, but he's
not be
not
affected at
thinking.
all.
But he's not thinking empathetically right now. He's thinking about
Mm-hmm.
his own grief. So I understand how he feels personally. Like, when you're drowning in your own grief, and there are other people around you who are also experiencing it, but to a lesser extent, it's really hard to be empathetic to them when they're
Mm-hmm.
not as deeply affected as you. So I understand it as somebody personally who's dealt with my own hardships. I understand that my family around me is affected by it, but when I'm
Yeah.
drowning in it, it's hard for me to be empathetic. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
you're not the one who's experiencing this, like, to my extent. Like, you don't understand. And so I get why he says it. It's not true that she wouldn't be affected, but I understand why he reacts that way, and
Mm-hmm.
he's triggered. This is really triggering, and it's
Mm-hmm.
opening a wound that he doesn't want to reopen again. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I
I wish I
understand.
could. I wish I could have saw those pictures of them with the funny bees and all that.
Yeah. And what was I gonna say? Anyway, so what we can glean from this is that Gemma's body supposedly burned. That's the
Mm-hmm.
implication that we can get from that conversation. He says he saw her body, but it was, in other words, it was burned. He didn't flat out say that, but we can get
Mm-hmm.
that from what he said. And so I don't think it was her. I think Lumon faked her death and used some other body to show him. And so they've
So
got her down there.
did he see the actual accident, like her hit a tree, or was he told she hit a tree and the car caught on fire?
I would have to say she was probably alone. She
Mm-hmm.
was probably alone. It would be easier that way,
Yeah.
unless he also got injured and was knocked out in the process, and then wakes up in the hospital, and then they
Mm-hmm.
tell him this. That's another possibility for sure. Um, but he would have to be knocked out unconscious and then wake up later. But anyway, so I don't think she's dead. I don't think they resurrected her or anything. If her body burned, that's a classic trope in
Yeah, yeah.
TV and film.
It's all with
That's
the film noir stuff that's going on in this episode.
right. This is
The
a
TV
this
thing
is one
with
of the old
Irving, and now this.
this is one of the oldest tropes in cinema and TV, where you think that someone identified the body and they're dead, but it was burned, and then you find out later they're alive. So I think she's alive. They kidnapped her, and so now they've got her down there and they're using her as a test subject. Now there's this beautiful shot of Pips with the mountains in the background, and look at this here. It's Mr. Drummond's hand, and he has a tattoo on it that says frolic, which is one of the 9 virtues or principles or whatever.
No, it's a temper.
Frolic? Is it? Okay, no, it's one of the 4 tempers. And the fact that he's tattooed like that, to me, suggests that he's a true believer in the cult of Kier, unless they forced him to do it. But
I wonder how many fans are going to get this tattoo.
yeah, right.
He was a frolic-aholic, and now he's probably got his tempers in line now.
Yep. So he's spying on Mark. He's been at the diner this entire time, sitting there listening in. He's sitting at the counter with his back to them and his goofy haircut.
Another film noir trope of the person sitting, drinking coffee and listening.
Yep. It's another film noir trope. That's true. With his back to them, but he heard the whole thing. So anyway, I love how they did this. So they cut to a shot of the red fish in the fish tank. Mark has the 2 fish. One is red, one is blue, separated, of course, because they're like his severed selves. And like you've said, it's because they would kill each other, right? If they were together. Fighting fish. Is that
yeah,
it?
beta fish, yeah.
Yeah. So it shows Mark feeding, but somebody pointed this out. I forget who said it in the chat. I think it was in the chat earlier. Mark only feeds the one on the side where the red fish is. The tank is divided, and he's only feeding the red fish. I thought that was interesting. It's like that's symbolic of his outie self. And so yeah, he looks out the window. We cut to Irving at the phone booth.
Another film noir thing, a phone booth. You don't see scenes of phone booths very much anymore.
Which are and phone booths are another extremely retro thing that we don't have anymore. They're in the U.S. They're pretty much gone. They've gotten rid of all of them. Anyway, it shows it's not far from where he lives, so he obviously doesn't want to use his own phone at home. He probably thinks it could be tapped, I would imagine. So that's why he leaves his home where he lives there at Lenora Lake Apartments, and he goes to a phone booth. I'm sure. So apparently the town of Kier could be tapping people's phones, I think, wiretapping. He makes a phone call and says, we don't know who he's talking to, but he says, okay, you're not picking up. I get it. I want you to know my innie got the message. Now, maybe he's working with Ragabi, the person who's reintegrating people at the university. I don't know why. So something's going on where he said, you're not picking up. I get it. I guess he's having problems with whoever this person is that he's working with. Now, what does this mean? My innie got the message. So clearly he's trying to pass some kind of message through to his innie, I think, by sleep depriving himself. And there's something to do with sleep and the way that their memories could bleed through the unconscious mind if he's sleep deprived enough. That's what I'm thinking. And all that painting that he's doing, painting that over and over again. So when he did get that bleed through memory of the testing floor, maybe painting it over and over again is a way to try to keep connecting with his innie in some way, subconsciously or unconsciously. I think that's why he's doing it, and we've seen him doing it like in the middle of the night with rock music blasting, probably to help keep himself alert. And anyway, who
Do I
pulls
have
up?
to start pronouncing film noir? Film noir.
Oh yeah,
D grade tells me I have to pronounce it film noir.
oh yeah, that would be the French pronunciation. That's true.
So
Yeah,
after noir. Okay. Oh, this is my favorite joke. Christopher driving.
yeah.
Christopher driving.
Oh,
Everybody. Christopher driving.
And hi, Dean Gray. What?
Christopher driving.
Oh, okay.
Not Christopher Walken. Christopher driving.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand the joke. I was not thinking of his last name. Gotcha. Being a little dense at the moment.
That's fine. I thought maybe it would make you laugh, but then I had to explain it.
I was just being dense.
It's the dumbest joke ever, but it's hilarious.
I know, I like it. It's Christopher driving.
Stroll, yes.
It is good. Hey, Mr. Gregory AI, nice to see you. Yes, Matt, those fighting fish are severed from each other, absolutely. And hey, Quan Solar, I just hope the show's deep enough where Dylan's family is also a fake severed element to control him more where there's a mole. That would be interesting. Yep. Thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Mr. Grant Gregory's channel. He's going to be dropping an interview with Doug Hughes from MGM Plus's From soon, so make sure you check that out and subscribe to Grant Gregory. And
yeah, Matt Gilbert, Christopher Stalkin. I gotcha.
Christopher Stalkin.
Good. Very good.
Christopher Stalkin. Nice.
And driving. Like it. And self-stalking.
Golden Child said Scarlet needs a super sticker button. She's hilarious. Yeah. Very droll. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Phone booths were such a convenient way to get sick, Quan. Full of germs, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah, it's true. I always used to bring a little Lysol wipe when I had to use one.
Yes.
So why do you think that Burt's here?
I don't know, and he looks kind of sinister, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. Like film noir.
Yeah, he looks sinister. We only get a brief glimpse of him, but it doesn't look like the sweet Burt that we knew, the innie Burt. He looks it looks kind of creepy, and the fact that he's watching Irving but doesn't announce his presence, like, hey, hello there. I mean, I know the Outies aren't supposed to know each other, or so that they're not supposed to have any contact. But so they don't associate with each other. But remember, Irving woke up outside of Burt's house. So Burt must have heard him banging on the door, and we don't know what happened. They didn't show up. We don't know if he opened the door and they had any interaction at all.
Or he called somebody, the police, or threatened to call the police, and he didn't open the door.
I'm guessing that he didn't open the door, and Irving woke up there and left, perhaps.
That'd be really weird.
Yeah, extremely. And I think that's probably why Burt is now following him. So this opens up another question. Irving knew where Burt lived because he did some kind of intel, some kind of spying and detective work to find the names of severed employees and in some cases their addresses. How does Burt know anything about Irving? How does he know where to find him? Because this phone booth, it actually showed us that the phone booth is right near where Irving lives. They showed his apartment complex, then they showed in the next shot Irving at this phone booth. That means Burt knows where Irving lives. So, is he doing his own detective work, or is he does he have some other kind of inside info on the company? Maybe when they retired him, are they now using him as a spy for the company? It opens up all kinds of questions. It's
maybe they're doing their own reconnaissance missions and they just didn't know.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, so
it's a good shot though. This is a great shot.
It is a great shot, and it is very film noir, as
Noir.
as the French would pronounce it. Yes.
It's 2 syllables though, noir.
Right. Right.
I just sound like a goat when I say it that way. I'm from the Midwest. Blame me for my upbringing. Everybody pronounces everything wrong.
Well, everyone pronounces that word the way that you did. I mean, in the film, in terms of film, I've never heard it pronounced like in the proper French way by English speaking people. John Answer said maybe Dylan needed the health care, like he has a sick family member, because he did ask about the health insurance benefits when he went on that job interview. So that's a good point. It's a great point.
Well, a wife and 3 kids, he's going to want some health care.
Yes. Umbra said, I wonder if it has anything to do with the red pill versus blue pill theory. I think they definitely picked these 2 colors because of that, from the Matrix, the red pill versus blue pill. Definitely. Let's see.
I can't remember which was which in the Matrix. Can you?
Yeah, I don't remember myself. Actually, I've only watched it for the first time a few months ago. One of the many great films I never watched, but I finally watched that one. Samuel said Gemma better have a good explanation for abandoning him like that, or she's cruel as hell. Do we think she abandoned him though? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I have this kind of theory that maybe Gemma saw something she shouldn't have seen, and then Lumon kidnapped her, or made the accident happen, kind of like Peggy and the Lexington.
Right, maybe she stumbled onto something they didn't want her to know, so they caused her car accident. Samuel said she's mostly brain dead, maybe, and only the severed part remains. Matt Gilbert said about Irving, he's drilling himself. Repetition does seem to make it more likely to show up in a dream. Right, that's why I think he's painting that thing over and over again, the testing floor. Ty, I also wonder what the dark blue goo represents. It's the paint, but does it represent something else? I wanted it to mean something more interesting than just paint bleeding through into Irving's any dreams. Dean, I know it's a French word. I took 4 years. I took 4 years of honors French and got straight A's. I'm not anywhere near fluent in French, but I wasn't going to correct Scarlet because everyone in cinema pronounces it film noir.
Yes, I know people in cinema.
Yeah, Scarlet is very much into cinema, and everybody pronounces it film noir. So
yeah, but if I pronounced it film noir, then people would think I was like pretentious.
Right.
Noir.
No one pronounces it the French way when we're talking about film. But I took 4 years of honors French in high school and then 3 semesters of French in college. So I mean, I am aware of how it's supposed to be pronounced anyway. Let's see. They're holding out on us, that Irving/Burt conversation. We need to see. It must be important, even though they were both in Outie mode at the time. Maybe. I really hope that they give us a flashback or something. I want to see that. See that. So let's see. Anyway, let's get back to it.
I like this part. It's the most mysterious part of the bit. So mysterious.
It is, yeah. Now, remember back in season 1 when Cobel as Mrs. Selvig visited Mark one night. she pointed out, like, oh, you still haven't replaced that light bulb in the hall. So she was spying on him so much that she knew such a minute detail. He has a light bulb he hasn't replaced in his hall. And I found it funny that they actually kind of made a reference back to that, and he's about to replace that light bulb. I think it kind of represents, well, the darkness in his place represents his depression, of course. It's symbolic of that. And the fact that he's now thinking about replacing one, it's also showing that he's, you know, he's starting to try to come out of his depression and become more enlightened. His Outie is starting to wake up out of this this way he's been sleepwalking through life with his depression and grief, and shutting off his brain when he goes to work. And now he's trying, he's starting to make progress, even though he was kind of pushing his sister away and he doesn't want to investigate. And to me, this tells me that he's still considering it. He's,
yeah,
trying.
but well, okay, I have something to say, because you say what you need to say, then you skip forward. Can you go back?
Well, yeah, you can stop me anytime. Go ahead.
Can you go back one picture? Well, I was waiting for you to end so I could say, this is the brightest I've seen Mark's living space in the whole series.
Yeah.
That's all I had to say. But then you flip forward, and I'm like, I gotta get back.
Well, that's fine. Just tell me to go back, and that's totally fine. I do that sometimes because I'm like, I know it takes us a long time to get through, so but stop me anytime.
Yeah, and it's kind of lecturing. It's kind of normal flow. You say what you're going to say, you go to the next slide. I understand.
Yeah, it's just habit.
Yeah, but it's bright in there for a half second until he takes the bulb out and Stark again plunges in the darkness.
Yeah. So he's trying to kind of make progress mentally, but then it's dark again, and at that very moment, I think they showed us this because at that very moment, Milchick shows up and he takes a huge step backwards by eventually agreeing to go back to work there. So he was making progress, and then Milchick shows up, and it's
maybe that was the light in the darkness, like the lights of progress, and then here comes Milchick.
Yeah, now he's back in the dark again, and
the pineapple,
dragon
fruit.
Yes, I don't know what it is with pineapples this season and whatnot, but the pineapples keep coming up. Pineapple bobbing in the training video, and now he's bringing a pineapple to each Outie in this episode. So he comes in and he says, so now this I took note of this line. He says, "We got off on the wrong foot last night." And then by the end of this conversation, it seems like Mark has agreed to go back to work. So it hasn't been 5 months like they said it was in episode 1. It has not been 5 months that they weren't there.
It's been like 48 hours.
Yeah. I don't know why they lied and said 5 months, though.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess 5 months is enough figurative time to like get a stop action cartoon out. Fake paper.
Right.
I mean, you can't say it's 2 days because I'd be like, how did you do the stop action thing in 2 days?
That's true. So yeah, the timetable of this is confusing to me. I'm not sure exactly how much time has passed, but so he says, "I know you're still weighing whether to return to Lumon," and then he said, "I'm going to ask you a few questions that may inform your decision." Emotional manipulation incoming. He's like, "First, how happy are you with your current compensation?" And then he offers him a 20% bump in pay. Then he asks whether a full investigation into your innie's claims and regular wellness checks from independent boards would help you feel more excited to return. It's the first step of many. So that's he's offering him a full investigation and what.
So if they give the Outie a wellness check, is it somebody that comes into their house, sits down, and says, "Your innie loves to loves the number 5."
Right.
Your innie loves raisins out of the vending machine.
Probably. If it's anything like the inside wellness sessions, then yeah. And then he tells him stuff kind of like a wellness session here. He says, well, first he says, my third question concerns your late wife, Gemma. In your intake interview, you cited her death as your primary motivator for severing. You said that since she died, every day feels like a year, that you felt like you were choking on her ghost. Do you still feel that way, Mr. Scout? And so here there's the emotional manipulation, exploiting his grief. And then this part sounds just like a wellness session. He says, the Mark I've come to know at Lumon is happy. He cares for people, and he's funny. He knows nothing of the pain I see in you right now. He's found love. More manipulation. So Mark is like, love? With who? Of course, Milchick won't tell him that. And he says, the solace you've given him down there will make its way to you. It just takes time. I hope you'll give us that time. This tells me that they're marketing this as a therapeutic tool to people who who have been through trauma. He you know, in time, his improved mental state on the inside will bleed over into his outie state. I'm guessing they market this that way to people
definitely.
who've gone through trauma. Some kind of a treatment. Like, I hope you'll give us that time. It just takes time. So that solace that he's getting, it's going to bleed through, and then he'll feel better. So that's a new piece of information we didn't have before. The way that they're marketing this, I would guess that it's not just him; it's others that they've gotten to agree to this.
Your Annie really loves a waffle party.
Yeah. He could never imagine what that actually means. He never would guess. But so I know he does this with his usual little smirks and creepy smiles. You can see Mark is being won over more and more just by his facial expressions. Mark doesn't say much at all in response. But you can see, like, it's having an effect on him when he says that.
Oh, the fish is right in the background too of the shot.
I know, I liked that.
Yeah.
I liked that. So, and yet there's all this blue too, like the blue background and then the red fish. So the tension between the, Mark's outie trying to break through all that blue. But I think what really sells him is that last bit, the manipulation of his grief and saying that this is going to somehow help him feel better in his outer life too. Just give it more time. And that's when Mark's face kind of changes and he looks like, okay, now he won him over. And then the next shot is him sitting in the parking lot. So we don't know how much time has passed between this scene and this scene. Maybe it was months. Maybe, I don't know. That they don't make that clear. But I don't think it was that long. But I'm sure it did take a little time to make that video with the stop motion claymation.
All that's going on is that Milchick says it took him like something like 48 hours to get like that crew together.
Yeah, he says that. He says
so I was just taking it maybe it was Friday to Monday or something like that.
It must be. So I guess they whipped up that animation fast because Milchick literally does say, I had 48 hours to make this work.
And to get the other employees and everything.
Yeah, to get the replacements. Mark looks like he's still weighing it and like trying to get up the will to even go back in there, but then he does. Shows his ID. It's upside down. It just says Mark Scout, severed access, and a number on it, and his signature. So he goes in, and Helena's watching him with the peculiar amount of interest. Like she's crushing on Mark now, I think. Yeah, starting
Can't
a little.
Help herself.
Yeah, she and Milchick are watching, and she says, "Are you satisfied with this?" And Drummond says his sister seems more uppity than he is. Again, more evidence that Devon is not a mole. Referring to her that way. I don't think she's a mole, and I never did for Lumon.
I never did either.
So, Natalie asks who they're bringing in, and this is where Milchick says, I've got a floater in from overseas and a pair who were laid off from 5X, which Drummond has an odd reaction to. Like, 5X? Really? So I don't know. That's a branch that shut down, so something bad must have happened there, and they don't reveal what it was. But
it seemed like 5X had a lot of money because they had those automatronic statues.
Yes. In the first episode, Mark W. Said that they had animatronic, Gwendolyn said that they had animatronic statues there that moved. So they had a lot of money. But then the branch shut down for some reason. So
they couldn't make their quota.
Yeah. Milchick says, I had 48 hours to pull this together. Hopefully there will be some chemistry. So it seems like by chemistry, that tells me that they select people to put together specifically in the hope that they'll connect with each other, like that somehow will improve their productivity. If they have to have chemistry and a good bond, I think. Everything is mirrored in the show. It's crazy. All the tables, all the walls, like everything has reflections. So yeah, so now I like how they did this. You know, episode 1, we get the full Innie perspective of Mark. Episode 2, now we have the other side of the story. We actually see little bits of the Outie versions of even these people, just briefly.
This shot of her makes me want to watch Search Party. Well, kind of Arrested Development, but also Search Party.
Oh, yeah.
Search Party, I think, is something you'd like. It actually changes themes each season. It's like a Nancy Drew mystery in the first season, but then by the end of the 5th season, it's like sci-fi and zombies. It's an interesting show, but she's on it. She's the lead.
That sounds cool.
Alice Falcott.
Yeah, sounds like something I might like. So they give us even just brief glimpses into seeing these people showing up to work. So we're getting the other side of the story now. We've got Dario here, and he. What are they using lost numbers here too? I don't see. 14, 15, 16. He has locker 16. That's one of the lost numbers. They used lost numbers for the people's lockers. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, I believe. I think those are the numbers. So Dario, we see like that's an example of one of the watches we were talking about. The watches they wear as innies have only lines, no numbers. And unfortunately with Helly,
and their clothing can't have any labels in it or anything.
Right. And unfortunately with Helly, at the end, with Helena rather, you can't get a good shot of her watch, whether it looks like that or not. So yeah, a quick glimpse of those people's Outies, and then back to Helena and Mark showing up for work, and
yeah, that's great.
So yeah, so now we get the perspective. Before we had the perspective of any Mark showing up for work over and over again, like with no time in between, because it's as if nothing. It's as if it was just a moment later he was showing back up to work, and now we get a montage of him coming to and from work as his Outie to kind of correspond with episode 1. I love this creepy thing where it looks like his eyes are falling back.
Yeah.
It's disturbing. That this shot with the eyeball was awesome as it's transitioning. The Zolly shot of the elevator, and so he kind of just transitions back and forth. We get a few shots of that, which just is aesthetically really cool. And then we skip ahead a little bit to when this happened. So this is now we hear the other side of things. It's unclear who, if Mark actually was heard by the board or not, because this scene here is Milchick playing the recording of Mark talking to the board for Drummond and Helena. Now, we know this isn't in real time because Milchick was with Mark when he made that statement to the board. So this is later. It's unclear who the board even is. So we don't get that end of it, but we do see Milchick playing the recording for Helena and Drummond, and he, you know, he's like apologetic. He takes responsibility for what happened here with Mark. And Drummond says the board's going to give him what he wants, including Helly R. He won't finish without them. Again, look at this table. It might as well be a mirror.
That's what I'm just wondering. Like, all the production people, they have to buff out every fingerprint in this thing before they take a shot.
Like, yeah, it must be a nightmare.
Yeah, like every little tiny speck you could see, you gotta gloss that thing.
Seriously, they must have been like, God damn, these people and their freaking duality theme. Cut it out with this goddamn duality everywhere. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Does everything have to be mirrored?
Yes.
Yeah. Must have been annoying
to a fine finish.
Yeah. So even down there, you can see their reflections down there too. There's Drummond, Helena, and Milchick. Yeah. It makes for beautiful imagery, gotta say. And it's on theme.
Almost looks like water. All the water imagery of this.
You're right. It does kind of look like water. So they don't even ask her. Drummond just says the board's going to give him what he wants, including Helly R. And she just sits there silently. So I don't think she's been given any option at all. She's told this is what's going to happen, you know. So she doesn't seem to have. We talk a lot about the innies not having bodily autonomy. She doesn't really have bodily autonomy. They're forcing her to go back in there and subject herself to that. And at the beginning of this episode, she was triggered by the fact that her innie invaded her space and she was touching her neck where she almost was, you know, where Helly was hanging her, you know, hanging herself. So this has got to be triggering, telling her that you have to do this, and she has no say in it whatsoever. Now, I know she has incentive to be interested in going back in there. She has felt love and appreciation according to the creator of the show, and she was certainly interested in what Mark and Helly were doing on that video. So she wants to get a feel for what that would be like, but I imagine she's got mixed feelings because they're not giving her a choice. She's not being given bodily autonomy, and she could get hurt again.
Yeah, I don't know. Even in the past, I don't know if she was given a choice. Even when she made that video saying you're not a person, was that her choice?
It might not have been her choice.
Or was it Eagan's family choice?
If I had to guess now, I'd say it wasn't her choice. She was pressured into it. So she probably has mixed feelings, and yes, she's intrigued and wants to experience what it's like to be loved and appreciated like Helly is. She wants to experience whatever Helly is doing with Mark down there. And yet it's got to be conflicting feelings because she's also she had a near-death experience down there, and her innie just invaded her space, did something so extreme. Who knows what could happen next when she goes back? So she looks intimidated here in this shot, and yeah, she's just ordered to do it. So she doesn't look happy about it in the moment. So even if this is Helena, and I am leaning Helena right now, I voted Helena in the poll. I think you can say that and still say she has mixed feelings about it. I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
So, and by the way, let me see.
Every time I see Milchick with these baskets, this is hilarious.
Yeah. I was just going to say Helena is still the clear winner of the poll at 76%. So it keeps going back and forth between 76 and 77%. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
So yeah, then Milchick, you know, gives everyone pineapples and gets them to come back. You know, Dylan, and always at night too. It's like probably the middle of the night.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Those Milchick with pineapples. Hate to bother
Yeah.
you. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. All my kids are up. Oh no, take this basket. You're hired back.
Yeah. It's funny. Oh, hey, Francesca A, there's a new name. Welcome. Helena is almost as trapped in her life as Helly is in hers, only Helly might be having more fun. I agree. Absolutely. I 100% agree. Right brain, left brain, dual reality. Oh, good point, Golden Child. Even the brain is already kind of severed in a way between left brain and right brain. Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'll be like a minute.
Okay. Francesca says season 1, Dylan told Helly that before Mark showed up, took them longer to refine data. Mark is important to Lumon. Yeah, that's true. They need him, and they need him specifically to to refine this file. Cold Harbor, which now we know belongs to his wife, is related to Ms. Casey and represents her chip. I would think he's configuring her chip. That's the only thing I can come up with as to what he's doing there. Whatever the numbers are doing, they're configuring the chip in her head. And it needs to be him to work on that specific file. So they're going to give him what he wants in order to get that done. To me, that suggests that maybe his emotional connection, because that's his wife, even though his innie doesn't know that on a deep subconscious level, he's able to be more effective than others would be at working on this chip. I mean, they respond to the numbers with their own feelings. Certain numbers make them feel a certain way as they're refining the data. And then they categorize them or compartmentalize their emotions with those little boxes on the screen. So it's like maybe there's some kind of emotional connection to how effective you can be at configuring the chips in these people's heads. That's what I'm thinking at the moment, because that they specifically said they need him to complete this Cold Harbor file. They need him. So they're going to give him whatever he wants. And Cold Harbor, it belongs to his wife. That's her file. Let's see. Hey, Shaquille Robinson. Nice to see you. It's been days. Think about it. If you tell the innies it's been days, they won't trust that all these changes have happened, but 5 months gives the company time to make reforms and the changes they claimed. Right. I think they had to have at least some time to, they changed the break room and they put those seats in and made it into a little theater. So they had to have at least some time. But somehow they did this in 48 hours, according to Milchick, which is crazy to me, because that was a pretty big change. And they made that little stop motion animation video too. Francesca said Cure wanted people to be calm and productive. A cure for humanity is the license motto. Yeah, I agree. Tame thy tempers. So that's a great point. I don't think the goal is to rid humanity of their emotions. That was the goal in Fringe with the observers. They did genetic modification on humanity to basically eliminate human emotions so that they could just be, purely logical and nothing else. No emotion. But in this case, maybe it's just trying to keep them calm and like on an even keel all the time so they could maximize productivity. I think that's the more likely scenario. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the one thing that Milchick said that was unequivocally true was your innie was brave, Matt. 100%. Yes. Very cool. Francesca found the stream from the algorithm. Fantastic. That's great. The algorithm is working. Love it. I'm new to covering this show. I think it's one of the best shows on TV, and I think From is my favorite show on TV from MGM, but this would be second favorite. This is a genius show. I'm so excited to be covering it and trying to spread the word that I'm covering the show to Severance fans. And we do lives every single week at about 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Monday nights, breaking down the episodes, and live watch parties in the Discord when the episodes drop. So that's always fun. Let me see if I think Dieter already dropped the Discord link. Let me see if I can grab a link really quick. But every Thursday night at 9 p.m., not 8, 9 p.m. Eastern, we do live watch parties in the Discord and then a voice chat. So if you want to get in on that, you can join the Discord. The link is there. And anyway, oh, I accidentally shared my whole tab. Anyway, I was trying to just, I don't know how that happened, but anyway, back to the images.
What did you share? Your whole
I shared the whole Discord tab.
Oh.
It was nothing private. It was just my community tab. Anyway. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Dieter, Julie, qu'est-ce que je dis ici en français? Votre live stream est génial aujourd'hui. Well, thank you. How do I say this in French? Your live stream is nice today. Thank you very much, Dieter. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I haven't had enough opportunity to use my French in many years. So I've lost a lot of it, unfortunately, but I'm able to read it pretty well. Can't speak it that well, but I can read it well. Anyway, welcome, Craig. Something to think about. If they need Mark to refine Gemma, who do they need Dylan and Irving for? I've wondered that too. Did they have a personal connection to somebody who's there? It makes me wonder. It really makes me wonder. Yes. Let me see.
Or they could be making them blow up stuff.
No, they could be.
Peggy.
Now I'm like even before this season, I thought that's got to be a red herring, because why would they drop such a reveal like that in a short story that they're blowing stuff up instead of dramatically revealing it on the show? So yeah, I think that was a red herring, but there's another new name. Welcome, Colleen. I'm not sure what you typed here, but welcome. I don't know what that is, but welcome. Thank you for coming. Anyway, let's see. Bonne nuit, salut. Yeah, nice, grow and thrive. Anyway, so we've got 49 people here. Awesome. So cool. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll so I can pin the Discord link for a bit. The poll is at 77%. I would say Helena is the clear winner of that.
Leave it up. It might change.
Leave it up. I don't think it's going anywhere.
Where's Team Helly?
Well, Dieter dropped my Discord link, so I guess I don't need to. It's we have 50. Well, actually, that just went up again. 58 votes, and Helena is winning at 78%. Actually, no, 76. It's back down again. There's the Discord link again. So every Thursday night in the Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern, we do watch parties and a voice chat, and then lives every Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern. If you haven't already, please check out my breakdown of Severance Season 2, Episode 1, the premiere. I was a little bit late dropping it, but it's a really deep dive. I worked extremely hard on it all week, and I just released it earlier yesterday. So if you haven't checked that out, it's on my channel. It's the latest video on my channel. Deep diving and analyzing episode 1 and giving my ideas and theories on it. It is not a recap. So if you haven't already, please check that out. And I will be dropping my breakdown and analysis of episode 2 by Wednesday. So please subscribe and tap the bell to receive all notifications so that you know when I go live and drop videos. I would truly appreciate it. And if you could please like the stream, it would help others find it. Since I'm new to covering Severance, it would be a big help if you could like the stream. Hey, another new name, Denise, is who Elena undercover. The vote, so the poll is this Helena in the episode 1, you know, the Helly/Helena, whoever it is in episode 1, do we think it's Helena or do we think it's Helly in episode 1 on the severed floor? That's the question, Denise. So is Helena going undercover on the severed floor? I probably
but then Craig said he didn't answer the poll because he didn't think she was undercover on the behalf of the board. That's why we needed to put an other in there. Always like a nice other.
Oh yeah, I didn't word it right, but
that's fine.
Yeah,
it was a virgin run.
Yeah, just look at it as, okay, is it Helena? It's as simple as that. Is it Helena? Is it Helena on the severed floor? Whether it's undercover or not, yes or no. I can't edit it now because it doesn't allow you to edit it, but
yeah.
My point was, is it Helena?
So can you put words in there other than yes and no?
There are 2 other options that you can fill in anything that you want, but I can't edit it. Once you post it, you can't edit it.
Yeah.
I'd have to redo it, and and then we'd lose all the votes we already got. So, I mean, I could redo it, but anyway, wait, where did I missed a few people popping in. Hey, Paul Miss Shelby, aka BK, changing your name. I know who you are. Welcome. Nice to see you, my friend. Thanks for popping in. BK is the person who, coincidentally, he always seems to pop in right when I'm talking about my Discord. He's the one who made my Discord server. So thank you, BK. I'm thankful for that every day. Love it. Love my Discord so much. And Decipher, nice to see you. Nice to see you. J'étudie le français à la lycée pour 4 ans. Yeah. Studied French in high school for 4 years. That's cool, Matt. I studied it 4 years in high school and 3 semesters in college, and I absolutely loved it. Anyway, and nice to see you, Decipher. Okay, let's get back into this breakdown. So, Mark goes back to work, and this is kind of this is odd right here. So, as he's going back out, Mark W is being escorted out by security. He says, "This is unheard of. 3 days of work. I broke another lease at Grand Rapids." The guard says sorry, and Mark W says, "Fucking touch me. Give me another reason to sue. Fuck you, Lumon." So, okay. First of all, it's a shout out to the "Fuck You, Lumon" song from season 1.
Plus, it's another shout out to Grand Rapids, Michigan, much like From did a shout out to Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Another shout out to Grand Rapids, Michigan, like in From. Yep.
At least I hope it's Grand Rapids, Michigan. There's probably other Grand Rapidses, but it's got to be Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yes. Oh, it's got to be. I bet.
I mean, I feel bad for this guy. He just broke a lease. I mean, to work there and.
Right.
And I'm assuming his house lease. Right.
So it sounds like this is the second lease he's broken to come to work there. He says, "I broke another lease," and so he's being fired all of a sudden. He showed up to work and then he's just escorted out by security. They didn't even give him any notice. And so this is interesting. So this kind of kills any theory that there was a theory in episode 1 that maybe Mark and Francesca, who had been laid off from their previous branch, were just sent back to the testing floor and in some kind of state of stasis down there. But now we see that's not the case. He's leaving. So they just fired him. Now, how does this work? When they fire somebody, they lay them off, they just release them into the world when they're severed? Aren't they kind of worried that, what if somehow memories bleed through? They could say something to somebody, especially pissing him off like this by laying him off without warning and making him break his lease. I find that odd that they would just let him loose like this.
Well, they'll probably get him in a car accident. You won't see that guy ever again.
Yeah, maybe they'll stage a car accident. It wouldn't be the first time. Clearly. So anyway, that's just a little quick little Easter egg thing they threw in there. They snuck in. I didn't even catch who that was on the first watch, that it was Mark W.
Mm-hmm.
Mark goes to work, and so this is so we're coming to near the end of the episode. Now this is important to pay attention to. Mark enters the elevator. He's searched by the security wand. It doesn't show like the whole sequence of everything that he does. It doesn't show him at his locker or anything like that. But he just goes in, and it doesn't show the transition of his eyes or anything like that. The doors just close, and he's gone. We don't get the usual switch. I like how they did this. First of all, because episode 1 was purely 100% the innie's perspective. We saw them transitioning in the elevator, but we never saw them leave as outies. In this one, we see them going into the elevator, but we never see them transition to innies at all. Purely outie perspective. The other thing that makes this interesting, and I like this, it continues to keep the identity of Helly/Helena ambiguous, because no one's transition is shown. No one. Dylan shows up, and here are more Lost numbers, just a little Easter egg for Lost fans. Whoever made this show must be a Lost fan, because he has another of the Lost numbers on his locker, 23. And it shows him switching his lanyard. Doesn't show anything else. He just switches his lanyard, and he goes in. It doesn't show him change. Again, doors just shut. That's the end of that. Irving shows up. He's got another of the Lost numbers, number 4. And when he shows up, it doesn't really show anything either. It doesn't like belabor the point and show everything that they normally do, but they just kind of keep it quick. He goes in, no transition. Doesn't show anything. And according to Igor at Geek Academy, each elevator ride was 20 seconds long, except for hers.
Well, he edited the in and out altogether. It's amazing what he did.
Oh, that's so cool! Like from the first and the second.
There was an interview of Ben Stiller, and he said some crazy person's going to edit this all together, and then he's like, "I'm that crazy person. I'm going to edit it all together." And he did.
I freaking love that! I gotta check that out. That's awesome. Yes. See, if I had editing skills like that, I would totally do that, because I was thinking it while I watched this. It would be so cool if they edited this whole thing together, both episodes, with the, got back and forth.
So shout out to Geek Academy. You should go watch the video. After this, though, watch us first, then go do that.
Yeah, that video is not going anywhere. You don't have to go look at it now. So this was a beautiful shot, by the way. Helena comes in, and there's this beautiful beam of light coming through, illuminating her red hair. Very red. Yes. And I can't help but think this might even be a little visual clue that this is really going to be Helena going down there, because the sun is they deliberately shot this clearly so that the sun would be hitting her hair, and red represents the outie in this show. So it could be a little hint. Maybe it's a happy accident or just a pretty visual choice that they made, but I thought that was cool. And she has another of the Lost numbers. What is this? 16. That's another of them. Anyway, so for her, they show a little bit more than the others. She switches lanyards. It's like it takes a little bit longer. They spend more time on this. The show definitely wants us to be theorizing about it. It's obvious. By having her come in last and spending the most time on this part of the scene and really highlighting this more, and the fact that they didn't show any of them transition, they definitely want us to be wondering, is this Helena or is this Helly? And like, I think it might have been Matt who said earlier that this would be an awful waste to spend this much time on a red herring if they're trying to put this much emphasis on it, and especially if this continues throughout the season. I don't like red herrings that are that gigantic.
Unless we, the audience, are putting too much emphasis on it.
Maybe, but with this episode, like the way that they structured this scene, they definitely want us to question it. Having her come in last, the way that she was just ogling that footage of Mark and Helly kissing,
Mm-hmm.
a shot of her eyeball with the reflection in it.
Yeah.
And then this, like,
Mm-hmm.
they really, like, they took their time with this. With the others, they made it quicker with Irving and Dylan. This, they took their time with it more.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't, though interestingly, it doesn't show her taking off her watch.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, as we saw with season 1, Mark would take off his watch, put on his nondescript basic Lumon watch, and go in.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't show her taking off her watch. It's the same watch that she wore when she entered.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, as you pointed out, Scarlet, it could be a clue that it's Helena. She has the same
Mm-hmm.
watch. Who knows? Or
being the sorry.
Well, what?
Like being the Eagan, though, she might already know those rules, and she might have a watch on already without numbers.
Right. She might. She might. And look at this particular shot right here. She's looking directly into the camera in this. Now, so it's clear that the people that made this show, you know, whoever's job it is to make these types of decisions, they want us to really be focused on Helena/Helly here, and they took their time with it. She's looking directly into the camera as if to say, you know, like, who am I? It's time, you know, start theorizing, people. You know, I like this. I like how they handled this. And she goes in. They make it slower. They really they make this a slow, drawn out thing. She puts on the lanyard, and again, she's staring directly into the camera, and it closes. And then they leave that shot and dissolve it into Mark leaving. So he goes home. He's heading up the stairs, and another pretty shot. I guess when they have to go down a bunch of stairs, then the elevator to get to the severed floor. Supposedly, I don't know. When he gets home, Harmony is outside, and so he finally gets a chance to confront her. So I was looking forward to this confrontation, really. Finally, he's like, "Who are you?" And she says, "I thought you were quitting." He's like, "I trusted you. I told you what I'd gone through these past 2 years. You were in my house. I ate your shitty fucking cookies." And what a violation, you know, like he confided in her about his grief, and she's been an imposter all along, spying on him. And he doesn't even know the half of it. He doesn't even know that she snuck into his house when he wasn't there and like stole his wife's candle and all that shit and manipulated him on the inside like that to see if he'd remember his wife. He doesn't even know just how bad it is. But he does of course know she was, you know, masquerading as a lactation consultant, and that was a violation on his sister. Really bad. So Cobel is very condescending, and she says, "They convinced you to stay. Was a pineapple involved?" I guess that's their playbook. Pineapple. She says, "You're so easy to sway." And she gets in her car and starts to drive. He runs in front of the car. He really could have gotten run over twice in this scene. He runs in front of the car, and he says, "Why did you do this? What the fuck is this all about?" They just stare each other down, and he says, "Do you know something about Gemma?" And they really drag this out, like we were saying earlier. It's drawn out, it's intense. They stare at each other, and that makes it all the more jarring. Well, before I get to that, when he asks, do you know something about Gemma? She looks down, and she looks back up after that. She definitely does. It's obvious. We know that. She looks back up. They stare at each other. And this long pause makes it all the more jarring when all of a sudden she just floors it, screams bloody murder, slams the horn, and almost runs him down.
I totally didn't expect it.
I don't think anybody expected that. It was a jump scare and a half. And it killed my poor eardrums, my earbuds in. My God.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry for you guys wearing headphones and, earbuds.
Yeah, a lot of people do watch it that way, so.
I almost thought of putting on, because my boyfriend has a nice set of headphones, and plugging them in, and I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, yeah. But be glad you didn't, because it was not pleasant. It was hilarious, though, after my eardrums recovered and I watched it again without earbuds. It was hilarious, and that's the brilliant thing about the way that that Patricia Arquette does the timing of these types of scenes. Everything is calm and ice cold and collected, and then all of a sudden she can just completely lose her shit and scare the shit out of you. It's amazing. Whether she's throwing her coffee cup at his head or screaming at him out of nowhere, or this blood-curdling yell and almost running him down.
We serve care, you spoiled child, or whatever she says.
Yeah, we serve care, you child. That was a jump scare. How many people can do a jump scare just by suddenly yelling like that? Her delivery is amazing. That was from season 1 that we're talking about.
That's why she makes the big bucks.
Yeah, she's a hell of an actress. She's great. The duality of her ice cold typical demeanor, calm and cool, collected, and then when she's completely batshit crazy, that side of her, I love that. Like that time she trashed her shrine to Kier too. Wow, the acting range of this woman, it's amazing. Oh, and remember when she's in the car after she was fired, like screaming, like, "Damn her fucking soul to hell! Damn her all!"
And Natalie.
And about Natalie. I forget what she said, but it was like, "God damn her fucking soul to hell," or something ridiculous and over the top, hilarious. Yeah, she's top tier. I have a hard time picking a favorite character, but she's up there for me. Maybe my favorite or in the top 2. That's the end of that. She just leaves him standing in the street in shock after almost running him down. Amazing. Now, why did she scream like that? I mean, well, I think all this pent-up frustration, just she took it out on him because she's furious, I'm sure, that they're relegating her to some made-up position just to pacify her, not giving her back her job as manager of the severed floor. So that's what that was about. So that was that for the actual episode. But oh, thanks for coming, Denise. I appreciate it. And we're here every Monday night around 10:15 p.m. Eastern, trying to make it for 10, but more realistically, it'll be slightly after, but 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Monday nights. And you can join the Discord if you want to watch with us at 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursday nights when the episodes drop. I stream it, and then we have a fun voice chat afterward. So and yeah, if you haven't checked out my episode 1 breakdown, it is there on my channel, and episode 2 is going to follow by Wednesday. Gonna have to get cracking on that, get to work. So other than that, we still have the featurette and the opening titles to look at too. So we've got that. The featurette was just I didn't take screenshots of that. I didn't think it was really necessary.
Yeah.
But but I wanted to point out some of the
just a person talking, like this pictures of a person talking and gesticulating.
Yeah. But I want to point out some of the things that were said because they're significant.
Yeah.
So Sam Donovan, the director, one of the directors, he said, Milchick is not severed, but he has to play a different character because on the inside, he's very much in control, and on the outside, there is a customer care role. So that's confirmation that Milchick is not severed, guys. There were theories that Milchick is severed in some way, and that maybe he's always on, if you will, severed, but he doesn't know he's severed. He said in episode 1 that he's not severed, but
Yeah.
But we thought, well, maybe he is, but he doesn't know he is. But this director says he's not, so we can forget that one unless they're lying, but I doubt they're lying. So there's that, and so here's another revealing thing. This featurette was very revealing.
Yeah.
Dan Erickson, who is the creator of the show, said that Helena Cobel was actually the one who did the most to stop what happened. But if she were to be cast out from this system that she has been a part of since she was a child, once that's gone, where does she go? That's revealing. So he's just confirmed that she's been a part of this system since she was a child. And we already figured that, like maybe there was a picture of a girl with pigtails in her shrine, and it said Myrtle Eagan School for Girls. So we thought, okay, that's either her or her mother. I figured it's probably like both of them. Well, maybe it was a generational thing, because I don't know. I mean, her mother is part of this somehow. Her mother's hospital bracelet was in the shrine, remember? So, so yeah, she went to that. I'm thinking that's definite. Like she went to that Eagan School for Girls, and so she's been a part of this Kier cult since she was a child, and the creator of the show just confirmed she's been part of the system since she was a child. So that's important information, and it makes sense because she seems to be a true believer in the cult of Kier. Even after they fired her, she was so loyal that she still helped them. She's drunk on the Kool-Aid, completely brainwashed. And now that she's been kind of cast out, like, where does she go? As he was saying. That's why she's completely losing her shit right now. And Adam Scott says she's a genius, which is part of why she's so dangerous. And then, let's see. Dan Erickson said, well, actually, no, first, Brit, who plays Helena / Helly, says that Helena is someone who has to wear a mask around people, while with Helly, there's no mask, there's no filter, and there's very little care for what people think. Helena has a very sheltered existence, so I think the experience of seeing another version of herself that is so much more free than she is intriguing, inspiring, and provocative. Now that's ironic. Helly is more free than she is. Helly is trapped down there and can't leave and doesn't want to be working there, but in a lot of ways she's more free because she can speak with no filter. They have the punishment of the break room and stuff like that, but she's freer with the people around her, and she's bonding with Mark. And so it's weird. Helena has such a sheltered existence that even though she's the one who gets to be literally free in the outside world, she doesn't feel as free. She's stuck in this role as, Jame Eagan's daughter and probably the future CEO. She doesn't have much control over anything, and she was probably pressured and pushed into even doing this severance stunt to begin with. So there's that, and then there's let's see, that director again, Sam Donovan said Helena is in a position of power where things come to her, so there's more of a calmness about her, and she's steadier, while Helly is quite aggressive. Now this was the most revealing thing here. Dan Erickson said, I think it's a very complicated moment for her because this is talking about Helena, of course. She sees innies as subhuman, whereas Helly is appreciated and respected and loved in a way that Helena never has been. And realizing that this character that you saw as like a servant might actually be living a richer life than you, I think that really affects her. So there's some motivation for her to want to switch places and try out life as Helly and experience some of that love, appreciation, and respect. So I'm leaning more toward Helena after hearing that and seeing that episode.
Wait, you don't have any Eagan family in the any world.
And what do you mean? No, Eagan.
Well, with Helena, like having people judge you if she goes in as Helly.
Oh yeah,
She doesn't have Daddy judging her like
right.
in the outside world.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there are multiple incentives she could have to want to experience this. So I could see why she would do it. And she might be doing it all on her own without even without the board even telling her to do it. Like she could actually, maybe there's a way for her to go in there and make it so that her chip is not activated or switched to the any mode. She might be going rogue doing this for her own personal reasons and not to spy on them, or she's sent in to spy, but she's also in there for her own reasons. It could be a combination of things.
See, I didn't know if the like numbers, letters thing was something that was in something in the elevator itself, or something that was in the chip that activated that scanned them.
Yeah, I don't know how it
Or
works.
nothing.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
Or a tail, they just tell them.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know how it works exactly, but Matt Gilbert says, "Oh damn, it really does sound like a master-slave dialectic." Yeah, it does. Cobel could become the innie's most powerful asset if she defects. Where does she go now is highly suggestive. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You know, she could become an asset to the innies if she defects. If they really cast her out. Yeah.
Or the woman that's taking out the chips. I can't remember her name.
Or the woman that's taking out the chips. Yeah.
I can't remember her name now. It's early.
Ragabi.
Ragabi, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Side with
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, see you, Matt. I gotta bail for now. If you're still going when I get back, I'll jump in. Nice. Yeah, thanks for being here, Matt. I appreciate it. Quan Solar says, you know, Miss Cobel will turn rebel, and Milchick is their nemesis too on the severed floor. Yeah, yeah. I think that may very well may happen, because even though I think she's a true believer in the cult of Kier, there's a difference between the pure doctrine of Kier and the way Lumon, I think, has perverted it over time, bastardized it, and you know, like that's why I think those people are dancing around in lingerie and those masks. It represents the perversion of the original doctrine of Kier, that literally perverting it, turning it into something smarmy. You have the contrast between that and the biblical looking painting of Kier taming the four tempers, and you didn't see any lingerie there. So I think there's a difference between the original pure doctrine of Kier and the way Lumon has perverted it. And we know there are different rules because Kier himself met his wife as they were both laborers somewhere, and yet Lumon doesn't allow romantic fraternization. So yeah, so I think Harmony could be still a true believer in Kier, but going against Lumon at this point. David said, as Mark carries his shadow self to a magical place with a book that opens and grass is growing, that's the landscape of the other world, the tangent universe, the pocket dimension, the big other. Yeah, we're going to take a look at the opening titles. I'll post the link if anybody wants to hop on and has any comments. I'll do that too. So we can do that. Let me see. And Grow and Thrive says, interestingly, they don't show the innies being searched before leaving work to go home. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you would think they'd be searched every day. They go in there and they're like, they use that wand like they have at the airport to go up and down, but they don't show that when they leave, which is odd. Craig says Helena's watch doesn't have numbers. Numbers would trigger the code detector. Yeah, I was trying to get a good view of it, but I couldn't see.
If there is a code detector.
If there is. There might not be. Yeah. Craig says the fact that they made it all they made it so obvious that Helena is Helena means there's more to it than simply that she's unsevered. They want us to think we're clever for figuring it out, but it's so obvious. They are making it kind of obvious. They're pushing it in our faces so much. They intend us to know this. The surprise will come later. Yeah, so maybe there's a bigger twist to it, because at this point, I don't think any of us would be like, "Oh my God, it's Helena." If they
The
reveal
biggest
it,
twist is actually Helly.
right?
Ta-da!
Even like, I think most of us wouldn't be shocked to death at that. You at least know that it's a possibility. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not gonna like drag this on for like a crazy amount of time tonight, but I'll put up the link if anybody wants to share your thoughts, and we'll also go through and we'll look at some images of the opening titles. And if anybody wants to come on, there is the link. I'm gonna pin it to the top if I can. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna pin it to the top, and that will take the place of the poll that's up there. So Helena officially did win the poll easily at 76% with 63 votes. So 76% of these people, you guys, you say, oh, now it says 77%. It's 66 votes. So yeah, the overwhelming winner was Helena. So you think it's Helena? I'm leaning toward Helena as well. So I'm going to end it there and pin the StreamYard link. There. Okay. So anyway, so looking at the opening titles, wait, let me just look at a few more of these.
Can I speak English? Were you surprised there was a new opening sequence?
Mm.
Or did you think there was going to be a different sequence?
I was very surprised that they changed it, because the opening sequence won an Emmy last year. Okay. So I'm surprised they changed it. But it's a great new opening sequence. They did an amazing job again. They'll probably win another Emmy. It was beautiful. Muncher Luncher said, "What would you ladies do if the next MTR team member is called Julie B?" My name fits, you know.
Well, it's Scarlet M. We'll get Scarlet M in there.
Yeah, but like, you know how a lot of the names though are like, you know, the Helly, Petey, Julie.
Yeah.
It fits, you know. It sounds like it could be a new severed innie. Hey, Laura Butler gives me Kathy Bates in Misery vibes. Like, yeah, Patricia Arquette. She's amazing. Absolutely. Yeah. She's scary as fuck, right? Quan said that, and Grow and Thrive, she deserves an Emmy. Oh, yeah. Grow and Thrive says, I think she was scared of him in that moment. She had never seen him so angry. For a second, she did look kind of scared. She was shocked. Mark has never been aggressive like that. Matt says to drop so many clues to make it all but obvious that it's Helena, only to make all of it a big red herring. I can't believe they do that. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Francesca had said there was an article in that fake newspaper about a thief taking random items from people's homes. It was the Baird Creek Bandit. I noticed that too. That was funny.
So do you think that's Cobel?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. She did steal that candle from Mark's house. I don't know if she does that with other people's houses, but yeah, Denise had said about how the analysis talks about how Helena is so constrained and uptight. She's fascinated by Helly and how she's got no filter. And also, you know, she's studying that footage so closely, so it's like it's a good way to, you know, figure out how to impersonate her too. So she didn't have much time though. She only had 48 hours. That would be kind of hard. If there were 5 months, then it would be a lot easier for her to study Helly's mannerisms on camera. Let me see. Okay. Oh, here's a new name. Of Infinite Jest. Nice to see you. Welcome. Cobel's white VW Rabbit, Volkswagen, right? Rabbit crashes into icy water in the animation. Oh, does it really? Yikes.
Yeah, I can show you where that is.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Some people thought it was Gemma's car too, and I'm like, so Gemma's car runs into a tree, sets itself on fire, then plunges into frozen water.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a little
That's
much.
too much.
That's too much. That's too much. I agree. So I went and I did this I took these in slow motion so that I could get better views. And so the first shot is Mark in his red outfit. He goes into the elevator.
So that's supposed to be like a onesie, like he's a baby?
I think, yeah, maybe, it's weird that he's wearing like a onesie, essentially.
Because before it was like a two-piece thing, and now it's like a onesie. Like they're really explaining the babiness of this. Babies and balloons.
Yeah, they are infantilizing them. There's his head as a balloon coming out of the elevator. He goes downstairs, so he's like descending into the severed floor, I guess, as his Outie, though. And this is like layers of the human brain here. So, and like a bunch of heads on balloons, balloon heads. He's going down there with a flashlight.
Oh, wait. I thought that was Dylan for a second. I'm looking for Dylan's face in this somewhere. I thought I saw it, but I did not. Sorry.
Yeah.
I got excited for a second.
I think they were just Mark's heads, but so it's like his Outie is investigating, like going deep into the recesses of his mind. As a metaphor, he's going down into this brain, and the brain is like a green color, which is another predominant color in the show. Now this was interesting because he's looking around and his reflection is actually, it looks like Helly in one shot. It looks like Helly in a blue dress, and it kind of moves away from him, and then there's another reflection in like a dark color. I don't know if that's Gemma maybe, but there's another.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's Gemma. Since they're in the same scenes together in the elevator, I'm assuming it's Helly one way, Gemma the other.
It's probably, because I see dark hair there. It's not easy to see, but it looks like dark hair. So I think that's Gemma. And it's creepy how the reflections kind of like move away from him. It starts as his reflection, but it's not really him. It's them, and then each of them moves away. Helly goes that way. It's very creepy. And then the one that looks like Gemma walks away, and then it's Mark's reflection. So that's a really cool effect. And it happens fast, so it's hard to see it unless you watch it in slow motion. Then all of a sudden he's standing on his own chin. And he's looking, and then there's like someone in front of him. Wait, who is that? It's him. It's him as his innie self, yeah. And they're looking at each other, him versus his innie self, on top of a giant version of Mark sleeping. So like these are his two selves in his unconscious mind. Like that's why he's sleeping. It's like the two severed selves are kind of at odds with each other in his unconscious mind, deep in the recesses of his mind. And then there are a bunch of like little baby Marks with no faces. I don't know. It's creepy, whatever it is.
Well, the only thing I could think with the blank faces is like blank slates.
Yeah.
Tabula rasa or whatever it's called.
Yeah, tabula rasa.
Tabula rasa.
Tabula rasa. Yeah. Yeah. So like Yeah, maybe it represents blank slates. Let me see. So, and then like the bed is basically in this like creepy green pool. It's like it looks like it's part of that green brain actually.
Mm-hmm.
And you see in the background other what look like beds. It I love how the credits do this. They did this in the first version too. Like you'll see one thing and then it kind of pulls out to reveal something else. It's
Mm-hmm.
part of something else. And then it pulls out again and it's something else. So the
Mm-hmm.
camera pulls out and all of that is inside of a chip that's being implanted in a brain. And
I
then
wonder
it's
if
a
all
little
those I wonder if all those extra beds were references to the Ricken thing where he had the beds in the bedroom, the 3 beds.
yeah, it could be because of the 3 beds, yeah. And and then he's in a chip in a brain and it's Outie Mark in there, which is really gross. Outie Outie Mark sticks his hand out of the hole in another Mark, you know. Now it's like Mark's head and Outie Mark is pushing any Mark out of it. So that what is that representing? Maybe he's going to be. I think he's going to go through the process of reintegration this season. So Outie Mark is pushing any Mark out of his head.
Mm-hmm.
Out and then Outie Mark, or rather, sorry, any Mark falls into Irving's mug.
Mm-hmm. Which has a
And the camera.
bee-like handle, like almost has a Burt handle with a bee, or it could
Oh, it
be like
does.
brass knuckles.
Come to think of it, it does look like a letter B on it, like Burt. It does. And the camera pulls out again, and it's a whole
Well,
bunch of
it also has all these musical instruments coming out of it too, like tubas and trumpets and stuff.
right. Yeah.
I'm not sure what
And
that
then
symbolizes.
I'm not sure either, but the camera pulls out again, and it's Outie Mark looking at his reflection at a desk. Then he jumps and lands in uh in his head at another desk. And this is just like the first opening title sequence had something like this at the very end, except it wasn't like this. It looked CGI. They made this look like, I don't even know, how would you even describe this? A painting, I guess?
I guess there's some popular filter that people use to make their photos and videos look like paintings. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It looks like they made it look like a painting, which is an
Yeah.
interesting effect. Then the head turns into a goat, of course. Gotta have a
Well,
goat in
three-eyed
there.
goat. Like a three-eyed goat first, like the one in From. It has like 3 eyes at first and then it morphs.
Yeah, it looks like 3 eyes at first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Illusions.
Yeah. I see it. Then you pull out again, and it's Outie Mark looking at that goat on a screen held by 2 guys.
I want to say they're 2 Milchicks, but I'm not 100%.
At first, I was thinking, like, because of the beard, I thought 2 Dylans, but the body type isn't right.
Mm-hmm. So there's a goat
And
in a
there's no
business
Dylan.
suit?
Yeah, there's a goat in a business suit.
So I guess that says
And
something about what they're doing with those goats.
I think, yeah, I think that's a clue to the use of the goats as test subjects for the chips. They probably, tested the chips on goats, right? So that's probably what the goats are for. In the original script, they were doing testing on rats, so they probably just wanted to make it quirkier and more interesting. It
It
pulls
just seems
out.
weird. It just seems weird to me that Irving and Helly and Gemma and Mark and Cobel, Patricia
Cobel.
Arquette's character, they're all represented here, but no Dylan, and maybe no Milchick.
Hmm.
And I'm wondering
Yeah.
why. And I'm wondering maybe I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah. No. No, Dylan. So that's why I kind of was hoping that was Dylan holding the screen because I saw a bearded
Yeah.
guy, but the body type was wrong.
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know, but so then it pulls out to show Mark on what looks like pieces of ice,
Hmm.
like icy, like icebergs in an ocean, and um, it's funny. Speaking of ice pieces of ice on water, just reminded me. Doug Hughes, completely off topic, but Doug Hughes he's been posting hilarious photos of the Mini Man in yellow on his Instagram, doing all kinds of hijinks. But he doesn't only do that. He also posted a beautiful picture of water with big chunks of ice in it. I'm guessing it's near where he lives now in Toronto, which is right on the
Hmm.
water. It's
Hmm.
beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Anyway, but it looked a lot like this. That's why I'm reminded of it, except without the balloon head guys.
It looked like this. All the blue guys. It was
without the
amazing.
without the balloon head guys. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So
Okay,
just
so you see the car now?
oh yeah, there's a car there that crashed into
You could
icy
see it
water.
better like one backwards from this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. See, this is the kind of thing you don't catch unless you watch it in slow motion and look at
Hmm.
it frame by frame because all of this gets so confusing to watch. When you're watching this, my brain is just melting trying to follow what the hell I'm seeing and what's going on, how it keeps
Oh,
transitioning.
I'm totally getting this. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah.
I'm totally figuring out what this is about. Yeah, sure, it's a metaphor for rising up, I guess,
Couldn't
from
be any more
chilly
obvious.
waters, the chilly waters of dissonance.
Yeah, and all of the cameras morphing and the camera morphing out, pulling out, so things morph into other things, and all of a sudden, Mark is standing on top of a giant Mark sleeping, and then it pulls out to expand into something else. It's like your brain is melting trying to like follow everything that you're seeing on the screen. So it really helps to actually look at the stills,
Mhm.
and I do think they plant little clues in here.
Uh,
So it is a smart thing to actually take a look at. Like the car. I didn't even notice that. So you know, Gemma's car crashed into a tree, so I don't think that was Gemma's car, but yeah, maybe someone
they
else.
think it might be Harmony's car, the rabbit, I guess, but I can't really tell.
Yeah. I hope not. I mean, they wouldn't
Oh,
do
they
any
don't.
no way would they kill off that character. That would be the stupidest thing they could ever do.
But they
Like
won't kill her off. They'll just rebuild her.
yeah, I guess they could. Well, they could fake her death and then bring
Yeah.
her down. Hey, that could be a great way to get her back down there on the. Because I want her back down on the severed floor. I love her character so much. I don't want her just on the outside. So, hey, that would work. Just fake her death and take her prisoner and then make her like live down there and work down there all the time. Well, I don't know. But I don't know if that's gonna happen, but anyway, there's a car, and this seems to be part of their playbook, staging car accidents. This company,
Hmm.
um, the Lexington letter heavily implied that they staged the car accident of an employee who worked there. Um, they she was trying to run away. Her any sent her a note warning her. Somehow she got a note through, and the code detectors were down and warned her get away. They're coming for you or something like that.
She
And
wrote it in Puglish, which was just a symbol language where each letter was a symbol,
right, and then
like
there was
a seahorse or a sun or a snowflake, etc.
right. She wrote her letters that way, but then
Oh yeah.
her final note, she
Oh,
said
okay.
the code detectors are down, so
No,
she
no.
was able to send her a normal note in the last
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
and she said, "Get away! They're coming for you." And Peg took off, and then she died in a car accident. So it was heavily implied that Lumen is staging car accidents, and we know Gemma died in a car accident. Now she's down there. That's sus. So yeah, it looks like maybe something like that might happen this season, or it's just an
Okay.
allusion to the fact that they do this sort of thing. Who knows?
I like all these marks are on their own individual piece of ice.
Yeah, they are. They all have their own little ice flow there. It's true.
It must be this like the fragmented subconscious. I'll just say that.
I wonder what the balloon, like you were wondering earlier before the stream, like what does this balloon imagery represent? There has to be a reason for it. Like was there, I don't remember balloon imagery in season 1. Am I just too tired to be thinking straight?
No.
I
This is
don't
a season
remember.
2 thing.
I thought so. Okay. So this is something new. I wonder what the significance of it is. And Mark grabs onto one. Sorry, what?
I said ascension.
Ascension. Yeah, I don't know.
Rising up from the severed floor, rising up from the basement,
reaching a higher level of consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Like for example, in episode 1, I think it was clear to me the symbolism that bunch of balloons was supposed to represent. Milchick presented Mark with a bunch of balloons, and all of them had Mark's face on it, and it was very infantilizing as usual. And he said, oh, you could leave them with Miss Wong. She'll take care of them for you. I wouldn't want you to be distracted or something like that. Like he's a child. And then he takes back the balloons and he's like, enjoy your balloons. Sends Mark off. After refusing to give him proof that his coworkers refused to come back, he just says, oh, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Enjoy your balloons. Mark leaves the office, and the first thing he does is lets go of that bunch of balloons. And you had that clear imagery of the balloons just floating up near the ceiling, and he's walking away. And it just shows that he's lost his innocence now, his childish innocence, and he's done with this shit.
And I wonder how many takes they took to get all the faces right on those balloons when they hit the ceiling.
Right.
Even one of them was kind of moving. It was kind of moving a little bit, so I figured that was their best try.
Yeah, they put a lot of work into that, I'm sure. And then of course you have here Outie Mark floating up, holding onto the balloons. This balloon here of his own head. And as he's going up, you can see that car even more clearly. There's a headlight. So it's something they want us to take note of for sure. Maybe foreshadowing something from this season, or just an allusion to the fact that they stage this kind of thing at the company. And so the balloon heads are all rising. And then what in the hell is that? Mark goes into his own face. Like Outie Mark gets sucked up into his own face, and then he lifts his head, knocks over a bunch of sand, I guess. Wait, is that sand? No.
I thought it was some kind of like ooze, like oozy. I don't know what. It's gross. Yeah, that's like beige ooze.
Yeah, it's not sand. It's some kind of liquid. I don't know.
Maybe a drug. I mean, there's other pills on the table, so maybe it's a drug. Maybe it's just something you drink, because there's a bunch of pills on the table too.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it could be a drug, and he looks out of it too. There are pills on the table.
I don't know if that's a photo of Jame or something on the table too when he gets up.
Oh yeah. Okay, wait. So he gets up and he looks out of it like he was drugged. I always wondered, when I first saw Harmony bringing him cookies in season 1, I thought, are they drugged? Like, I immediately thought that, but I don't know. Oh, got somebody here. It's Helena's side piece, aka Umbra. Welcome, Umbra.
Hey, what's up? How are you guys?
All right.
Right. How are you?
I'm all right. Just figured I'd jump in for a little bit.
Cool. So what are your thoughts so far on episode 2? You're I know where you stand on Helena. You're more convinced that it's Helena, I'm guessing, and I'm leaning more in that direction too.
Yeah. Yeah, specifically for that, because I just don't see the upside for her just really being Helly. Like, oh, we made you think it was really Helena, but it's really Helly. Like, what's the payoff for that? Now, there's a payoff for her actually being Helena, you see. So I don't know, but beyond that, that's whatever. You guys are going through the intro, and you mentioned the babies, the faceless babies, and that was what I was going to mention. I heard that before I jumped in, and you see throughout the whole intro they're showing like these babies in suits, faceless babies and things like that, even a baby of Kier. I think it's speaking to, you mentioned it a second ago, actually, like this like childlike adolescent treatment of them, of the innies. Dita! But yeah, it's got like this like they're infantilizing them, right? The way they even speak to them, you just mentioned the balloons and such, and how they treated that. Even have the young girl there, and we're all wondering why is that girl there? Why is this young girl there? And it could be the case that they're raising kids from infants to adults under that system of things in this religious like cult. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think that's the case here with the innies. They're treating them as an infantile, like infantile. Hold on, let me see if I can say this word right. They're infantile. I can't get the word out. they're infantilizing them. That's the word. They're infantilizing them in the sense of I guess treating them the way they need to get to train them into what they need them to be, I suppose. And even the wording they said, like the guy with the weird hair with the frolic tattoo. I mean, the way he even mentioned it, like Mark is not ready yet. Like, ready for what? Like, what are you getting them prepared for? So it's like they're grooming them to to adulthood on that side of things. It seems like.
I definitely think so. I think that there is a cult going on that is indoctrinating kids young, kids like Ms. Wong, and I'm sure Harmony Cobel. And we got confirmation, which very much surprised me, by one of the people in the featurette that she has been in this system since she was a child. We already figured that just from the visual clues in season 1 in her shrine, but now we got actual confirmation. So I'm sure Ms. Wong is in a similar situation, and even as adults, they can be very childlike. Like Cobel is she's been brainwashed all this time, and she goes around her house even when she's alone and she wasn't playing a role as Mrs. Selvig. She wears pigtails in her house, and she has like little kid looking posters up on the wall of each of the 9 principals, and so like there's, and her room looks like something out of the old Eagan boarding school that she must have lived at. So even though she's a grown adult, the cult has made her kind of infantile in a lot of ways. Yeah. So, hey, V-Sky. It's definitely Helly R. So you're thinking Helly R. Okay. Yeah, the poll was overwhelmingly, I had 63 votes, and it was 76% Helena. But it could go either way still at this
Hey,
point.
there was somebody from Team Helly. They finally showed up.
Yeah.
They finally got here. The bus was late.
Yeah.
You would have taken the poll to 27% Helly side.
Yeah. Yep. AA Mark got balloons when he came back to work. Episode 1. That's right. Grow and Thrive said, was Gemma somehow involved with Lumon? Maybe they faked her death to make her disappear. Oh, 100% they faked her death. I'm completely convinced they faked her death. After that little comment about a burned body from Mark, and then having read the Lexington letter, knowing that it was heavily implied that they staged a car accident and killed Peg in that story, but they might have actually just faked Peg's death and brought her down to the severed floor. If they make a sequel to that story, if they make a part 2, maybe we'll find out Peg didn't actually die and Peggy's just living there now. But yeah, I definitely think they faked Gemma's death. She I don't think they resurrected her somehow or cloned her or anything like that. But that's
Yeah. Sometimes they say the simplest solution is often the correct one, right? I think it's just a matter of faking it too.
Yep. Occam's razor. You know, it's the simplest solution. And they even said Occam's razor in this episode. It was almost like a signal to us as the audience, you know, because Devon said to Mark, "Okay, let's Occam's razor this shit." So that's usually a good rule to go by. The simplest explanation is usually correct. V Sky says Helena might bring herself down into the severed floor later on, but it's Helly R in episode 1 and 2. I can see that as a possibility. I was actually thinking that myself, that as she's getting this fascination with Helly by watching the video footage, she might it might be that she decides to do this later in the season. So it could be that we're kind of half right and half wrong here, saying that it's Helena. She might not be there yet. She might do it later. So that's another possibility. That's a third possibility. So yeah, totally agree on that. Anyway, so we were looking at this and Mark looks drugged. Outie Mark looks drugged, and then any Mark lifts this, it turns this into a curtain, and it's the elevator, and carries Outie Mark into it, which is interesting. He's drugged and he's carried in there. So is he going to be forced to come back in there at some point in the season? I don't know. But then that turns into, so I think David was mentioning this earlier.
It's interesting because it's showing that Innie and Outie Mark are working together.
Yeah.
So it's much like Irving's situation, but probably deeper, where he's going to find a way to have both communicate to work to help uncover what's going on.
Yeah, I think they are. And in season 1, we watched them both become radicalized at the same time, or both starting to kind of awaken themselves, you know, wake up to what they need to be doing, and that Lumon is deceiving them. Both of them were starting to figure that out on parallel journeys at once. I loved this, that like the camera pulls out and now all of a sudden they're on a bunch of grass and there are heads all over the place, and it's Gemma's head, Helly's head. It's a bunch of Gemma and Helly heads.
Yeah, they kind of roll around really weirdly. It's kind of disturbing.
It's creepy.
So it's like a split between the romances for him, huh?
Yes. All the Helly heads are on. What?
I said that's where I think it's going.
Right, because all the Helly heads are on one side and the Gemma heads are on the other side, severed on two halves of a book.
Which is red. Kind of like the UUR.
Which is red. And what was I gonna say? And it's kind of like Cabbage Patch Kids. Like their heads are sprouting up out of the grass.
Are there any goats in there? Are there goats?
I don't see. No, I don't see goats. I see a bunch of. You know what's interesting about this, actually, though? I just noticed on the side where all the Helly heads are, there are a bunch of Outie Marks that are all kind of crouching on the ground, and then on the Gemma head side, there are a bunch of Innie Marks. So you got that duality. Nice imagery there. And then looking over all of it is
that's an interesting matchup, because the Innies are on Gemma's side and the Outies are on Helly's side.
Which is odd because Mark's Outie is the one who was with Gemma, and Mark's Innie is the one who was with Helly. So
it's all mixed up.
It's all mixed up. That's a great point. And looking over all of this is Cobel with no face and this weird beam of light emanating from her faceless head.
I like how some of these names lined up, like Patricia Arquette's name lined up with hers, and then Helly's line. The actress that plays Helly, it lines up when Helly and Gemma are running away from, like, the reflections are running away. And I thought it was kind of nice.
Yeah, they did that well.
They kind of lined up the thing. Now they just have Dylan in here. That'd be great.
Right.
And now you have Cobel here, illuminating both options, like illuminating. I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Illuminating.
Right, that was an intentional choice for sure. And also the fact that she's like watching, even though she has no face, she's apparently watching over both. She's fixated on, we remember from season 1 that she was fixated on Mark and whether or not he could remember Gemma as his wife. So she was, stealing his wife's candle and putting them in the same room together and watching. So this is more of that fixation, and that beam of light. It could represent the fact that she wants him to remember, because remember, she looked disappointed when he didn't recognize Miss Casey, and Milchick had said to her, it's a good thing, right? They don't remember each other. She said, send her back down to the testing floor. So I think that this is a clue, another clue that she wants them to remember, and that's why there's this beam of light coming from her onto that whole scenario here with Mark and Helly. And
could be. Yeah. I mean, it's very clear she's like super interested in seeing how they would react to each other. And that's why I theorized, like, at the end of this whole situation, she's probably going to be a savior in some way to Mark. She's going to help him in some fashion.
I think so too. I don't know why. I haven't come up with a theory as to why she wants them to remember, but him to remember, but I think that she does. V Sky says at some point Mark still has to address his relationship with Alexa. Remember Alexa? There's another one that he was dating. Another woman.
He's got a lot going on.
Yeah. It's got so it's like, it's not even a love triangle. It's a quadrangle. it's him and
a throuple.
Well, then there's 2 of him as well, so you got to add 2 for him.
Oh, jeez.
Quadruple. I think Alexa is done for, though. I don't think they're going to revisit that much with her.
Yeah, I hope they just get rid of that, because I don't really see the need. It's not necessary, and they have enough going on. So that was my least favorite part of season 1. I found that the least interesting. So I don't think she needs to include it.
Yeah. Every time she was there, I was kind of like, why are you here? Like, move to the next scene, please. That's exactly how I felt. She added nothing further to further the story to me.
No, 100%. I hope that she's gone.
I think she was there to, like, go on a date with Mark, take Mark to where the punk band was playing in the alley, and just be a guide to different points, really, and then be awkward.
A plot device. Yeah.
Plot device. With a little bit of awkward sex thrown in.
Right. Yeah, with a little bit of that. That was unnecessary too, but and also to highlight his inability to move on from his wife's death, even though it's been 2 years. He's trying to get out there again, but his heart isn't in it, and he's struggling with it, and it's awkward. So I think it was a temporary plot device, and now really we don't need her anymore. There's enough going on.
I think I just got it. This show is on Apple TV, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was a subtle dig from Apple TV to Amazon, saying we no longer need Alexa.
Yes.
Tinfoil hat activated.
Something. I think you're right. Seriously. Because every time I hear that name, I think of Amazon's Alexa. So I think you're right. It's a dig at Alexa. Like, oh, let's name this useless temporary plot device Alexa.
See, you're getting it now. Joining
Yeah.
the tinfoil hattery with me.
I'm there with you.
If the actress playing Alexa hears this, you did a really good job. Okay.
Yeah. No, she
You
did
did an
fine.
adequate job.
There's nothing against her at all. You know, she did fine. I just didn't think she was necessary to the plot, her character, at all. That's where my brain kind of tuned out. But V Sky said when they montaged the group towards the end of episode 1, there was too much Helly R in those smiles and interactions. It was hard to say, you know, like, there was a lot of her Helly R persona coming through. It would be tough for Helena to fake that demeanor if it's only been a couple of days. That's the thing that I'm struggling with. If it were months, then that would explain it a lot more. It's possible that she hasn't gone down there yet, that she's thinking about it and she's going to keep studying the surveillance footage for Helly's mannerisms, and then she goes down. I'm convinced at this point, I'm convinced she's going to go down and do it. If she hasn't already, then she's going to this season. That's where I'm at right now. But anyway, let's see. So this is a cool shot too. Cobel lifts her head, and then that beam of light coming from her faceless head turns into a shot of Outie Mark. This is actually quite creepy. Outie Mark is going towards, what is that? Is that the testing floor? So first he's in front of like a this black space, and he's heading toward the testing floor, which Irving has painted. And then we're coming to the end now. So then it turns into this is all like very fast paced. It goes from Miss Casey, and it also briefly shows Helly. I don't have a shot of it right here, but it briefly shows Helly, then it shows Miss Casey, then this. Oh no, wait, no, I do have a shot of Helly. Never mind. And but all this is so fast that you couldn't possibly see it unless you watched it in. I had to slow it down to 25% of the 25%.
I remember when we were in the Discord and like you and Jamie were like, "That was Helly in there," and I was like, "No, it was Miss Casey. No, it was Helly. No, it was Miss Casey." But it was both of them.
It was both. It was so quick. It was like this whole thing is messing with our heads. Like you can't look away from it even for a second. Even the opening title sequence is captivating. So it was Miss Casey, and then I didn't spot this until I took a screenshot of it. You very briefly just see Helly's face, or Helena, whatever, and the doors are slowly closing on it. And then it's her, or opening, I guess. They're opening, and it's her. All this is so quick that it's like it all just looks like a quick glitch, split second, and you miss it. But it's kind of like almost putting that subliminal image in our heads if we don't slow it down and look at it. And it ends with Mark on his couch. And
now the creepiest part of all.
The creepiest part of all.
That we know.
It's this cute little baby Kier crawling on the floor. Definitely has a Kier head.
Dumping snow off his head. I like how the snow dumps off his head.
Yeah. Yeah, it's extremely weird. I don't know why a baby Kier. I know there are long-standing theories that they're trying to resurrect Kier himself, but I think it's more about brainwashing Kier disciples from infancy. They have a cult going on where they're brainwashing from the time that people are born, including Cobel and probably Miss Wong, I'm sure. So that's why the baby's head looks like Kier. It's like they're brainwashing them to, into the cult of Kier. They're not literally resurrecting Kier. Again, like Occam's erasing it. It's resurrecting Kier. I can't really see how that would make any sense. He died too long ago, so they wouldn't have been able to like freeze his brain or anything. He was from the 1800s. That's my opinion, but actually, I take that back about this being the creepiest part. This is the creepiest part right here.
Oh yeah, the grudge ending.
Yeah, this is right out of that movie, The Grudge.
Yeah,
Mark.
There's some other movies that do it, but this makes me feel like the grudge the most of all of them.
Oh, yeah, this is a disturbing image right here. It's I think it would be Outie Mark crawling out, trying to crawl his way out of Outie Mark's head. It's really creepy. You see the hands, and then I guess that's the end of it. I thought I had a shot of his his eye, but yeah, it comes out enough so that you can see the eye, and it's extremely creepy and disturbing. Maybe at the beginning I had one. No, I guess that's the best shot I have. But yeah, it's very much like The Grudge, and it just shows Outie Mark. It symbolizes Outie Mark trying to claw his way out to the surface, out of Outie Mark's head. Nice imagery. Yeah, they did an amazing job with this opening title sequence, just like last time. The imagery looked a whole lot more CG than it did the first time. Like the hair looked like something out of a Disney Pixar movie. But I don't care. I mean, the realism of that image doesn't really matter to me. It looks cool. So yeah, I was not expecting that for the show to actually create a new opening title sequence when their first one won an Emmy. But I thought they nailed it, and I think it does give us clues as to what could happen this season too. So again, they knocked that out of the park. This season has gotten off to an amazing start. It really has. Wow, still 45 people here. This is the most we've had actually this week. I don't remember how many we had total during the Severance stream last week, but thank you so much for checking out our stream. And we do this every Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern, so really appreciate everybody that's joining, even if you're just listening and not chatting. Thank you so much. Please, if you haven't yet, take a moment to like the stream and subscribe. Tap the bell for notifications, so you can know when I go live. Sometimes I run a little late, but it'll send you a notification when I do go live. But it's generally Mondays at 10 p.m. or 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And for Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, again, we have the Discord watch parties as soon as the episode drops. Dieter, I don't think I can. So after the live stream ends, the regular comment section appears. So you can't leave a regular comment until the live ends, I think. After the live ends, it really helps a lot if you leave a quick comment. It doesn't matter what it is. After the live ends, the regular comment section opens, and then if you leave anything, even if it's just one word or an emoji, it doesn't matter what it is, it helps other people find this. Helps other people find my channel, and it's good for the algorithm. So anyone that's a moment to do that when the stream is over at some point, I truly appreciate it. Anyway, David says, it's all to show the state of mind, Mark, we should expect this season, jumbled and confused, but ultimately doubting his beliefs. Yeah, I agree. And he's resisting this. He's resisting his sister's urges to look into this Gemma thing because it's too triggering for him. But he's going to continue to feel like he needs to explore more. But there'll be that tension between his grief and this desire to investigate more. I think he still will. Right now, he's just resisting it at the moment because it's too triggering. Oh, my mom's dog just came in. What are you doing in here? Paco, you're not supposed to be in here. Hey, there's cat food on the floor. He's not supposed to eat. Let's see. Yes, if you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. I think I just said that. Of Infinite Jest said, Helly knows too much about Lumon to be returned. Yeah, Helly is now, yeah, she's now found out a lot that she could go back in and tell the other innies. That's a good point. You know, all that stuff she found out about the gala, she could go back down there and tell them all that stuff, the PR stunt that they're doing, and yeah, that's a good point. So that might be a reason for them not to send Helly back down as Helly, instead use Helena. AA said Helena hugged Mark for 2 seconds when they first reunited. If it was Helly, she would have hugged him longer and more passionately, like she literally kissed him before overtime contingency. She seemed so disconnected at their reunion. I understand that. At the same time, she was in shock, having just been, like, let's say it is Helly. She would be in shock just having suddenly been snapped out of that a moment ago. She was tackled and she was on the outside, and it would be startling and disorienting to suddenly wake back up there. So I could understand. She looked like a person in shock. So her first reaction, her first impulse might not have been to hug him back. Just playing the devil's advocate. I'm leaning more towards Helena right now, but yeah, it's possible that it could be her being in shock. Remember when Mark first got back, he was so disoriented and upset. He started running around the hallways like a maniac looking for Miss Casey and found nothing but a empty wellness center. So just playing devil's advocate. But yeah, again, I am leaning more toward Helena now. Yeah. V Sky says, I think Blue Dress Helly R is the arrival of Helena onto the severed floor.
I think I'm gonna stay team Helly for the Helly of it.
For the Helly of it. Nice. Scarlet, I have to go put my mom's dog back with her because he's too little to jump back on the chair. So I've got to mute myself for just a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Though.
Let us talk about what's going on. Okay, so for the week, we're going to be having a From live for everybody who watches Severance but also watches From. We will be doing a deep dive on episode 9, I do believe, of season 1. And that will begin at approximately 10 PM EST. And then on Thursday, we'll be having in Julie's Discord a Severance watch party. And the first viewing of Severance season 2, episode 3 will be at 9 PM in Julie's Discord, followed by a second showing at 10 PM because I can't make the 9 PM one. So we have a little special showing for me at 10 PM and anybody else who wants to. And then after that, we all go to the voice channel and talk. And it's a good time. Highly recommended. On Friday, we usually have a guest, Doc, who will talk about FROMACADEMY, and I think it's still about the showrunners. We'll probably have, because we had Doug Hughes last week, and I think we might be on the third showrunner of From, and that will start at 10 PM approximately EST on Fridays.
Yep. This week should be Jeff Pinkner.
Oh, Jeff Pinkner. Okay, I couldn't remember the last one we were on.
Yep. We'll be talking
John
about
Griffin and Jack Bender, and then okay.
Yep, Jeff Pinkner, the showrunner of From. We'll talk about him, and that'll be more like probably 11 PM Eastern Friday, I think. Anyway, V Sky says, "Sell me on From. I haven't watched anything on it yet. Oh boy, are you kidding? Oh my gosh, sell you on From.
What's the first 5 minutes?
Don't even get me started. I could go on forever, but
or is it the first 7 minutes because you get hooked within the first 7 minutes?
If you watch the first 7 minutes of From and you're not hooked, then I don't Like that, I can't even imagine how else I could try to convince you. That's a challenge that they kind of put out. Like if you watch the first 7 minutes of From and see if you're not hooked. It grabs you right away. It's an amazing mystery box show. A bunch of people in a town that they can't escape. They don't know why. All kinds of supernatural visions and voices in people's heads that they're trying to get to the bottom of and like understand the mystery of why they're stuck there and how they can escape and get home. Everyone enters from different points all over the country and somehow all wind up in the same place. And it's deep. There's some really deep psychological horror, mystery, and character drama. And I don't know if you'd call it sci-fi. Really, it's. I mean, maybe some sci-fi elements, but
That's kind of like elements of fantasy, elements of sci-fi, elements of horror.
Yeah,
little bit of everything. Everyone.
Phenomenal characters, really deep, well-developed characters that are shaped by all the trauma they've been through, and some of the best actors I've ever seen. The performances they give, it's just phenomenal, and the mystery will just hook you. It's not just about the blood and the guts, because that's not all that the show is about. It's not constant gore. They have gore, but it's also it's the mystery that's really at the heart of it. Trying to get to the bottom of that, and theory craft. It's got all of us theory crafting year round. That's how powerful it is. And there's a hardcore base of fans that are theory crafting year round, and we're doing lives year round. So it tells you something about it. So good V Sky. Highly recommend. Yes. Season 3 was Doc's favorite so far.
Oh, can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I have my mic on. I made my mic off. But it's
Oh.
like cool monsters, creepy kids. If you like ventriloquist dummies, it could be for you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put out the tropes. They're also kind of fun with the character stories. Colonial stuff. Like a little folk horror. It's in there. A little folk horror, a little dash.
Yep.
You like the Civil War? A little dash.
The creepy little kid trope that's in there.
You like trees? There's some cool trees.
Yeah. Some cool.
You like screwdrivers?
Trees.
Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, highly recommend. We're doing a rewatch right now, but if you watch our rewatch lives, you'll get spoiled because we talk about future events all the time. So yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah, I don't understand why some people say season 3 is the worst. I don't get it. Some people are like, I'm giving up the show after season 3. I'm like, are we watching the same show? For real? I don't get it, but I guess it's not for everybody. But take the 7-minute challenge and see what you think.
Mm-hmm. I thought all 3 seasons were pretty solid.
Me too. I think season
some
1...
people think the second's a little weak, but I always say they're all what they are, for different reasons. The first one has more about Jim and things like that, more character development. The second one has interesting monsters and things in it. The third one, is a little mix of both of them. A little mix of this, a little mix of A and B.
I feel like the writing of season 1 was just as perfect as it's going to get. Season 2 got a little bit murky in terms of fleshing out some of these storylines, but my mom is yelling. Hold on, I have to mute myself.
I think the problem with season 2 is it had too many storylines. It had a lot of things going on all at once. Let me see here. I think Severance has some deep-rooted Civil War connections. Yes, it does. And From has its own kind of Civil War connections too, but it isn't completely obvious. And a lot of people theorized like a lot of stuff from history from that we haven't really seen, but maybe it's set dressing in the back. And I do think Severance has some. Lumon itself, I think, has some Civil War connections. Let me see what else is in the chat. Let's see what else is in the chat. I was going to go down a little further. Let's see. I'm trying to get people around to do Yellow Jackets rewatch. If anybody really wants to do a Yellow Jackets rewatch, let me know. I'm Scarlet minded in Julie's Discord, because I kind of like to do it. There's only like 20 days until Yellow Jackets comes on Valentine's Day, and if we watched one single episode each day, we'd be right there on Valentine's Day when it premiered. So, let me see. Oh, good night, Decipher. You also have a pleasant night. Let's see. V Sky says that's the thing with fan theories. They're sometimes so good that they're better than the actual storyline. Yeah, especially from some people, like Taran comes up with these great, like, he has one character going around the world collecting these artifacts from things that are featured in From, and meets all these people like Victor Hugo, and it's like this big epic thing, and it's a really cool. I think he should pitch it as a show. I don't think he should just say this is my From theory. I think he should take all that stuff, make a TV pitch, and then sell it as a TV show, because I would watch it, because it sounds kind of like a Warehouse 13 with something a little bit more serious. And I definitely would watch that show. Let's see. Season 2 in the middle was stretched, good for one time. I don't know. I mean, I think the kicker, Dieter, will be when me and Julie start doing the rewatch of season 2, and we can see if that's gonna be what happens. Because I'm not sure, because I might talk the big talk and then say I liked all 3 seasons equally, and then suddenly I'm watching season 2 and I'm like, the writing isn't so good. They have so many things going on at once. I wish they would stick with one thing. So I might change my mind on it. But I was a person that always kind of liked season 2, so it'll be surprising on the rewatch, and I'll see like how we do with that. Let's see. And AAM says From is the type of show that throws a lot of mysteries at you at once. Yeah, it throws a lot of mysteries. Well, sometimes too many. Let's see. Okay, let me think. I could probably promo everything one more time. Wednesday this week, we're having a pretty deep dive. It goes for about 4 hours. We're going to be doing episode 9 of season 1. And we will, what we usually do is that we'll talk to the chat for a while. We'll go over the whole episode in a very deep divey way. And then we can take call-ins if anybody in the chat wants to talk about the episode. On Thursday, we will have a watch party in Julie's Discord. I do believe the link is either pinned at the top or in the chat somewhere. And we meet in Julie's Discord about 9 p.m. to watch that. We will be watching the 3rd episode of the 2nd season of Severance. And we will be watching at 9 p.m. EST. And then we'll have a second viewing at 10 p.m. EST if you couldn't make it at 9. And then we all go into a voice channel and we chat about the episode. It's a very fun time. And then on Friday, we'll have FROMACADEMY, which is kind of a new series we're doing with Doc from Kanji Labs. And we will be talking about, what was it, Jeff Pickner? Is that who we're talking about? I keep forgetting that guy's name. But we've been doing, we did a deep dive into John Griffin, and we did a deep dive into Jack Bender. And they're very informative, very fun, and we also take call-ins on those nights. So let's see here.
I'm back.
Oh, you're gonna watch Yellow Jackets after Silo. Definitely watch Yellow Jackets after Silo, Samuel.
I had to feed
Plus.
I had to feed the cats. I was the cats were like jumping on my mom's head and knocking stuff over, demanding to be fed.
Yeah, I'm having a problem with my iPad right now. It's not taking a charge, and it's going from 3% to 2% to like 1%. And I'm like, I hope she comes back before it totally dies.
Oh shit!
I think it's the cord. I just think that I keep plugging it in different sockets, and it doesn't seem to want to take a charge.
That's annoying.
We'll see.
But
we probably won't be going for much longer anyway, right?
Yeah, not much longer.
But see, the thing is, Yellow Jackets is my favorite show, with From and Severance being 2 and 3.
Yeah,
I'm a Yellow Jackets girl.
I was gonna say before I left, V Sky Severance definitely seems to have some deep-rooted Civil War connections, with Lumon being founded in 1865, right after the Civil War, and Cold Harbor being a reference to that Civil War battle when the Confederacy won. So, yeah, I agree. Hey, Lisa S. Nice to see you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to keep some FROMACADEMY, Dieter. Absolutely. One challenge with Helena being an imposter, would she be able to see the scary numbers? Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would work.
She's at like 1%. Like Helena's at 1%. She's like, I don't know how to do this.
Right.
You're so good at this before. I don't know. I guess I'm had a bad day.
Yeah. I mean, is there something about their childishness that, with this this clean slate that they kind of start with when they start there, that enables them to respond to the numbers in that way and be able to refine them, I wonder. Because the nature of their job, it really doesn't require secrecy. They don't even know what they're doing, refining the numbers. I mean, they could just go in there with their memories and leave, but maybe it's not so much that they aren't allowed to remember that they're refining the numbers, but something about wiping their memory like that and creating this childlike other version of themselves in their own mind, maybe that allows them to sort the numbers and refine the numbers, and respond to those with their feel the emotions necessary to do it, and be able to really focus on it, and not have any outside stuff going on in their head distracting them. So that actually, I could see that hurting her performance if she goes down there and tries to impersonate Helly without, let's say she does this just for her own reasons and not for the board. And that would be a problem if she's trying to hide this from the board, I think, and from management, which she might do. Like, she might just go rogue and do this herself if she hasn't already. So, let's see. Yeah, sometimes theories are better than the actual storyline. That's true of E-Sky. Sometimes you know what the problem is? Fans who theorize about stuff, we think about it. I'm not knocking the writers of any of these shows. It's just that we spend a lot more time really thinking about this stuff than they do actually sitting down writing it. I'm not saying that they don't put immense thought. Of course they do, into crafting these incredible mystery box series. Beautiful writing. The best thing about From is its writing. However, I think fans sometimes take it to a whole other level of obsession and obsessed to such a degree that sometimes certain fan theories actually wind up being better than the storyline itself. So I've seen that. I've seen that happen. And I was Lost. I'm actually just watching Lost for the first time, and I just finally finished season 4. I have to tell some people who've been waiting on me to get further into it for like 6 months or something. I've been stuck for a long time on from not from Lost. Episode 8 of season 4. I started my channel and I didn't have time to keep going with it, and I finally just made myself make time. And I finished season 4, and I get what you're saying, V Sky. Season 4 was great, but I don't know, it changed direction a lot, and I did kind of prefer the way things were the first 3 seasons. Season 4 comes and everything is all splintered in a million directions, and the characters are all split up into smaller groups and separated from each other, and so I totally get what you're saying, and I don't know how it ends yet, but I know a lot of people weren't really happy about it, so I'm preparing myself for that. Anyway, Trace, Lost is an excellent show. It's an excellent show, but you know, it has its issues, it has its shortcomings. I would check it out, especially since 2 of the executive producers of From worked on Lost, Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner, and there are a lot of parallels to From. It's not a horror show, but if you like From, you'd probably like Lost too. So I would check it out. I'm enjoying it so far. AA says, does it even matter what Helena or her dad even do? She is the heir to all this. Yeah, they might talk to her or yell at her, but she can't get in real trouble. It's her and her dad's company. That's true, but it seems like he's got a lot of control over her. She doesn't look yeah, she's in a position of authority, but he is the overlord over her, and she's not in charge just yet. So I think she could get in trouble. I mean, I think she could get in trouble, and she could be, even if it's just being ostracized by the family and feeling that immense familial pressure on her. It might not be that she could get in trouble like in the way that the innies can, but yeah. There's a hierarchy, and the way her father treated her shows that. Fetid moppet. Just that, the sneer and the disgust with which he said that. It was brutal, and it wasn't her fault what happened. That's the crazy thing too. Yeah. Unfortunate, but yeah, you get a little window into what her life must be like in that family. I wonder where the rest of her family is. Like, is her mother around? I don't know. I'm just scrolling up a little bit to see stuff I missed. Teeter said we are the waffle heads. Like it. David said they are rebuilding his memories, as in Kier, maybe. I've never seen Chernobyl. Of Infinite Jest said it. This is the best show since Chernobyl. Oh, I've heard that's a good show. I've never checked it out. What else? The Outie is the repressed man version of the innie's higher self, David said. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. The light from, okay, so from, let's see, wait a minute. The light as in this light. Let me go back. Where is it? This light. So David was saying the light is in the shape of the mind as well, showing their left and right hemispheres with the spine of the book in the middle. Good point. That's a great point, David. Yeah. The shape the light shining on the book makes it. Yeah, I totally can see that. It's the shape of a brain on her face, and it's all lit up. It's illuminated. Yep. I like that. Yeah, Mrs. Selvig told Outie Mark to get away from Lumon. She did, and then she did a total reverse. then she went and she seemingly helped the company. It's just the strange thing that I still can't reconcile. But she also, when she was about to run Mark down, or almost ran him down, right before that, she said, "Oh, they convinced you to go back, didn't they? There was a pineapple involved." She seems to have disdain for not just him for signing up to do this, but for Lumon. I think she has serious issues with Lumon, and really isn't pro Lumon. She's pro Kier, and there's a difference. She told Mark to get away from Lumon. Now she's implying that he's stupid for going back there. They convinced you to go back, didn't they? Was a pineapple involved? So she said, "You're so easy to sway." So she's a fascinating character, trying to figure her out. That's why I think she might be my favorite out of all of them, even though it's hard to pick. She is an enigma. But she has her major issues with Lumon. So, there's a fun Severance game. Oh, Dieter, yeah. I'm just scrolling up and seeing some stuff that I missed, Dieter, while we were going through pictures, and Dieter's name popped up in the show, which was funny. It's not exactly a common name around, this country. So it's surprising that it actually popped up in the show on a sign. And there's also a really fun Severance game, like Dieter was talking about. It's like a short little thing. It's nothing crazy, but there's a little game where you can basically, like, it looks just like the refining numbers screen, and you can sort the numbers, and then you see how fast you can do it, and it times you how fast you can do it and get to 100% completion, and then you get a score. I did it in like 4 minutes and some odd seconds. It was fun, yeah. And then you can share your score. I'll show it to you. But also, I'm trying to find this thing. Where is it? Hold on. I can't find it. Dieter, where did you leave the picture? Because I don't see it now, and I don't know why. Well, while I'm looking for it, I'll just mention again that I have I found it. I have my Severance breakdown for episode 1 out. I released it yesterday, so if you haven't checked that out, it's the latest video on my channel. I have to throw the link. If you're listening on the replay, I'll throw the link into the description of this video too. But it's a deep dive into episode 1 of season 2, and theories and ideas, analysis, not a recap. And then I'll release episode 2 by Wednesday. That's the goal. Hopefully I can manage it. The episode 2 breakdown. And this is they had this sign in episode 1 or 2, I forget which one, and it says Dieter's brother live, no minimum. I guess that's supposed to be
so Dieter has a brother that plays in a band?
I guess. Yeah. Live, no minimum. What is this? I guess this was a club or something.
Yeah, they usually have like a drink minimum for clubs.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they'll have a comedian or something, you come in, but there's like a 2-drink minimum. You have to buy 2 drinks instead of paying for a ticket.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't go to these places, so I wouldn't know. So that was cool. So that popped up, and then
I go to the seedy underbelly of the city.
Yeah. The game is actually pretty funny too, because it says it as you refine the numbers and you post your score. Here, I'll share my screen again. Where's my screen share? So it's fun. It's so these are my results. In refining, and it lists like this thing, a bunch of letters and numbers. Ocula, in 4 minutes 14 seconds, 450 milliseconds, I have brought glory to the company. Praise Kier. And then there's my result. So and it is kind of mesmerizing. You see like the numbers vibrating, like the scary numbers. So you can kind of feel like you're a character. You're an innie in Lumon. I think it's Lumon Industries. Is it lumonindustries.com or Lumon dash? Wait, what is it? Lumon dash Industries.
Lumon-industries.com.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad they did this. Was it? I'm guessing it was the show that did it, not just a random person, but who knows? I mean, I feel like it's a trademark of the show, so it would have to be the show that did it. But yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it looks like this. And I think it's too much for this thing to share it. It keeps freezing because it's because I'm screen sharing through StreamYard. But yeah, it looks like this. And you have to sort the numbers into. And if you select the wrong one, it says nope. But then if you do it the right way, then the box opens just like in the show, and then it goes in, and the amounts of woe, frolic, whatever, all the other two tempers, malice and dread, it keeps going up. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun little
time waster.
Time waster. Yeah, and there's some word for, what is it called, an ARG, something that a show does to
Yeah.
that creates something for the fans to do that's connected to the show, kind of put you in the experience. Like Lost did stuff like that.
I totally felt like I was working at Lumon.
Right. Yeah.
I even ate some raisins while I was doing it.
Yeah. And then
some salsa, the salsa and the thing. Because I figured they have vending machines and they said Christmas mints and salsa. So I just imagine a package, like their package of raisins, but it just has salsa in it.
I know, right?
You just have chips. You just like, it's the salsa.
Yeah.
Goes down smooth.
Yeah, I don't know how they have a packet of something that says salsa on it. That's one of the new things.
You can't eat the spicy candy, so what does the salsa do?
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, this was a question I had starred earlier or took note of, but I didn't highlight. I do think Ms. Wong leaves the building. I do.
She goes back to school.
Yeah.
Myrtle Eagan School for Girls.
Yeah. I don't think she's severed, because she took over Milchick's job as deputy manager, and he's not severed as far as we know. And well, we know that it's confirmed now. One of the showrunners or people in the featurette said he's not severed. So yeah, I don't think she's severed. I think she just goes to that school for girls and is brainwashed and gets to go home at the end of the day. Yeah. So that's my opinion on that. But it would be interesting to see a little more about her. Although on the other hand, keeping it mysterious is fun. just having this kid working there, and it's creepy as hell.
You just never know when she's gonna show up.
Yeah. Yeah. I love the creepy kid trope, so I'm here for it. And I like that it's ambiguous and confusing as to why there's a kid working there. So I hope they don't explain it or show more detail on her outside life for a while. Just leave it like this. It's good the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, this is one earlier that was interesting too. Of Infinite Jest said icebergs are metaphors for so much below the surface, and those were little ice flows in the intro, so that's fitting. And also, when we were breaking down episode 1, Scarlet, you had been wondering what this picture was on the wall behind Milchick, and I said I thought it looked like an iceberg, but it was hard to see. I think it was an iceberg. I looked at it again, and I thought that looks like an iceberg to me. So, great metaphor for.
So it's going to be really snowy too, because they have that kind of Spies Like Us kind of Russian 80s movie thing going on, where they're in coats and fur hats in the snow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's coming. I don't know what the hell is going to happen there, but I mean, I honestly cannot fathom what that could have to do with this show. That is the most random shit I have ever seen in a show like this for a trailer. Like, what?
It's espionage.
What? How could they possibly write something like that into this show? I'm at a loss. I have no theories on that. I have no idea. I'm not embarrassed to say. I have no idea. I love making theories, but they stumped me with the trailer for this season. It was like, let's come up with the most confusing, weird shit we can possibly put in the trailer just to mess with their heads. And then they did. Well, mission accomplished, because I have no clue. Between that and that creepy looking guy with the horns on his head that you see for a split second in the goat room.
What I call the Antler King walking through the. And I tried to explain the juxtaposition of like flowing hills, but yet in a room with fluorescent lights on top to people, and they just get confused.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful visual. It's like these rolling hills, but there's fluorescent lights on top.
Yes. Yeah, it's really beautiful imagery. It actually is. Yeah.
So you got some cowbell, because Christopher Walken loves cowbell.
Yeah.
He'll come out of nowhere and go more cowbell. I got a fever. And the only cure is more cowbell.
Right. So there's just such random shit. I mean, I guess the four of them and Milchick hiking up a mountain isn't that much stranger than a room full of rolling hills and goats in an office building. But I just don't get it. I don't know where that's coming from at all. So I'll be interested to see where they're going with that this season. And Milchick holds up a walkie-talkie and he says like now or something when he's wearing a big Russian looking fur hat. Okay, what's supposed to happen up there? I don't understand. This season is gonna be weird. We're in for a weird ride, I think. Even weirder than season 1. I think they outdo themselves with the weird factor. So, and I'm all for it. Bring on the weirdness. The weirder, the better. I'm game. Wait a minute. I was gonna say something else and I lost my train of thought, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with that. And when I watched the trailer, I thought about doing a trailer breakdown, but again, I just found that stuff so confusing that I really didn't have any theories on it. So I just would have been, I would have sounded like a dumbass. Like, yeah, so here's the hike up the mountaintop in the Russian hats, and I have no idea. Okay, moving on. Okay, Antler King. Again, I have no idea. So yeah. And the kid, I think they had the kid working there. I would have been still lost on that. Now I have my own opinion on what's going on with that, and I have theories now, but on the trailer, based on the trailer, no. The trailer, they deliberately tried to confuse us as much as possible, and they succeeded. So I gotta find this trailer for if there's a trailer for episode 3, I gotta find it and check it out. Not that I wish I could literally like find it and show it on here, but obviously I can't. So I don't know. I don't really I like going into things blind though.
Me too.
It might be nice not to look at it. Maybe I won't at this point. Yeah, we're close enough to the episode coming out. What is we're heading into Tuesday now. I'm just gonna wait. I'm not even gonna watch it.
Yeah.
I'd like to be surprised, and no one has brought up anything from. Well, someone brought up one little detail earlier, but it wasn't that big of a spoiler. So, yeah, let's just stay unspoiled then.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, and I don't watch any other. Like, no one else is doing Severance lives this week, so it's not like I'm gonna be spoiled by anything. So, yeah. Samuel says, I bet Helly and all the top people at Lumon were born / indoctrinated down there like the Ankui kids.
They were born in darkness and they lived in darkness.
They were born in the dark. Yeah. More Fromverance, more bleed through between these two shows. Yeah, who knows? It could be. It's possible, the area where people live and never leave. Yeah, that's a possibility. I like it. Ms. Wong and the people down there are like the Ankui children. Maybe Ms. Wong never does leave. That's possible. The Myrtle Eagan School for Girls, that was a very old picture. Who knows if it's even still around? Ms. Wong might just live in there. Oh, what a terrible existence if that's the case for a little kid.
I realized they could save money by just not having the school at all.
Yeah, save them a whole lot of time and effort and money. Just make them stay prisoner.
Put a chip in them. They're good.
Put a chip in them. Yeah.
Chip them up.
That's horrifying. Jeez. Like you'd have to. I mean, for these people, I mean, they'd have to have like some vitamin D supplements or something. Never see the sunlight. People that never get to leave. That sucks.
Maybe they have a part of the building that lets light in.
Yeah, maybe they do.
Like where that Victorian house is.
Yeah. Yeah. All Mark and Irving got to do is Ankui. Yeah. Yeah, Fletch. Maybe all they got to do is Ankui, and anyone listening who doesn't watch From, it's a gibberish word they made up. Spoiler alert. Sorry if you're gonna watch.
Sorry. Well, sorry, not sorry, because then you won't have to do a lot of theorizing like we did.
Yeah. Yeah. And the less said on that, the better, in case we do spoil it for someone who...
All the time you saved.
There was someone in here who wanted to try watching From, so I won't spoil any more than that.
Yeah.
We should watch that, actually. We should be careful. Watch it as in be careful, because there are some people who are starting to find these streams that are not just the From crowd. And we might be able to try to convert them and bring them over into the Fromaholic fam. So we shouldn't
from Frolicaholics to Fromaholics.
Yeah. So we already recruited some new Severance fans. Now we could maybe recruit some new From fans. So we got to be careful and not spoil the whole show for them when we're talking on here. It's just so natural. We talk so much From that it bleeds through to these streams naturally. Mr. Grant Gregory says, also at the end of the episode when Selvig says you are so easily bought, she was talking about herself. Good point. Good point. You're so easily swayed. I think she was talking about herself and mad at herself for letting them, manipulate her, letting them, take advantage of her. And she just went and helped them. And then look how they thanked her. They handed her some shitty made up job. So that's a great point. Samuel said, I bet all the high level people at Lumon were born down there. Milchick, Helena, and Selvig are too weird. Maybe they were born and indoctrinated to be loyal to Kier. Yeah, that's entirely possible. They are weird. The way Helena said, let Kier guide your hand when she talked to Milchick. And he was just like, okay, like that's perfectly normal to him, that kind of talk. He doesn't seem normal. Cobel, Helena, like they all are in this cult. So like it's possible that they just live in a very insulated community. Like Kier is one of those weird culty communities. Like we know there are certain places out there that where everyone is in like the same cult together, or almost everyone in the area is. And so it's possible. Like the fundamentalist LDS communes where like they have guys with multiple wives and all that stuff. There are places like that where people congregate. So it's possible they could leave and still be weird like this and just stay in their own circle. But maybe they do live there. That would be a cool twist. David said the iceberg of consciousness shows 90% of brain activity is unconscious. Marco is rising up from the unconscious inner world up into the conscious world, entering his head on the table and waking up. Yeah. Yeah, and also there was an image in this episode that reminded me of Mark rising up. He was going up a staircase from the dark lower level up a staircase where light was coming down. And as he was going up, the light was hitting his face. It just reminded me of that concept where he's being enlightened. He's kind of rising up the staircase, like into a higher level of reality. Like he's starting to wake up. Both Outie Mark and Outie Mark starting to wake up and ask questions and realize they're being manipulated by this company. Let's see. What else did I miss? Oh, I didn't see this earlier. I didn't get to say goodnight to Doc, but belated good night if you hear this on the replay. Maybe refining the numbers impacts their outies. Yeah, David, maybe. That's possible. It's possible. And you are welcome, Trace. You're welcome. Lost is good, Dieter, but yeah, the flashbacks get to be too much. I think they're excessive. Yeah. And I heard that a lot of people misinterpreted Lost from the epilogue and finale. Yes. Helena looks like she aged a lot in this new season. Yeah, I don't know. She looks a little she looks a lot more serious and stressed. Okay. What else did I miss before we wrap it up here? Kimiko, welcome. I currently think it's Helena acting on her own accord, pretending to be Helly, and eventually Mark and the team will figure it out and demand the real Helly back. Yeah, that's a great theory. That's entirely possible. And that's how the board will find out about Helena's actions and force Helly R to actually return, since they already said Mark can have his team back, including Helly R. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's possible she's just acting on her own and she's doing this. So they'll be furious at Helena for defying their instructions behind their back, and she already hid the I can't say that word on YouTube, but the S word attempt from them in season 1. The board found out 3 weeks later because of Milchick. Yeah, that's right. For some reason, Helena hid that from them. I don't know why, but she hid that from them. Yeah.
Wait, was it Helena that hid it, or was that actually Selvig that hid it?
I think both, because Selvig / Cobel hid it, but also Helena apparently didn't tell her own family. They didn't know about it for 3 weeks. I think unless Helena told them and they didn't say anything to Cobel and just waited to see if Cobel was going to say anything, and she didn't, as a test. But yeah.
On the one you quoted before, I don't know. I feel like Helena has enough pull where she can go in there as herself to get information and such without any overhead. She clearly has power. You even saw how she was gesturing to the guy with the frolic tattoo, like when she was talking to Cobel, and Cobel got up like, I'll show myself out. The guy was about to get up, and you saw Helena put her hand up to stop him, like, let her go. Like, she clearly has power. So I don't know how far that goes to where she can't make her own decisions within the company. She seems to be of higher up status and power,
right.
to me. Also on the
Uh-oh. What happened? I don't know what happened to Umbra's audio, but I don't hear anything.
Sorry, my mic had died. A different mic. But yeah, I was saying, I think with that case, with the team might figure that out and say they demand Helly R back. That could be the case. I would say some of them are already onto it slightly. I think Mark might be onto some things. They might just not be playing it up yet. And Irving definitely seems to have noticed when she mentioned that, was that Midnight Gardener or whatever it was she had mentioned. Winter Gardener. What was it?
The Night Gardener.
Night Gardener. Yeah. I think, they show specifically Irving looking over at her like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it sounded decidedly rich, right? Like, he's like, what? You got a Night Gardener?
Yes.
So I wonder then, if he's not already kind of onto her in that way too. So they're going to be more guarded in what they say around her. I don't know.
Right. He looked at her. He gave her a look like very skeptical. So, yeah, I think there's something off about that. He knew, as in any, and yeah, I do think she has a position of authority in the company, and she does have power, but only to a certain extent. She's not the one in control. Her father is like the overlord, and so he has the final say. And so I don't think she has, if they do want to send her back, I don't think she has any choice. I mean, obviously, whether it's Helly or Helena going back, it was going to be her, and she had no choice. They said, we're going to give Mark Helly R back, and she just sat there, didn't have a say in it from what we saw. So she didn't look happy about it, like not even being asked, not even having a say. But
I think she probably suggested it.
You think she probably?
Yeah, she probably suggested it to the board. She seemed, she didn't seem upset to me. She looked like she was just like, okay, like that's part of the plan,
Yeah, I don't know. Her body language to me just didn't look. I think that she probably has mixed feelings about it, conflicting feelings. Like she's intrigued and interested in experiencing what this would be like to go down there and to be loved, appreciated, and respected, as they said in the little featurette, which is something that she's never known. That's what they told us in the featurette. So I think she has those mixed feelings. Like she wants to know what that feels like, and she's intrigued to experience it. But her face when they said we're going to give we're gonna give Mark what he wants, including Helly R. She had this look on her face, like, I'm not even being asked. Like, this is not even, I don't even have any say in it. Then she looks at Drummond. They look at each other. She has this blank look on her face. Like, now, you could interpret it different ways, but to me, it just looked like she was not happy that the decision was being made for her without her even being involved in it. That doesn't mean she doesn't want to go down and try to experience this. I think it's probably conflicting emotions. And she's, yeah, she has a position of power, but she doesn't have the final say. And her father, what her father says goes at the end of the day. And I'm sure the decision came from him. I wonder if there even is a board. Milchick said the board is going to give Mark what he wants. Well, where's the board? We still haven't seen any sign of the board. Maybe the board is just her father, and there isn't even a board. I'm starting to think that.
I wonder too. Although, so I would wonder, why would her father want to put her in that position to go down there into that when he already called her a what do you call her, a fetid? What do you call her, a fetid Muppet?
Yeah,
seemed like he was displeased with her having had that outburst like that. I feels like, why would he want to put her back in that situation where she could have more issues?
I think because they, for whatever reason, they really want Mark to complete this file. That's the most important thing for them. They said that he won't get it done without her there. So they really want to do this. They want this file on Ms. Casey to be completed. So they're willing to take the risk of something like this happening again. But maybe they instituted these reforms hoping that, at least that will pacify them for now. I think that's why they did it. They all these reforms, no more punitive break room, and all these stupid little new perks. But so at the end of the day, that's probably why they did it. They did those things not to be nice to those people, but this is the only way. I remember when I was watching it, I thought, why are they even doing this? Because the outside world doesn't know anything about what they're doing to these people. So they could do anything they want, and there is no one showing up to catch them. They could just continue what they're doing, even if the press found out a little bit about what's going on from Helly. They could just continue, but I get it now after watching this episode. They did this to try to pacify those workers so that they would chill out a little bit, and Mark would finish this file they really want done, which is, it's got to be configuring the chip in Ms. Casey's head, and only Mark can do it. So I think there's some kind of an emotional connection because that was his wife. It's the only thing I'm
still puzzled by that. And I feel like it's more than that for Mark. Mark very much is the main character, and the way the guy was speaking, like he's not ready yet and such. I feel like Mark has a grander purpose. I don't know what it is, and I got somewhat of a theory in my head, but I'm not sure. But it's just odd. That said, I have to get going.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure as always to kick it with you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here. So thanks for hopping on for a while.
Yeah, for sure.
And what's going on with your channel before you head out, Umber?
Nothing too major. Trying to plan out what to do this week. Probably be more game talk, tech talk, things of that nature. I'm not sure if we'll talk about some shows and things like that, but I'll figure it out later today, if not tomorrow. But yeah, if you guys want to find me, Infinite Umber or Umber Infinite on Twitter or Blue Sky, and my channel name is the same, The Fix, under my name here on YouTube. So yeah, thank you, Julie.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Umbra. No, when I always have to edit the description to throw some stuff in. I have to edit it later, so I'll just throw your link to your channel in the description of the video too, so people can find it in the description.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Talk to you guys later.
All right. See you later, Umbra.
Bye.
Okay, so I was gonna try and show something. Dieter put a link to something in the chat, but now I can't find it. I think it was his score on that game. I can't find it. My YouTube tab froze. Okay, let's. I think we should try to wrap it up now. I'll just make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, we had a great turnout, Dieter. We had the most I saw was about 51 people at one point, which was awesome. So I appreciate it. Everybody that showed up and is listening or chatting or listening on the replay later, thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Gonna just look through a few more comments and then wrap it up. I don't inkui what the word inkui means. we don't inkui the word either. Yeah. And belated good night to Fletch. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad I got to convince Fletch to watch this show finally. Cooey is what we say when we want an echo in the mountain ranges. Cooey. Yeah. We're going to get some kind of weird mountain scenes in this season. I'm curious about that one. Unless their bodies have been invaded by the consciousness of those from the 1800s. Oh, maybe that's why they're talking like that, David. That would be a twist. The corporate world can be pretty cult-like, though. Right, Samuel? Absolutely. 100%. Glad with Alice. Glad you got to revisit Severance with us and the rewatch parties and whatnot. It was a lot of fun. Yes. Kimiko said it was Cobel listening to Helena's instructions. Helena has more authority over the severed floor than Cobel. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Imagine if Cobel had the severed pregnancy and didn't remember and was Helena's mom. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be wild, AA. Kimiko says, also in the scene with episode 2, with Cobel/Helena, and Cobel says an apology is warranted. It's because she got fired for hiding the S attempt to cover for Helena. Because she said I paid dearly for it. Oh, that makes total sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she got fired for hiding that attempt, and Helena apparently didn't want to tell them about it. They didn't know for like 3 weeks. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. She paid dearly for it and she lost her job. Helena was definitely keeping the attempt on her life a secret from her father, from what we see in the first bathroom scene. Right. Yeah, I don't know why, though. I'm not sure why she kept that attempt on her life a secret from her father. That's what I don't understand. And with Helly returning, there's that scene in the trailer of Helly in the elevator saying, "What the hell?" with her fists tightly closed. So I think that's the real Helly returning. Oh, okay. I haven't seen the trailer yet. We were just talking about how we're not going to watch it. But that's interesting stuff. Could be. Maybe we see the real one coming back right away. Let Kier cut your hand. We were just talking about how we're not going to watch the trailer. That's funny.
Yeah, well, we got that bit of information.
It's all right. I think the board is forcing Helly R to return, and I think Helena has to listen to them. Oh, wow. That sounds just like a baby. Your cat sounds a lot like mine.
Yeah, I know. I don't like babies.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I'm keeping my mic muted. You're gonna hear this.
Wow. Your cat's a lot like mine. That sounds just like my cat. Is that a tortie? Is that
No, she's a tuxie, but she's in the basement. She's not even on the floor I'm on.
Oh my god, she's loud.
Yeah, she is.
That's crazy. My cat gets loud too, as you've heard many times. That's hilarious.
See, I imagine we had a pre-party or something. I would watch a trailer just so people didn't ruin it for me, so I'd be in the know. But sometimes we just do the watch parties. I don't really want to watch a trailer.
Yeah.
This is going to continue.
How long does that go on for? Like, it just keeps going and going.
How long is time?
Wow. Wow. I mean, mine does that, but not for that long. It usually stops quicker than that.
Oh, KP.
Oh,
you want KP to come on?
Oh my God. I gotta wrap it up. As much as I would love that KP, and we're talking Severance too. So I don't think KP watches Severance. Oh no.
Doesn't matter.
Oh God. I gotta wrap things up, KP. I gotta wrap things up.
I gotta go comfort my cat.
Yeah. Now next time, if you want to come on earlier, and I don't know if you even watch Severance at this point. Last time he said he doesn't watch Severance. This is a Severance night tonight. But it was fun last time. Very much enjoyed talking to you, man. Oh my goodness. We've got KP here. This is gonna be quick, okay? This has gotta be quick.
I'm just gonna go. I gotta go to bed.
Okay.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody in the chat. Gotta go take care of my animal.
Good night, Scarlet.
Talk to you on Wednesday, Julie.
Okay.
Everybody have a great time.
All right.
Bye for now.
Bye. JP.
Alexa, shut up. Hi. How are you? What the hell are you doing? It's 5:07 in the morning. I got up to go to work. Like, why are you still here?
Because we're talking Severance. We're talking Severance.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't gotten into Severance yet, but I have it in my list of things to do. I share a couple of free weekends coming up, so I'll probably binge it, and I'll probably have some strong opinions, and I'll call in. But I literally did not. I literally just saw, and I was like, this is happening way too much, and I need to let Julie know that this is happening way too much, and like, you need to sleep. Okay.
Trust me, I sleep. I do. I just sleep in the morning.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I used to do that. I had a job at a bank that was that was doing Hong Kong trades, and it required me to get into work at like 11:30 at night and leave at like 7:30 in the morning or something like that. It was so, like, your sleep gets to be very, very weird, yeah, with those kind of things. But long story short, Julie, I again, I didn't. I know you're wrapping up, so I'm not going to take up any time at all. But go get some sleep. All right.
Okay.
Have a good evening, everybody. Bye bye.
You too. Bye, KP. Okay. Before I go, I was just going to read these two comments. I think the board is forcing Helly R to return, and Helena has to listen to them, but she has enough authority to be able to go down on her own instead, since she's being forced to go anyway. I like that, Kimiko. Like, they're forcing her to do it, but she's able to go down on her own instead. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that, like, the board it might intend for Helly R to go down there, but she's going down as herself, as Helena. I think that's entirely possible. Yeah. I think Helena is the runt of the Eagan family and is forced to do whatever her father and the board say, like getting severed. And I believe Helena is the first Eagan to be publicly severed. Yeah, we like, who knows? There might be others. There might be siblings. We don't know anything more about the family. Fetid moppet equals unpleasant / smelly little girl. Yeah. It was hilarious. And definitely subscribe to Infinite Umbra's channel. Our guest panelist are from just a few minutes ago. If you haven't already, subscribe to Umbra. And good night, Jehovah Sins. Many new people lately love it. Yes, Dieter. We love to see it. New people finding their way to the channel, new Severance fans finding their way. It's an awesome thing. And joining these awesome people who we already have here in this community. I love it. It's so exciting. So exciting. Samuel, my cat doesn't make much noise and is well behaved. She likes attacking women's clothing though. Well, it sounds entertaining. Dangly dress stuff. Oh yeah, cats love anything dangly. Dangle anything like that they can grab for. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Thank you. I love you in this channel, not going anywhere. You are so kind, and I love to help. Well, I appreciate all of your help. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough for everything you do for me. You're amazing, and I appreciate you so very much. TJ says you said you weren't going to stream this late. Well, yeah. I say a lot of things and sometimes I get carried away, but I am going to get off now. It's been 5.5 hours and I probably should have gone half an hour ago. Half an hour ago would have still been a long stream, but it was fun breaking down the episode. Thank you so much to everybody who's, hey, it pays good. I'm not paying you at all. If I could, I would. I'd pay you a salary for all the stuff that you're doing. I would absolutely pay you if I had money coming into this channel. You'd be getting a salary. Holy Moses, you all are still going. Well, not for much longer. I'm just about to wrap up and make my end of stream announcements and stuff. Just wanted to drop back in and say hi. Well, hi again, Matt. You thought maybe we'd still be going after, and you were right. But I am wrapping it up. I was just gonna say thank you, everybody that's come out and watched this stream, listened to it, whether you're in the chat or you're just listening, and anybody listening on the replay. I've noticed that some people check out the replays of these. A lot of people have been checking out the replays. So thank you very much, everybody that's listening. I appreciate you, each and every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our next stream on the channel is going to be our rewatch stream for From Wednesday night at roughly, I usually say 10, but it's probably going to be more like 10:15 PM Eastern. Wednesday night, that'll be our From rewatch of season 1, episode 9. We're nearing the end of the season of season 1 for our rewatch. So we're going to break that down. And it's always a lot of fun. Our Severance watch party in the Discord will be Thursday night at 9 PM Eastern. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video if you want to join. And we also show it again at 10 PM Eastern for Scarlet and anyone else who misses the 9 PM Eastern showing. So it'll be twice. 9 PM Eastern, that's when I'll be there. Scarlet will be in the 10 PM Eastern stream. I'm going to stream it twice every week. And then we'll chat about it in the voice channel. And all are welcome to join. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. Please check out my Severance breakdown if you haven't checked that out already for season 2, episode 1. I'm a little bit behind, so I released that one yesterday. It is a deep dive, so it's a little lengthy, but it's a deep dive. I worked really hard on it, and not just a recap. So please give it a view if you haven't yet. And my goal is to get my season 2, episode 2 breakdown out by the end of the day, Wednesday, preferably earlier Wednesday, hopefully. Gotta get to work on that. And on Friday night, we'll have our From Academy Friday stream with Scarlet and Doc Kaiju Labs as our guest panelists. So that'll be fun too. And that'll pretty much round out the week. I am hopefully at some point going to finish my next From theory video too, for the From fans out there. My From theory video on the boy in white, I want to finally get that out there. maybe I'll actually get it released this week. Fingers crossed. And thank you, TJ. Watch the deep dive. It's good. Thank you. TJ was there when I premiered the deep dive into Severance episode 1 of this season. I premiered that yesterday, and TJ was there for the live premiere. Thank you again for that. I really appreciate the kind words. And yes, please give it a watch. If you have a chance, I would truly appreciate it. And I will get my episode 2 breakdown out as soon as I can, hopefully by Wednesday. So if you don't have notifications turned on, you can tap the bell so you get notified when that one premieres, and whenever I go live too. And Dieter just put the link in the chat for the deep dive into episode 1, the Hello Miss Cobel episode. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Time flies when you're watching Julie B. Well, thank you, TJ. I appreciate the kind words again. Thank you. So nice of you. Yes, Matt. See you in the next Severance stream or in the Discord. Yeah, I wanna get in there and see what people are talking about and get into some conversations. I won't be able to go as crazy in Discord like I did before I had a channel. I was in Discord for hours every single day, getting into very long conversations, writing paragraphs and paragraphs. But so, I can't be obsessive like that, but I definitely want to get in there and talk to you guys. So I plan on doing that now. Now that we're getting into the thick of things and we can start theory crafting the deepest of dives. Yeah, it's a deep dive. It's like 45 minutes long, be forewarned, those of you who haven't watched it, but hopefully you'll find it's worth the watch. And at the end of it, I talk about the big bombshell with Ms. Casey's reveal, what they're doing with the numbers and that kind of thing. So thank you, Dieter. I put a lot of time and effort into the script. I worked really hard on it. It's a video essay. I worked all week on it, so yeah. Hopefully people enjoy. If you don't hit the bell, you're counting unrecommended to show you. Right. So it's important if you subscribe to the channel, it really helps if you tap the bell and enable all notifications, because then you'll actually get you'll get notified whenever a new video drops and whenever I go live too. So so yes, please tap the bell for notifications. And yes, a big thanks to Dieter, as always, for everything that you do for me and this channel. Can't thank you enough for all of it. I can't even begin to thank you enough. Hey, Oscar. Hi to all. Blessings. Same to you, my friend. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. And I'm wrapping up, but you can please check out some of the replay if you'd like. I'm going to actually, by the way, guys, I'm going to add chapters to this, just like I did with my replay for our last Severance live. So I'm going to add chapters so that if you're watching on the replay and you want to skip around to different sections of the episode as we talk about them, you can do that easily with timestamps in the description of this video. That's something new that I'm doing to make it easier, because I know these are very long streams and most people are not going to have time to watch all of it. So what I'm going to do when this stream is over, I'm going to add timestamps in the description and chapters for each section of the video, each scene that we break down. So you can jump around to different topics or scenes that you want to watch, you want to hear about. You can jump around, which will make it easier with such a long replay. So yeah, all you have to do is just look in the description of the video. It won't be there immediately, but in a little while, like maybe in the next hour or so, or next couple of hours, I'm going to add timestamps for the scenes in the episode. So just check that out. It'll make it easier if you're watching the replay and you want to skip around. You can click the timestamps in the description of the video. I'll also throw a comment into the comment section with the timestamps too, just so you can navigate it easier. And yeah, Scott McCord said Julie B's deeper dives. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we do make a good team, Julie, Scarlet, and Dieter. Yep. Dieter is as much a member of the team as we are. Seriously, he's a superhero for this channel. So yes, the timestamps are handy. So if you're listening on the replay and you want to jump around, just look in the description of the video. Within the next 2 hours, I'm going to put them in there, so it'll be easier for people. Okay. Thank you again, everyone. Keep an eye out for my season 2, episode 2 breakdown. The episode that we just discussed. I'm going to have a theory, analysis breakdown video. It's not a recap. It'll be a breakdown video by Wednesday, and check out my episode 1 if you haven't already. And have a good day or a good night, everybody. I appreciate all of you, and thank you so much for joining. And until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together.